If you want the full uncensored version without the blanks, head over to my Boosty and subscribe, or grab the full post for this story. The link is in the description and the pinned comment. Patience is not about sitting and waiting. This is foresight. He looks at the thorn and sees the rose, looks at the night and sees the day. Playing with his trademark spanking of the new Heightened, 18-year-old Naruto Uzumaki had a smirk dancing across his face. He had passed through the ranks of genin and chunin, and he was now officially a jonin. Both the men and women in the Konohanin squad have some kind of purpose or aspiration. Someone wants to protect their family, someone wants to strike fear into the hearts of the enemy, someone just wants to serve the Hokage. However, he didn't care about being a shinobi. The only reason he entered this profession was to indulge in the greatest sins of life: drunkenness, murder, fornication. Slamming your down the throat of a 13-year-old woman may seem alarming to civilians, but no one bats an eyelash when a ninja does it, no matter how young. But yes, his biggest sin was with no one but you. He became a genin to sleep with your best friend's mother. They say that a beautiful woman is pleasing to the eye, a wise woman, reason, pure, soul. This saying doesn't apply to stunningly beautiful moms like Mikoto Uchiha. Her gorgeous black hair was always styled, no matter when the blonde saw her. Her laughter was hypnotic, her smile was contagious, she was the embodiment of feminine grace. The weapons of mass destruction on her chest could bring any sane person to their knees. Oh, how ripe and juicy they were, it's always nice to shake them and wiggle them in his hands, but the wonderful were always shaking and making mesmerizing movements that made him want to just stare at them for hours. Take those ripe, with your fingers, tease them, or then use his teeth to chew on them like a pacifier. Sasuke missed the delicious milk, but Naruto wasn't going to miss it. Those pink have always been delicious, especially after I underwent a medical procedure for the production of milk again. Oh, how he loved to milk her. Mikoto also had a sensational pair of full thighs that supported her ass, which could cause an instant erection. Even when he was a child, he would stare at his mother's gorgeous ass for a long time. It was the same with his godmother. The highlight of his day was that her hips were swaying from side to side and her fat ass was bouncing. For as long as he could remember, he had been led by women's asses, especially mature women. Because of this early driving force, he had been worshipping Fugaku's wife's ass for the past 5 years. Between the slit, his tongue covers her entire, with saliva. 2 beautiful pink folds guarded the tunnel leading to her womb. Mikoto's wasn't the first one he had the pleasure of feasting on. Due to Jiraiya harassing him and forcing him to expand his knowledge base, he found himself between the legs of countless prostitutes. However, he never got attached to these women. The only 2 women in his sight were Mikoto and his mother. So, when he finally became private with Mikoto's, he gave her everything he had. Sasuke's mother didn't even stand a chance against him. Let's not even talk about how much time he spent exploring her cute little ass. Seduction began when he was 12 years old. He wanted his mother. Since he was a child, he has been angry at his father for being able to defeat a woman like Kushina Uzumaki. He had a great memory and could still remember how he and his mother had bathed. She always let him, on her in the bath when he got a little grumpy, and that was why he was so drawn to her, in the first place. However, his mother's ass was definitely something he could spend his savings on. The redhead's thighs were beautiful and plump, stuffed with loose flesh that shook with every step she took. A journey through the ninja academy was made so that one day gain enough skills to take your father's place in the bedroom. Thanks to Jiraiya being his godfather, he became incredibly familiar with the female anatomy. Of course, Jiraiya knew about his dream. The old fart only needed a sincere confession to help him in any way he could. Jiraiya could have been Minato's teacher, but he was a super. Make-out Paradise, Blonde on Red. Was supposed to be the best-selling book among elemental nations. So even though he felt guilty about the possible ruin of his student's marriage, he knew that the power of an romance was unstoppable. After careful, Jiraiya realized that Minato was just a tool to help raise his wife's future lover. To help his new student defeat Kushina, he first forced the Gaki to earn the favor of his godmother. To his delight, Naruto was attracted to the Uchiha matriarch and always spent time with her on weekends. However, it was not easy, because Mikoto was married to Fugaku, even though no one liked the head of the clan. After sending him to various prostitutes he received pages of positive feedback from them regarding Naruto's verbal skills. Then, one day, he camped at the window of the master bedroom of the Uchiha complex. He finds Naruto between Mikoto's legs. Kamigaki ate the poor woman's like it was a cure for cancer. That night, the song Make Out Paradise, Housewife's Oral Service was born. Fugaku found out about this a month later and was relatively calm about being cheated on. He was not a person and only worried about copulation with his heirs. However, he was incredibly at the sight of his wife being beaten up by his former teammate's son. He didn't hesitate to say that several times so that they, like rabbits in heat. He was not ashamed to leave the bedroom. He was not ashamed to hand over his wife to a 13-year-old teenager forever. Mikoto never belonged to him, he knew it now. Jiraiya also learned something else about Naruto, that Gaki had one giant rooster. The huge, was just over a foot, 14.5 inches, long and thicker than the average wrist of a kunoichi. To be honest, the super, was worried about the wife of his previous student. Kushina was an extremely strong kunoichi, but would she be able to handle Naruto's monstrous? From what Naruto had told him, it took Mikoto a whole week to learn how to absorb every inch of his body. It was hard to accept the fact that he was 3 times smaller than the child. On the other hand, it was a blessing in disguise. If he could come up with some prophecy to keep Minato away from home, it would lead to a drift between Minato and Kushina. Because of this, the redhead could depend on Naruto as the head of the family. He believed that the boy would be able to seduce his mother from there. The Uzumaki project was a success. XXX to San. Ah, good. You're here, Itachi, Fugaku said in a muffled voice. Where's Sasuke? He left after breakfast, Itachi replied. By the way, have you finished signing our police academy documents? Fugaku clenched his teeth, standing up from the chair. Damn. I completely forgot about that. Let's go, Itachi, let's get the documents processed right now. We need to get your mother's signature. Seeing no reason to disobey his father, Itachi followed him out of the office. Entering the living room, they ran into their matriarch, who was sitting on the couch and involving Naruto Uzumaki in a tongue dance. It was a too familiar sight for the men of the Uchiha family. Ever since Naruto had thumbed his father 5 years ago, Sasuke and Itachi were used to seeing their mother fool around with the blonde, now in clothing. They were unsettled when they first saw the two kissing. Never in their wildest dreams did they imagine that their sweet mother could cheat on their father. And when their father later confronted them, they were shocked to hear him say that from that moment on, everything would be exactly like that. But in the end, at least, their parents did not divorce. Thankfully, they never caught the couple having, as the two used to, bang their boots in the privacy of the master bedroom. When Naruto and Mikoto wanted to, in the kitchen, living room, or other places in their humble abode, the two Uchiha heirs were told to leave. This time was different because his mother was completely, just like her lover. Their lips merged together as they exchanged saliva, kissed passionately. The woman's hands were full of the blonde's thick, throbbing masculinity, while the blonde needed the former kunoichi's gorgeous bubble ass. Itachi groaned in discomfort before looking the other way as his mother suddenly lowered her head into the blonde's lap. The two were so loud in bed, Naruto wasn't that much, but Kami was his mother screamer, that it was hard for him to want to stay in the house when they each other half to death. For some reason, the reason now, when the two were intimate in the open air, he had taken root as if his body refused to move. Itachi stood with stony eyes looking at this huge piece of meat, Mikoto's. 2 fingertips coated the tip of Naruto's before tracing the bottom of it. The fingers of both her hands wrapped around as she gently sprinkled kisses on the large, thick head of the mushroom. Her hot, wet tongue, smoothed the tip before welcoming it to her oral caves, mimicking a suction cup as she tried to pull out some precampat. She moved down his, twitching inch by inch. Her flushed cheeks were swollen, which would have made her charming if it weren't for the huge she was. The Uchiha men finally saw the woman's face as Naruto created makeshift hair scrubber by collecting a few strands of her hair. The blonde's free hand now touched the juicy ass of the silver fox. Her muffled, sounded like heavenly music as she shook her head up and down. Grabbing her index finger and thumb around the base to lean in better, she relentlessly trained her jaw to squeeze it deeper and deeper into her throat. When Mikoto pulled it out of her mouth, there was a pop in the living room. She wasted no time in wrapping both hands around the monstrous rod. She began to pump her passionately, slowly at first, then faster, but every movement demonstrated her experience. The noise level increased when she covered her palms with saliva. To top it all off, Itachi desperately wanted to leave, but he knew it was too late. His Sharingan came to life when he put his hand in his pants, wanting the woman to him like that. How was she able to take all this in her mouth? Fugaku chuckled slightly when he saw his son writhing like a teenage girl. However, the young man's arousal was related because he had a similar reaction when he first caught his wife and her lover going for it. Resolves let his son jerk off in peace, he slowly walked around the couch, his small, stiffening against his pants. He hadn't been able to say for sure before, but now he could clearly see his wife's shrunken rectum squinting and making wet, soft sounds. Naruto didn't hold back anything as he touched her ass, loosening the tiny hole. A nice layer of cream gathered around the woman's and began to stick to her inner thighs. The father of two took a few steps to the left and, the rhythm in which his wife was serving his masters godlessly large. He could still remember the time when she couldn't get half of that beast in her mouth without choking on her mouth. Her chin was now resting on Naruto's heavy bag, her nose buried in his, 14.5 inches of meat buried deep in her mouth. When she pulled a second time, the blonde's length arched angrily, drenched in a foamy layer of saliva, and thick strands of throat lubricant. In the blink of an eye his wife saddled the blonde man and leaned towards his masculinity. "Oh, Itachi and Fugaku-san. I barely saw the two of you there," Naruto grumbled halfway through, sipping on his whimpering godmother. Burying his hand in the slit of her buttocks, he put his finger into her. "What's going on?" Time stopped for Fugaku as his master gradually sank to the bottom inside his wife, clearly touching her square in the cervix. She was shaking in his lap, her slender arms wrapped around his neck. Her hair fluffed up as she buried her face in his shoulder. Speechless, he watched obsessively as she arched her body to adapt to the enormous length of the blow she was being struck. The sight of her swaying from behind in response to the initial warm-up thrusts had always fascinated him. His Sharingan was active now, his breathing interrupted. The blonde man possessively held on to his wife when he began to nail her. Instead of one finger, they were now examining her dirtiest hole. Mikoto's screams were so seductive that he had a painful erection. It became unbearable for him to resist the urge to touch him. "Dear Kami, is on fire from Naruto." "Ka-san," Itachi thought, heat taking hold of his, as sweat trickled down his forehead. "I understand why Tosan was such a die-hard fan. It's morally wrong for me to watch my mother have coitus, but I never thought, could be so hot." He bit his lower lip, examining how much that huge, had stretched his mother's. How the hell did she manage to deal with Naruto? She kept bouncing on the blonde, her long hair fluttering erratically and ripples running down her big fat ass. Suddenly, it rose until a few inches protruded from it. She began to swing her hips, working with whatever was left inside her before falling down again. The sound of her screams reverberated furiously through the eardrums of her eldest son and husband. It has been observed that goosebumps went up her cheeks and then ran down the back of her thighs. She swayed sensually in the blonde's lap before picking up where she left off. Itachi, his eyes were wide open like saucers when his mother confirmed that she was in her own class thanks to her riding experience. He had never seen anything like in his life. Fugaku was in disarray as his wife began to drain his masters. Yes. I want to talk to Mikoto. When are you two finished?" "I'm finished," the Uchiha matriarch screamed, the walls of her, tightened so tightly that her mind began to falter. Even her eyes were watering from the unbearable pressure. She shook in his lap like a sick man with an injury, clutching his golden locks with her hands. Suddenly, the dam collapsed, but even the colossal volume of its discharge could not extinguish the fire in its loins. Her big juicy went up and down as she meowed like a happy kitten. She slowly relaxed before falling on top of her lover with a charming smile dancing on her lips. "Good girl," Naruto cooed, holding the trembling woman in his arms. His monstrous was still buried inside her and was floating in a large amount of liquids that were beginning to seep down the base of his, and head towards his huge balls. "We won't be free for another 3 hours, Fugaku-san." He brought 2 fingers to his lips, and his eyes closed in bliss at the seductive taste of his godmother's. Covering his fingers with his saliva, he shoved them back into her delicious ass. "Today is the day I take away Mikohimes." Fugaku's Sharingan burst into flames as blood rushed directly to his small. Swallowing a lump in his throat, he fell to his knees. It was less than a year ago when he first caught Naruto eating his wife's ass. At first, he was outraged, and for good reason. There was nothing more impure than but that is exactly the taboo made him hot. For 4 long years, he had been looking forward to his wife's, stretching with her lovers. Can I please take a look, Naruto Dano?" the clan leader pleaded with the brown-haired woman. There was no need to ask for this, since the couple always took into account his needs. However, as a devoted cuckold, he wanted the confirmation of his master. A sly grin appeared on the blonde's lips. "Are you having trouble with this Mikohime?" The black-haired goddess purred, her melodious voice mesmerizing the audience. "Of course not, Narukoi. I'll grant your request if you bring me some, from the master bedroom," the wife kidnapper began before wrinkling his face. "It will be a vial of purple color with the inscription. Tastic. Itachi remained silent as his father fled the scene like a thief in the night. He fidgeted awkwardly as his mother's reproductive juices oozed out of her as she jumped off her lovers. The terrifying huge trunk shone proudly from her release, and to his surprise, it was still as hard as steel. It was a different matter when his father was with him. He couldn't describe how uncomfortable he felt right now. "Don't worry, Sochi," Mikoto said, sensing her son's anxiety. "It's a safe place." Nodding timidly, the powerful Anbu gently thanked the woman for not belittling him. It was bad enough that he was looking at his mother. However, it was like opening Pandora's box, and he couldn't muster the strength to leave. It was torn out of his thoughts when his father returned with a bottle of lubricant in his hand. "Wait," Naruto ordered as he saw his beloved's husband presenting him with the bottle. "At first, I will worship Mikohime's ass. Go and get me a couple of pillows." "Of course, Naruto Dano," Fugaku said before pushing his son. "Come on, Itachi, let's hurry up." Mikoto raised an eyebrow as she looked at her lover. "You spend an hour playing with my ass every day, Narukoi," the mother whispered. You can just skip foreplay this time." "Not a single chance," the blonde replied, choosing the wedding style of his beloved. He quickly put her on the carpet and on all fours. "You don't see the big, fat, beautiful ass stretched out gracefully in front of me. You don't see full adorable, on full screen for me. You don't see the beautiful flower petals that guard your, and you don't see the ripe dark pinkish hole that. I'm going to feast on this beautiful day." Bibaka muttered, blushing heavily. "Trust me, you say things like that about my ass. It's really exciting." "It's easy to find what to say when it's all true," the blonde man said, before seeing the 2 men approaching him with pillows in their hands. "Perfect. Put the 2 pillows on top of each other." Father and son did as they were told. However, only Fugaku understood the silent instructions for installing a pillow for your wife's face. Mikoto was leaning on the pillows now. 2 pillows under her belly, allowing her to prop up her ass and stay nice and comfortable. "It's time," Fugaku gasped. "Look carefully, Itachi. It's going to be the hottest thing you've ever seen in your life." Itachi cleared his throat nervously as the blonde man knelt down and began to caress his mother's thick left cheek. Naruto's jaw twisted as he opened it as wide as possible to cover as much flesh as possible with his mouth. His lips closed on his chubby cheek. Now that his vision was blocked, he turned to see clearly how the blonde's tongue was salivating over the shiny skin of his mom's buttocks. The young adult's hands were fanned out to press against his chubby cheeks. Fugaku reveled in the sight of his wife rolling her eyes to the back of her head as Naruto's tongue slid down to her matron thigh. The blonde man nibbled on her flesh gently before kissing her again. He took off his pants and plopped down on his knees, looking at them greedily. He was about to start jerking off when he saw his youngest son enter the living room with a frightened expression on his face. Determined to put an end to the verbal outrage before it became a reality, he instantly appeared in front of his child and covered his mouth with his hand. "Don't you dare say anything, Sasuke," his father hissed. "Naruto-dano won't be happy when I'm interrupted, let alone be furious that you ruin my viewing pleasure. Either leave or stay and watch, but, wait, Itachi," gasped the young Uchiha. "Why are you here? I thought you didn't want San to watch Dobe and Ka-san." Dobe may seem like an insult to some, but in fact it was tenderness. It was just a nickname that Sasuke gave to his best friend. He had nothing against Naruto and his mother. As long as they didn't have public shows, he had no problems with their relationship. His father didn't mind it, so why did he should? "Stupid little brother," whispered the older teenager. "I was wrong to insult the wishes of the Tasan. Just observe, and you'll start looking at things from our point of view." Sasuke was a little annoyed that his brother and father were, to the waist, not to mention that his brother finally realized his father's strange desire to watch Naruto and Mikoto have. Eventually, he leaned against the ground to see Naruto's palms find the full bulge of his mother's derriere spheres. He quickly covered his face with his hands, he was ashamed that he had seen so much of his kind-hearted parent. The sounds of tantric caused him to slowly lower his hands and see Jiraiya's valued disciple biting the soft flesh of his married partner's buttocks. His breathing was heavy as a thick streak of meat appeared in his field of vision. He and his classmates scared him back in the academy when Naruto took off his pants while visiting hot springs. Back then, this thing was huge, but now it's monstrous. From that place, where he stood, the sun's rays coming into the living room from the window reflected off his mom's wide ass. Eager to get a better view, he stepped to the right to see her buttocks spread, exposing an that glistened with leaking juices and saliva. His onyx balls expanded, his heart skipped a beat. Did Dobe just, his mother's? Sasuke didn't have to wait long for his response as Naruto pressed his lips against Mikoto's winking rectum, making press-down motions with his mouth open, effectively massaging the area around her button. Then the blonde man thrust his face between his beloved's thighs, and she began to rock her hips back and forth, breathing heavily and meowing. It was obvious that the Dobe had sprinkled his mother's pink star. Dear Kami. Thanks to his dojutsu, Itachi could see that the ring of his mother's was lifting slightly, retracting into her lover's mouth. At first, her toes twisted as he, and, on her outer edge. Then, her legs began to tremble as she a miniature, broke out. Naruto's tongue now appeared to lather the inner walls of her ass. Her sweet feminine, turned into a growl, and she took the blonde by the back of her head. Perhaps it was her way of guiding his movements, but he soon realized that it wasn't. The blonde didn't increase the pace, but his mother's voice jumped a few decibels. After further, with the Sharingan, he could tell that Naruto's tongue was sliding quite deep in her rectum. The sensations it gave her must have been overwhelming if she was forced to remove her hand from the blonde's head. Indeed, she clenched her hands into fists and buried her face in the pillow. Her was squeezing his tongue, her muffled screams filling everything around. She began to slap her fists on the carpet, repeating the rhythm of wiping the blonde's tongue. The child he had previously nursed was now turning into a reckless beast whose goal was to feast on his mother's ass. What the hell? It's so damn hot. Sasuke roared to himself, fidgeting with a burning erection. Dobe. Damn it. You're really going to eat Ka-san's ass. Fugaku smiled as he looked at his sons, though it may have seemed creepy as he jerked off his, as he did so. Returning his attention for a couple of hours, he could tell that his wife was almost ready to explode, judging by the all-too-familiar look of her spasmodic legs. On top of that, her entire body was red, her hair swaying from side to side as she violently shook her face into the pillow. his master continued to work with his tongue, absorbing the jelly from his wife's canal. Squealed Lady Uchiha, her gushing out as if she was trying to beat her previous record. Under the pressure of her release, stars appeared in her field of vision. She quickly bit into the pillow as her world collapsed on her. The strength in her legs left her as her knees buckled and she collapsed onto the very carpet she had just wet. Her, caused by, was so powerful that she immediately lost consciousness. The three Uchiha men looked at the trickles of, that they released on the floor. Fugaku has always been fascinated by the sight of his wife receiving pleasures. However, for Itachi and Sasuke, this first voyeur experience was like a drug, and they quickly became addicted. No wonder their father was on the hook for so long. Fugaku-san, Naruto announced. Now you can give me this. His eyes widened slightly before his lips curled into a smile. Hey, team. I didn't know you were here either. It's probably because you've been busy elsewhere, Dobe, the youngest Uchiha joked, not wanting to mention that he had just, on the carpet. I hope you don't mind if I stay here. Not at all, the man with the huge said before picking up his best friend's mother and returning her to the couch where they had been making love before. Sitting her on his lap, he ruffled her hair, motioning for the woman's husband to give him lubricant. Mikoto woke up gasping for breath and tried to catch her breath. Focusing her fluttering eyes, she saw that she was lying on her lover's lap and that his monstrous, was proudly sticking out to the ceiling. She gently pressed her cheek against the base of his, kissing him, cherishing him. For a long time, she had feared for the safety of her, because this thing would definitely tear her apart and could damage her internal organs. A few years had passed, but now she was finally ready to lose her. She cooed sweetly as the blonde leaned over and pecked at the top of her head. In response, she bent down and showered his face with kisses. The intimate display brought a smile to Fugaku's face. As a cuckold husband, he was pleased to have a master who cared so deeply for his wife. Judging by the reaction of his children, he could tell that they also agreed that the two were the perfect couple. He was torn out of his thoughts when he saw his master holding out his hand, waiting for him to pour a lung oil. As his hand became nice and wet, Naruto ran it over his godmother's, before pinching her erect with 2 fingers. He pulled on her, receiving a full-body jerk from her, as her lower area was painfully sore from her recent. She began to throw her legs in the air as he relentlessly teased the bump, refusing to stop even as she began to beg for mercy. The Uchiha men held their breath, intoxicated by the sight of the blonde. Their matriarch. Now the man was circling along the outer edge of his godmother's. Then he put his finger inside her. The immense warmth of its walls engulfed his finger, the tension around him relieved. She, dreamily as he trained her, muscles. Rimming did a decent job of warming up this cute little, and the stimulation helped too. Soon he put a second finger into her, relaxing her even more, and began to push them in and out with a thick lubricant lubricating her rear door. Then he turned her over, placing her on his lap in a standard whipping position. However, he didn't make her spank like that, it was for a completely different purpose. She stretched her legs before bringing her hands to her ass, opening it up for her son's best friend. Taking the lubricant from his lover's husband, he matched the bottle head with the cute little Mikoto. He opened her rosebud with 2 fingers. Tilting the bottle slightly, he let the oil flow directly into his mother's dirty hole. Wow, amazing! Muttered Fugaku as Naruto filled his wife's ass with oil. It's so hot. Why yes. Agreed Itachi, stroking his air. Was all Sasuke could, as he touched his. Soon, the oil spilled out and began to ooze out of Mikoto's sphincter. Naruto smoothly turned the woman over again, this time so that she lay on his lap first. He quickly lifted her legs, shoving his thumb up her ass to prevent her from lubricant leakage. Lowering his head, he began to kiss the way through the valley of her gorgeous, stopping from time to time to kiss a patch of skin, first below her cleavage and then even further down her belly. She giggled melodically as he rolled her, on the motorboat. Sasuke and Itachi were both fascinated when the muscular man who made the cuckold for their father, on their mothers, as they had done in infancy. When Naruto finally stopped chewing on his best friend's mother's protruding, there was a bang in the Living room. Smirking at her and receiving her seductive smile in return, he reached out and handed Fugaku a bottle of oil. The man quickly rose to his feet and impatiently held the bottle in his hands. When the blonde man reached out his hand again, he poured lubricant over it. As soon as this was done, Naruto began to lather his, making it nice and wet for the tiny hole that he was soon going to claim as his forever. Fugaku pushed his youngest son, taking him out from a stunned state. Their matriarch was once again sitting on Naruto's lap in a cowgirl position and was seconds away from losing his cherry. The treasures located between Mikoto's buttocks were revealed when the blonde spread her buttocks. Little by little, the woman's cute little wrinkled as it met the furious head of the. All three Uchiha men held their breath as they waited for this amazing sight. The purpose of life is to make the beating of your heart match the rhythm of the universe, so that nature matches nature. Sasuke's heart, on the other hand, beat faster than a flying bullet. After all, this was the first time he had witnessed a man trying to break through a woman's ass. He shrank as the wrinkled folds parted like a red sea. Judging by her intermittent whimper, his mother was in a lot of pain and it was difficult to drown her out. Turning his head, he saw his brother biting his lips, but his father was openly drooling. By the time he turned his attention back to the couple, the blonde's massive had already sunk into his lover's hot sphincter. You deprived me, Narukoi. You've deprived my SS. Naruto grabbed the widest chunk of his godmother's thighs, resisting the urge to, into her very small hole. She wasn't lying when she said he was breaking her because he was pretty damn good at cutting her in two. Again, the search for the cavity was not intended for something of this length and girth. However, he would be damned if he didn't explore every hole. His best friend's mother. Her walls gradually weakened as she relaxed, resting her head on his shoulder. Exhaling deeply, he pushed her another 2 inches, making her squirt as much as 50 milliliters of juice. Itachi summoned a shadow clone that held a wide mirror in the back of the couch to make him, his father, and his younger brother could see their mother's face as they were filled with Naruto's. Mikoto's mouth opened wider and wider with every inch moving up her rectum. Her eyes were closed, tears streaming down her face, and her eyebrows wrinkled with pain and pleasure. Long, sweaty black strands clung to her cheeks. A blue hue began to surround her, as her chakra began to flare up randomly. Blood red was the color of her eyes when she finally opened them when her Sharingan was activated by the force. Slowly, Mikoto pleaded, her ass began to yawn from overstretching. Please take your time. Damn, I finally have it, Naruto cooed, his azure blue orbs glistening with lust. I finally got your ass, Mikoheim. Argh. The black-haired gasped, only for a drop of sage to fly out of her mouth as she was probed with an extra 2 inches of hard. I don't think you can fit in, Narukoi. You too blockhead. His wife used to be but she surrendered to a man whom she cheats on him. The last time he had seen her in such intense pain was 18 years ago, when she gave birth to Sasuke. Though he could understand why she was struggling so hard, seeing her tiny button drilled with 14.5 inches of hard steel. Of course, the sight of her fuss disturbed the husband in him, but Fugaku did not have nausea in his stomach, because unimaginable lust flowed through his veins. Sweat trickled down his forehead as his wife's opened up to his master's giant tool. Tomo of his Sharingan spun uncontrollably. He was foaming at the mouth. Even his was drooling. He fell to his knees, breathing heavily. When he weakly tried to get to his feet, Uchiha men show self-centeredness to outsiders so that they don't find out that we are genetically programmed to be, Fugaku announced, deciding that now was the time to reveal his clan's darkest secret to their children. Don't be discouraged if you're unlucky with women, Sasuke. It's just how we are. Fortunately, we can still have fun watching our loved ones with dominant men. Even though this news shocked him to the core, Sasuke understood why it gives him such great pleasure to see his mother having, with his best friend. Now everything made sense. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he began to jerk off to his heart's content. Do it, Dobe. Fugaku smirked approvingly before looking at his eldest son, who was also furiously stroking his. Itachi did not show it verbally, but his actions spoke louder than words. The sight of his mother getting in the ass was like a dream come true for him. Of course, it was not easy for him to bear the sight of her suffering from such pain, but he could not deny the fact that he fantasized about, with a woman. To get her on all fours, to make her spread her delicious cheeks and then make her take him in the ass. However, he never had the courage to do something like that. Now he realized that it was because of the Uchiha's male genes. The worst was not over for Mikoto. She had to endure another 10 minutes of painful stretches, 10 agonizing minutes. Gradually, the blonde fed the woman with his godlessly large. Seeing this huge, thick tower of meat playing hide and seek with one of the most magnificent donkeys ever created was like heaven on earth. The father and his two sons quickly exchanged glances and saw that they were all jerking off as they saw their matriarch getting in the ass. Mikoto then began to rub her thighs, begging her lover to push deeper. For the next 5 minutes, Naruto was buried all the way through, the balls deep inside his mother's now fully stretched rectum. Fugaku saw his wife's chubby cheeks kiss her lover's hot, as the blonde man wrapped his arms around her graceful waist. It was clear that his wife's muscles had finally relaxed. Now she and his master were writhing in a slow, steady rhythm, as if they were shaking hands rectally. Their foreheads were pressed together, their hands were clenched together, their eyes were met. The spectacle was more romantic than a candlelit dinner. Soon, the thrusts came with a vengeance as Naruto began to kick his wife's ass. The sound of their bodies pounding filled the living room of the Uchiha complex, and a filthy musky smell filled their nostrils. "Deeply, so damn deep," exclaimed Mikoto, clinging to her lover's hair. Her tightened as she continued to bounce on it in a frenzy, her thighs taking on a darker and darker red hue every time she landed on his lap. Each thrust caused her to thrash, her hair tossing from side to side like a mad. Amazingly, she found herself loving every second he tunneled into the depths of her gorgeous bubbling asses. She was no longer on earth, now she was floating in a pleasant abyss. Was awesome amazing. None of the three Uchiha men realized how much time had passed before the living room began to get dark. Fugaku quickly turned on all the spotlights before returning to his previous seat. The couple has been, for more than 4 hours. Sasuke and Itachi are speechless at how long Naruto can last in bed. Naruto's true mastery was not in battle, it was in, hot, intense. None of them could count the number of. Mikoto had before her son's best friend drilled her. The entire main floor of the complex was soaked in, but no one in the room cared. Suddenly, Naruto underwent a demonic transformation. The lunges have become unforgiving, unsuitable for a couple in love, but perfect for a couple of, looking for a hot. His hands clenched and parted his godmother's buttocks before he began, all the, out of her. Mikoto's tears returned, straining her beautiful face as she cried out to the heavens. Her shoulders and chest began to burn as a result of the supersonic movement of her heaving. Drops of saliva escaped from her mouth as she lost consciousness. She dug her nails into his shoulders, her cells crumbled, and her eyes lost all life. Itachi and Sasuke both resisted the urge to separate them. It was like the blonde man was trying to kill his angel mother with his Herculean. Making a final lunge, Naruto roared as he released it. A giant jet of burst out of his urethra and pierced her unprepared intestines. Mikoto's jaw dropped to the level of an anime, and she began to thrash, but her son's best friend wouldn't let her jump off his. Her eyes rolled back to the back of her head as he filled her ass to the brim with his potent seed. The intense heat and the intensity of his volcanic heat filling her cavity were unbearable. Her grip on his neck loosened, and she fell forward, losing consciousness. Itachi's knees buckled as his shadow clone dissipated, shattering the mirror he was holding behind the couch. He had just had his biggest, to date, and it was all thanks to his mother's brutal beatings by a mustachioed blonde. Sasuke knelt on the floor, breathing heavily to recover from his. Taking a quick glance at his father, he saw that this man had also been, not that he could blame them. It was an incredibly heated performance. Figure out paradise, a tailgate breakthrough. Jiraiya's familiar voice broke out of the shadows as the old fart appeared with an incredible number of dark spots on his. Everything that has happened so far has been filmed. Thank you for letting us see the two of you. You've given me all the stuff I need to publish my next masterpiece. Naruto choked a little as he exited his lover, allowing the group to see his begin oozing from Mikoto's gaping. The small folds remained spread apart for some time before they finally closed. In his opinion, there is nothing more satisfying than ending everything with a nice and sweet. Not at all, sensei, the blonde man said. Don't forget to send us an early copy. Hello, Dobe. Do you and Ka-san like that every day? Sasuke voiced, unable to contain himself. Of course, he knew that the couple had regularly for the past 5 years. Heck, he'd heard them do it more times than he could count. He just didn't think that such a level of hardcore existed. Even Kami-sama couldn't wipe off Naruto's devilish grin. It's not even close to how rude Miko-chan and I are on the weekends. Are you serious? Asked Sasuke, swallowing a lump in his throat. He slowly turned to his father, who was nodding in response to what he had said. His lips pursed as he looked at his best friend. Damn it. No wonder why Toussaint refuses to come between you and Ka-san. But thank you for letting me look. It was pretty damn hot. Itachi cleared his throat, deciding to say his word. I would also like to thank you. It was by far the most intense I've ever seen. I've always wanted to have, with a woman, but just by watching you and Ka-san, I could satiate my fantasies. You always feel my immense gratitude, Naruto Dano, Fugaku added, bowing his head obediently. Don't mention it, Naruto brushed off the trio as his lover woke up with a thunderous sigh. Oh, honey. Mikoto wakes up, softly, the former kunoichi threw a blanket over her and her lover. This will be the last time you'll be allowed to see us having. With this, I repaid my debt to Jiraiya-san for helping Narukoi seduce me and make me the happiest woman on the planet, the woman began. Calmly, coolly and collected. The time has come for Narukoi and I have to live my life alone. Please respect our wishes and do not come again looking for a free show. We will discuss this in detail tomorrow morning, Fugaku. Itachi, Sasuke, I let you both look at us today to show you exactly how Narukoi was able to seduce me and make your father cuckold. Now, please leave us. Fugaku's eyes filled with tears, but he nodded nonetheless. Over the past 5 years, he has made almost all of his cuckold fantasies come true. It was incredibly satisfying to watch his wife being coached by his master every night. She had never stopped him before, so he couldn't find the strength to refuse her request. Lifting their pants, he and his 2 sons left the area to give his wife and her lover some privacy. Jiraiya gave them thumbs up and disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Naruto chuckled, aligning with his godmother's. Mikoto squeaked like a little girl as she covered her ass with her hands, preventing her lover from raping her again. Narukoi. Could you give me some rest? Whispered his mother shyly. It still hurts me a lot there. Even with all this careful planning, you almost cracked me with your. Unfortunately for Fugaku's wife, Naruto was not on the same page. Removing her hands, he turned her over so that she was lying on her chest. I've been waiting 5 years to get your ass, Mikoto. He spread her buttocks, exposing the cute hole he had just breached. But I promise I'll be gentle. If it hurts too much, I'll pull it out and shove it in your instead. Biting her lips, the blushing woman nodded into the sofa. Oh good. She pulled out her bubble ass, using her hands to spread her cheeks so that her lover had free access to her. Mikoto Uchiha was, in every room of the complex. XXX Naruto sighed happily as he walked through the streets of Konoha. Everyone who waved at him received warm smiles, earning here and there a few blushes from their fans. He had just left the Uchiha residence after 7 hours with his godmother. His stirred at the memory of how much pleasure he felt from taking her. Cherry. It took him a few years, but he finally demanded that sweet, sweet Uchiha ass. Since she was resting for now, he left the clone in his place to cuddle with her in the master bedroom. The reason he was leaving was so that he could quickly go to his home. It was almost 8 p.m., and every day at 8:15 p.m., his mother took a shower. He watched her bathe for the last 2 years in a row, and he wasn't going to stop there. Closing the door behind him, he stealthily went upstairs and saw that the bathroom door was open. A few minutes later, his mother walked into the bathroom with a towel in her hand. She had no idea that she was being watched. Jiraiya's invisibility cloak saved his ass several times. However, it was useless compared to a master censor like Kushina Uzumaki. Fortunately for Naruto, he improved the technique by masking his presence and scent so that no one, not even his mother, could smell him. His lips, he watched her undress. The robe slowly slid off, sliding off her shoulders and sliding down her body until it spun across the tiled floor. The straps of her bathrobe brushed against her hips, causing her loose cheeks to tremble as she hung up her bathrobe when she finished showering. Naruto stealthily walked over and stared intently at his mom's beautiful, huge, which were covered by beautiful, cute pink. He slowly reached for his belt as she climbed under the shower head and adjusted the water pressure. Her lithe curves began to glow with the starlight of the rivulets running down the sides of her, and between the round cheeks of her soft ass. The carpet matched the drapery. The bag of her was occupied by a neat strand of red hair, and he worried every time she cut his hair in front of him. Of course, she didn't know that he was spying on her, but she didn't need to know about it, at least not now. Her soapy hands were tangled in her long, thick red locks. Her eyes were closed so that the foam would not. The steam began to fog up the bathroom mirror as the water became hotter. Pouring a generous handful of soap into her palm, Kushina began to generously smear it on her massive. She, teasing her ripe, with her index finger and thumb. Her bumps were filled with lust more than the environment. Sparks pierced her chest at random, the warmth that had crept in her loins now turned into hell raging in her torso. Her inner thighs became wet as her breathing became difficult. She thought that big, juicy would attract her husband's undivided attention. Unfortunately, he hardly recognized her girls. It was wrong to blame him for that. So he doesn't really like. Should she really? Was it to keep it over him forever? Absolutely not. That didn't stop her from fantasizing about his tongue sliding over her, before he covered her entire areola with his mouth. Unfortunately, her mind always shattered such fantasies because her subconscious knew who the biggest fan of her was her son. Naruto was a very hungry child and often overdosed on her milk. Determined to disrupt the flow of uncomfortable thoughts here, she spun around, causing ripples to run through her big, juicy ass before a hail of hot water droplets began to bounce off her thick flesh. Resting her hands on her hips, she spread her buttocks, completely exposing her unexplored, and almost. She had no idea that her son was greedily drinking at this spectacle. Escaped her mouth as hot water began to flow through the slit of her ass, welcoming the entrances to both of her holes. Turning around for the second time, hot raindrops fell on her face. She sacrificed her own needs to play a housewife when her husband became Hokage. He was always locked up in his office 24 hours a day. Sometimes it seemed to her that he didn't even care about her. But if she is asked to do it again, she will do it in the blink of an eye. Forgiving Minato for being so absent from her life was easy because she had a cute little boy to babysit. To her shock and amazement, her blonde baby quickly turned into a man, the man she depended on. Not that she could ask him to, her. However, the thought of his act strangely excited her. She saw him. Not on purpose, mind you. It had started 2 weeks ago when she had caught him changing his clothes. His solid body was enough to make her heart pound wildly. Not having, for so many years would do the same thing to any woman who has just seen a slim, fit adult man. However, the sight of her son's lower half made her completely slide off her. This is a magnificent. The weapon he kept imprisoned in his trousers fascinated her. Her husband was so much smaller than her son that comparing them was like comparing pebbles to a mountain. They were in completely different leagues. Minato may have been the Hokage. But Naruto was the one who had the Hokage tower. Even in girth, her son was about 3 times as thick as Minato. That night she, for the first time at the thought of being, by her son. Since then, she had dreamed of wet dreams about him, and the thought of being cracked by a of that size made her dizzy. What would it be like to feel imbued with it? Would it hurt as much as she thought? Or will her be able to expand so much. Minato was easily able to pass through the pink folds of his. However, Naruto couldn't have done the same if he hadn't made her go through excruciating pain. Even when Minato was deep in her balls, it's not, for her. Her husband's name was Yellow Flash, and it was for a reason. He finished as fast as he could teleport. To be honest, she got more pleasure from going through herself. But if her son dipped her in the balls, she would have to have surgery to strengthen her, because she was sure he would hit her right in the uterus. Such deep. It sounded so amazing to her. Today began like any other day when her husband was not in their bed. She had grown accustomed to his absence, and unfortunately it didn't bother her anymore. When she went down to the kitchen, she saw her son preparing breakfast and admired the man who cooked for her for a few minutes. She still couldn't look him in the eye without blushing. The mental image of his terrifyingly huge was still fresh in her mind. Placing her hand on her, she gently tugged at the lips of her. "Oh, Sochi-kun." Naruto's eyes widened, but not because his mother was playing with herself. She regularly, every night in the shower, so he never missed an opportunity to peep at her. The reason the shock practically littered his face was because she mentioned his name while snapping the bob. 2 weeks ago, he decided to let her see him, for the first time. By doing so, she will definitely see what she has been missing all this time. The best thing was that he could act it out as she accidentally walked into it while changing her clothes. This reaction of hers far surpassed what he had imagined in his head. He hadn't expected that she would actually only fantasize about him during this one-time viewing. It was not that he did not understand why she was in such a contradiction. Wrapping both hands around his giant, he began to stroke himself to match the rhythm in which his mother caressed herself. "Oh, I don't care about that anymore," Kushina whimpered, sticking a second finger into her. "Me with your monster, Sochi-kun. Me. Your Ka-chan like she's never been, before. Destroy me for your father. Destroy me." She shuddered in the shower. "I'm cool." Naruto exclaimed in his mind, rope after rope swept through his urethra onto the tiled floor. Thick, rich cream flowed smoothly with hot water and flowed down the sewer. His 14.5-inch critter pulsed with thirst energy, but he knew it wasn't time to claim his prize yet. "Dear Kami," muttered the mother, hastily cleaning her. "It was the biggest I've ever had, but now it's getting really bad. It's so wrong." Tears rolled down her cheeks. "It's all your fault, Minato. You for not showing up at home so often. Because of you, I fantasized about our son, all the, out of me, Databane. I just want to be loved," the vulnerable wife snorted. "I just want to feel like a woman again." The plan was to seduce his mother day after day, while it won't be a month before you finally make your move against her. However, after hearing it spill out, its darkest secret made him give up caution. By the time he was done with her, she didn't hesitate to have, with him, even if his father was watching them. Kushina was his, as was Mikoto. Naruto didn't care if he was selfish. Previously, he was worried that he would make a cuckold Hokage and turn him into a one. No, it was not the idea of getting into trouble that made him hesitate. He was just afraid of hurting his father. There was no hatred for Minato in Naruto's heart. But if he had to choose between his parents, his mother would beat him every time. There was no easy way to inform the husband that his wife now belonged to a higher-ranking man. However, he intended to make Yellow Flash understand this by any means necessary. "You're mine, Ka-chan," Naruto thought as he left the bathroom. "Starting tomorrow morning, I will show you the pleasure that you missed. Remember my words, you will completely forget about Tosan when I finish with you." The blonde lover mother was so close to her dream that he could try it, and, hopefully, taste it. "Wow, look at this spread," exclaimed Mikoto, noticing the huge number of dishes on her dining table. She woke up hours ago, had hot morning, with Naruto, and then went downstairs hand in hand with him, eager to eat the breakfast he was going to make for her this morning. The couple didn't expect to enter the dining room and see Jiraiya setting a huge table with fully loaded plates of delicious-looking food. Consider it a thank you for providing me with all these materials yesterday, the long-haired old man said. The scenes in this upcoming Make-Out Paradise novel will be so graphic that every pure-blooded male who reads them will pass out from blood loss. I can already imagine Kakashi failing the mission because he was pitching a tent and a client was concerned about it. Fugaku's wife and her lover couldn't help but laugh at presenting such a scenario because he was so plausible. It was common for Hitaki to lose herself by reading the Sword Out in Paradise novels. Just a few years ago, he unknowingly rammed a civilian from behind because his nose was buried in a new book. The comical situation was made by the fact that the civilian was an elderly man who found the invasion flattering. Despite similar episodes, the man was very proud of his role as Jiraiya's biggest fan. I'd also like to add that I'm also considering writing a guide that talks about the struggles women go through when they first get their ass hooked. It's all thanks to the two of you. Well, it's all because Narukoi, me yesterday, the mother replied timidly, rubbing her sore ass. I was still numb to all the positions he was taking me into. Even medical ninjutsu couldn't help cure my pain. What can I say? I was finally able to indulge in one of my greatest fantasies, so of course I was going to, you in the ass in every way possible, Mikoheim, the blond man said, and a cheeky grin appeared on his lips. Leaning forward, he casually kissed his godmother's flushed face. A river of blood flowed through the perversely giggling Sannin. In all his years of writing, traveling the world, and researching, what he saw yesterday surpassed everything he knew about. The Mikoto had a remarkable fight, desperately trying to fend off his Herculean invasion, but ultimately accepted his fate and was stretched to his limits. So taboo, so hot, he thanked his lucky stars for giving him a front-row seat on the live broadcast. He smiled gently at the muscular blonde, reminding him once again why he had agreed to help the young man in his quest to seduce his mother all those years ago. If he were a normal sensei, he would reward Minato with a new jutsu for being promoted to Chunin. However, his reward idea was to send his student to a prostitute. He expected that the woman would give him positive feedback when he visited her later. Unfortunately, she told him that Minato was the worst she had ever had, and that she would kill the blonde if she saw him again. Hearing this was like a blow to the heart. How could he accept praise for training the Yellow Flash when that nickname should have gone to Minato for how quickly he was able to crack a nut? On the other hand, Naruto was the opposite of his father. Jiraiya realized this when the blonde approached him and explained that he was ready to move mountains to achieve his dream. The determination in those azure blue eyes made him step back in fear. At that moment, he realized that this mustached kid was the child of prophecy. The student had long since surpassed the master. Well, I'm off, Jiraiya announced, attracting the couple's attention. I need to meet with a few publishers and iron out some details for this new book Make-Out Paradise. I'll come back later. 5 seconds after the man disappeared into the maelstrom of leaves, Naruto could be seen tugging at the waistband of his best friend's mother's tight leather pants. He pulled them a little so that her big fat ass popped out. A slight ripple ran down his chubby cheeks as he shook them with his hands. His lips, he unbuttoned his pants, and his tower of meat rushed forward, dizzy at the prospect of enveloping some women's walls. You're insatiable, who, scolded the black-haired. Can I remind you that we had 4 rounds of, this morning? We even went quick in the shower just 20 minutes ago. I want to have breakfast with my girlfriend on my lap and with me inside. Shaking her head charmingly as she said, what am I going to do with you? Fugaku's wife stood between her buddy's legs. She swayed her hips from side to side before push her ass out while waiting for him to align with her. Instead, he placed his hands on her side and used the power of his upper body to lift her into the air, causing her to squeak in surprise. She soon found herself leaning over a chair as he spread her legs, spreading her buttocks. She shivered as he opened the folds of her rosebud with 2 fingers. After collecting as much saliva as he could, Naruto opened his mouth and let his saliva seep through his parted lips. Thick natural lubricant oozed down and landed perfectly at the entrance to his godmother's, before disappearing inside the dark pinkish hole. Saliva flowed again, and again, and again, until he was sure that his lover's ass was beautiful and lubricated. Sasuke's mother bit her lower lip as she debated whether or not she should squeeze her but as hard as possible to avoid being, again, So immersed in her thoughts, she didn't realize that her lover was sticking his thick into the bridge between her ass. She whimpered as he began to roll his length back and forth. Her eardrums picked up another unattractive gurgling sound, but since it wasn't touching her flesh, she realized that he had spat on his to lubricate it. She prepared herself, knowing what was about to happen, but even her preparation didn't help when her lover began to tear her cavity. Her eyes filled with tears, her whole body trembled, her knees began to give way. She covered her mouth with her hands, screaming in her palms as the blonde rectally fed her his unholy big. Her insides quivered and quivered before squeezing him like a vice. In a matter of minutes, her clenched buttocks slapped against his thighs as he was buried up to his hands, reaching the bottom inside her. Her teeth chattered, and she let out a guttural cry. She leaned back against him as he wrapped his arms around her belly, which she felt he was trying to thrust. Oh. Oh oh, oh oh. Sasuke's mother muttered. You still as tight as he was yesterday, Mikoto, Naruto whispered gently, his masculinity devouring the delicious jelly from his lover's canal. I can't wait to take that ass doggy style tonight. Stroking her curvaceous figure with his fingers, he pulled her with him, lowering himself. As he sat back down in his chair, she landed on him and her delicious brush swelled up his thighs. Spreading his legs slightly, he yanked her sides to give her cute little, a stretch for life. She threw back her head and whimpered like an exhausted prostitute. Even though he had carefully trained her ass in various positions last night, her sphincter walls were still clinging to him like an overprotective friend. Kitten Meow filled the dining room as her son's best friend ran both hands behind her, through her clothes. Her, hardened as his calloused fingers approached, worried for his tantric touch. She moved childish thighs, her walls tightened around his length in. Sweet feminine cream began to gather at the entrance to her, and slowly oozed over her skin, lubricating her. The wind blew out of her lungs as he took her erect with 2 fingers and squeezed it. His thumb quickly replaced his fingers, which he smoothly shoved into her tight little. Her onyx balls darkened with lust, her cells crumbled. Swaying his hips, the mustachioed shinobi began to tap on his godmothers, while pressing on her with his thumb and thrusting his fingers in her jerk. Turning his head, he began to caress the creamy skin of her neck, aiming at one of her most prominent erogenous zones. She quickly tilted her head, lifted his chin, and pressed her lips to his. Powerful vibrations passed through his throat as she hauled pleasantly into his mouth. The cramps in her legs intensified several levels before she was forced to tear herself away from his lips to let out a deafening scream. Sweet cream gushed from the depths of her, soaking his fingers and their lower half, while the rest squirted out. Deciding not to take his, out of her ass, he pulled his shiny fingers away from her feminine warmth. Naruto happily as his fingers. As always, she had brewed delicious juices for him, and he would be a fool to waste them. Why you, so naughty, making me, so hard? Gasped Mikoto, her eyes fluttering and her jaw dropping. Her massive bounced up and down as she took long, deep breaths. His lips curled into a sly grin as he shook his hips, the deepest corners of his lover's. She let out an incoherent squeal as she squeezed her, almost breaking his in half due to how tightly her walls were squeezed. He chuckled as she recovered from the sudden jolt and gave him a look that he found delightful. Picking it up chin, he pulled her to himself for a kiss, which she happily reciprocated. For the next 10 minutes, they enjoyed a cozy silence. Now they were ready to get dressed. They quickly straightened up, feeling someone coming down. Mikoto adjusted her disheveled hair and wiped her sweaty face with a few napkins. Naruto did nothing, as the session had been too short for him to sweat. Hi, Dobe, Ka-san, said Sasuke, entering the dining room, unaware of what had just happened between his mother and his best friend. He couldn't see their lower halves because the tablecloth was so long it touched the floor. The smell of food neutralized the musky scent of their recent lovemaking. Good morning to both of you. What's for breakfast? The table in the Uchiha dining hall resembled most tables, rectangular in shape. However, on one side it had a V-shaped cut, and only the head of the clan was supposed to sit at this end of the table. Naruto was sitting here, and here he Saturday every day for the past 5 years. Having made a doll of the head of the family, he claimed ownership of the territory and also became the unofficial head of the clan. Fugaku did not dare to question the blonde when he first approached this chair, because it was his rightful place. "Good morning, team," Naruto replied affectionately. "Good morning, Sochi. All this food was generously given to us by Jiraiya-san," the woman responded in a sweet, sparkling maternal voice. "Please, have a seat and help yourself." "I hope you don't mind if I do, Ka-san," the teenager replied before smirking at his brother and father, who had just announced their presence. "I'm calling it Onigiri." "Wonderful, everything is going well for me," Itachi declared, flopping into an empty chair. "Good morning, Ka-san, Naruto." Naruto nodded, this time silently returning the greeting. "Good morning, Sochi," chirped Lady Uchiha. "I am so glad to see you both in such a joyful mood." Fugaku smirked, chewing on an almond. "This because they have been enlightened to the truth and now understand what I have been trying to tell them all these years." Both teenage Uchiha blushed like beets, which made Fugaku, his wife, and his master laugh. They had spent the better half of the previous night, in memory of marital infidelity. This was what their father had secretly revealed to them last night. By watching their mother and her lover have, their male Uchiha genes are fully awakened, allowing them to see how much pleasure they can have watching their loved one with an excellent man. That was what Sasuke had been thinking about the night before. He was wondering if he should accept a marriage proposal and get engaged to watch her, another man. Saliva gathered in the corner of his mouth as he drooled from dreams of his fiancée. Itachi had a girlfriend, her name was Izumi Uchiha, but, with her did nothing for him. It wasn't that she was a bad woman or that she did not react in bed. The problem had always been with him, and that was confirmed yesterday when his father revealed their clan's darkest secret. The thought of letting her spend the night with someone else really excited him. However, he wasn't sure if he would actually be able to survive it. "I will say that the show you put on for us was just exciting," the senior Uchiha continued. "I can't even express the adrenaline I felt when you took Naruto Dano's ass, Mikoto." "It was a dream come true for me," Naruto said, his twitching in his godmother's. "I'm so lucky to have such a generous lover." Mikoto blushed as she worked a huge length with her haney. "You're such a jerk, Narukoi," whispered the blushing woman. "Giving you my ass was the least I could do for everything you've done for me in the last 5 years. I said this time over and over again, you and I are related soul. How can I refuse you?" Even though he was a devoted cuckold, Fugaku felt a little jealous that his wife looked at her lover with such adoration. He knew that she would never look at him like that because he had such a tiny. He had long realized that he was not a man enough to deal with a goddess like her. In the end, everything was fine because he got more thrills watching these two have, than he did himself. "Speaking of me having, with Narukoi, we have to talk about boundaries," Fugaku, Mikoto continued seriously, her attention now focused on her husband. "I have never prevented you from looking at us, but we must stop there. 5 years of free live shows is long enough, don't you think?" "You're absolutely right, Mikoto," said the Uchiha clan head. "You have never once refused my request to see how the two of you will commit adultery. You've even let me videotape some of your sessions that I'll watch from here from the comfort of my bedroom. Don't worry about it. I'm making a fuss about it again. I give my word that I will respect your privacy and that of Naruto Dano." Both Itachi and his younger brother felt bad about this man, but they knew it was for a long time. Their mother could have cut him off years ago if she really wanted to. On the other hand, they were incredibly excited to hear about their father had. They planned to ask him if they could allow them to make copies of the films. Sasuke even came up with a plan to ask his sensei to give him a day off so he could jerk off all day watching all the videos of his mother, his best friend. Mikoto smiled radiantly at her husband. "Thank you, Fugaku," the kunoichi replied. "And who knows? Narukoi and I could decide to record some of our future adventures with. If this happens, we will be happy to give you a copy of the footage." "Really?" asked the man with wide open, hopeful eyes. His heart was pounding desperately as he received a nod from his wife and her lover. "Thank you both very much. Snow Country has recently started exporting its trademarks of high-definition cameras, which are used to make films about Princess Gale, Itachi thought with a hungry look. I have to give Kaa-san one of these cameras so that the tape is of the highest possible quality. Sasuke stared at the couple with big puppy eyes, hoping that they would hurry up and shoot this video. If it was something like what he saw yesterday, he wasn't going to leave his room for days. No problem, Fugaku-san, Naruto said calmly, but with a hidden severity in his voice as he furrowed his brows. Just remember to stay true to your promise. All I want is to show my power over you, but I will do it without hesitation if the opportunity arises. Cold sweat appeared on Fugaku's forehead, and a chill ran down his spine. Naruto was kind and just, but he did not tolerate disobedience. The father of 2 children could never forget the tortures he endured for disobeying his master's orders. His Uchiha male genes began to act, prompting him to rise from his chair, which he did. He humbly threw himself face down on the ground. I will never go back on my word, Naruto-sama, declared the head of the Uchiha clan, altering his reverence toward the person his wife had been unfaithful with. It's creepy how much I want to join Tosan and also bow to Dobe at his feet, thought Sasuke with his older brother, unconsciously sharing his thoughts. These Uchiha male genes were no joke. My husband has learned from the past, Koi, whispered the black-haired Kunoichi. Let's get back to our breakfast. We have a whole day ahead of us. You right, Mikoheim, Naruto said as he hugged his godmother. Get up, Fugaku-san. I see that you are telling the truth. Please take your seat so we can all have breakfast. Fugaku thanked the blond man and sat down on the chair again. The quintet silently began to eat the delicious food, sharing with the others the dish that was best for them. The warmth filled the dining room while they ate to their heart's content. Neither the brown-haired nor his sons knew that Naruto had been deep inside Mikoto's ass all along. XXX, I can't believe Dobe has advanced his plans for today. I still think he's getting enough from Kaa-san. Speak, stupid little brother. This is our mother you are talking about here, Itachi scolded as the 2 of them sparred lightly on their unit's training ground. You know that Naruto loves Kaa-san and is willing to do anything for her. However, he also loves Kushina Oba-san and has planned to put her to bed since he was a child. Don't make stupid arguments, Sasuke. If Kaa-san was able to agree to share your heart, why are you fussing so much? Sasuke bit his lower lip. I just don't want her to get hurt. Get that thought out of your mind, because Naruto Dana would never harm Mikoto, Fugaku assured, adjusting the training weights on his legs. Your mother means the world to him. I think. We've all seen how much he has cared for her over the 5 years they were together. He promised us that he would never favor Kushina-san over Mikoto. Never forget that. Naruto Dano always keeps his promises. Sasuke used this time to process what he had been told. He knew everything his father said was true, but he just needed to be reassured one last time. Alright, I won't bring up this topic again, the youngest Uchiha said seriously. I still think what we are going to do will have unpleasant consequences for us. Dobe wants to steal his mother from his father, who is a damn Hokage. The 3 Uchiha were outside in the training area because Naruto was Mikoto inside the complex. When he accidentally dropped his pouch, Itachi took a dip to pull it out from under the table, only to see Naruto's inside his mother. Even if the pair were about to get down to business upstairs, Sasuke could still hear his mother's incredibly loud screams while sitting in the living room downstairs. Fugaku had to suppress the urge to climb the stairs out of habit to watch the blonde man pound his wife like he had done for the past 5 years. Fortunately, the training ground was soundproof, so no sound entered or exited the area. Don't be afraid, the super is here, announced Jiraiya, who arrived in a cloud of smoke, tapping his boots in a memorable dance. Let me and Fugaku-san distract Minato. Sasuke and Itachi, I need you both to listen carefully to my instructions. If all goes according to plan, Naruto will return to the hole, which he went out. End of the week. Sasuke and Itachi blushed a little at the way the sage phrased his statement, but found themselves nodding and waiting for his instructions. Fugaku smirked at his sons and watched closely what the hermit was about to reveal. Triple X, I hate this blonde, Kushina muttered to herself, closing the door behind her. She went to ask for a meeting with her husband to see if he wanted to have lunch with her. After waiting 20 minutes, she found out that the Hokage-sama was unavailable because he had an important meeting with his old teacher and Fugaku. In full indignation, she put on her kunoichi equipment and spent a full 2 hours venting her anger on the trees at the Zero training ground. Kushina whispered as her sensory abilities detected two presences sitting on the sofa in her living room. Sochi-kun is back. And, this Mikoto-chan with him. Normally she would have announced her presence as loudly as possible because that is how she greeted her best friend. This time, she decided to abandon the tradition because she simply wasn't in the mood to play a fake number. She took a few steps forward and stopped dead in her tracks. Mikoto sat on Naruto's lap, her back against his chest. Her son's arms wrapped around his godmother's waist, his fingers caressing her belly gently. Here is a girl's laughter, there is a man's laughter. It was one thing to snuggle up, but Kushina could have sworn that she saw her best friend rubbing her thighs against her son's. Anger swept over Kushina as Mikoto got to her feet, shook her round ass dangerously close to Naruto's face before sitting back on his lap. What the hell was her friend doing? Such behavior was completely inappropriate for a woman she called her son's godmother. The gears in her head began to turn as she thought things through from a different angle. It's one thing for Mikoto to do this, but she expected her son to push the woman away or at least would mention that what she was doing was wrong. Thanks to how comfortable they looked, she was able to understand that such intimate activities were common between them. When did it start? Why did she find out about it now? But what happened next almost made her cry out. Naruto led Mikoto to him, allowing her to straddle his knees facing him. His hands were now busy with her ass, and his fingertips applied pressure when necessary. The large, thick flesh of her buttocks easily landed on his warm palms. Then, their foreheads touched, their lips touched slightly, their mouths opened and met in perfect harmony. Kushina wanted to scream, wanted to hammer a little common sense into them, but she could not speak, could not move. All she could do was watch her son, for his godmother. All she could do was hear her friends. How could you do this to me, Mikoto? How could you do this to your best friend? Kushina thought with a heavy heart, refusing to pay respect to the Uchiha matriarch for the first time. And you? She could not even call it Sochi-kun now. You're kissing a woman who's the same age as your mother. What's worse, the woman you're kissing is your godmother. You both broke my heart. I can't believe this is really happening. No matter how frightened she was by the events that were happening, she was unfortunately so lonely that she couldn't take her eyes off the couple. Naruto caressed, kneaded, showered the delicious ass of his godmother with all the love he could convey to his fingers. Now they indulged in a deeper and more intimate kiss. His tongue searched her from top to bottom, her inner cheeks and teeth before pulling in her lower lip. She breathed heavily into his mouth, her nails digging into the forest of his golden locks. At the same time, she sensually rubbed her hips against his, as if she was trying to wake up a one-eyed beast, who was held captive in his trousers. When they kissed, there was a lot of tension in the living room. Minato's wife felt a flash in their chakra networks as they explored each other's mouths. She was incredibly ashamed of herself as the thick, rich juice oozed from her rich labia and began to drip down the sides of her legs. Deciding to distract herself, she tried to remember when she had been kissed so passionately. Not a gentle kiss on the lips, but an intricate dance of the tongue. Minato clearly failed in this regard. Have you ever wondered what it's like to feel stretched by a huge? I'm not talking about our husbands with a pencil. I'm talking about being, by a man with a really, really big, so huge that you find yourself covering your legs out of fear, so huge that you want to close your before he can get to you. BBB Baka. Don't say such nasty things, Databane. The purple circles narrowed as she repeated a conversation with her best friend from several years ago. Back then, she had dismissed Mikoto's random flashes as a way to tease her. It became clear that the woman must have been talking about Naruto's monstrous member. Oh, Kami-sama. Did you see Naruto-kun training there shirtless? Your son is a damn stallion, Kushina. What the hell, Mikoto? Her hands clenched into fists as she looked at the two drooling at each other like two excited teenagers. Good morning, Mikoto Oba-san. I wish I could say the same, Naruto-kun. Do I have to grab your face and kiss you for you to stop calling me that? Mikoto Baka. Stop teasing Sochi-kun, Databane. Her eyes widened to the size of dinner plates as she realized how little attention she had paid to it. She knew how excessively tender Mikoto was with Naruto, but she had never thought about them seeing each other right under her nose. Fugaku. To hell with it. I'd rather go with Naruto-kun. Stop joking, Mikoto-chan. This is a dinner for couples. What do you think? Oh, how stupid she was. There were signs, but she missed each of them. All this time, her son slipped away in the middle of the night and did not return until late in the morning. Mikoto postponed all these girlish meetings because she was busy. All this time, she caught the two of them together in a cafe or on a walk along the village streets. The pieces of the puzzle finally came together as the fog began to dissipate. Oh, my Kami, Kushina muttered as her son pulled down his pants. Minato's wife saw for the second time, which should not belong to a man. She looked frightened, measuring the length with trembling eyes. When she accidentally stumbled upon his cross-dressing, she hadn't had the opportunity to stare for as long as she did now. How could her son walk with such a terrifying beast dangling between his legs? Her husband was indeed insignificant compared to their son. Kushina absent-mindedly pushed aside the anger she felt towards Mikoto. Now she feared for her safety women. Her friend couldn't fit it all into her. Such enlargement should be medically impossible. As ashamed as she was, she couldn't deny that her son could break any woman's mind, body, and soul with his giant. Undress for me, Mikoheim. Kushina heard her son order her best friend. She was shocked to see how authoritative and assertive he sounded. Anything for my Narukoi. Once again, Kushina was shocked, but this time to hear how obediently her best friend had just spoken. Wait. Narukoi. Mikoheim. The Uzumaki woman thought, shaking her head in disappointment and pain. She was torn out of her thoughts when her best friend jumped off the couch. Sasuke's mother placed her hands on her hips, slowly rotating them. Pushing the back of her body, focusing on perfectly symmetrical spheres, she began to move her hips sensually, shaking her buttocks and raising her arms above her waist. Her hands landed on her, ran over her, even squeezed them slightly. She let out an exaggerated sigh, after which she lowered her hands to her waist again. Kushina was brought back when she saw pure lust flickering in her best friend's eyes. Pushing her hands forward, matriarch Uchiha pulled her by the waist and very slowly, pulled down her pants. Her big, thick, juicy ass pouted as she did. Her hands lifted the waistband of her pants to keep them from slipping off her legs as they dangled around her hips. Naruto kissed the woman's buttocks and caressed them, shook them, jumped up. Kushina just looked at the two of them with growing despair and excitement. Naruto's hands fanned out on the delicious derriere spread out in front of him. A melodious giggle escaped Fugaku's wife's mouth as her lover pressed his face against her right cheek ass and gently nibbled on her loose flesh. Kushina couldn't help but feel jealous as she watched her friend worship her ass. After that, Mikoto pulled on her pants again. She took a step forward, then bent down, put her hands on the living room table, and lifted her ass as high as she could. She wiggled her round ass, squealing as he playfully spanked her. Although she wasn't Minato's wife was very jealous of how her friend looked while dancing for her son. If Mikoto hadn't made a living as a ninja, she would have made the murder a stripper. There was something about a woman with thick hips and motherly thighs. Meanwhile, Mikoto reached for the hem of her shirt and sensually undressed. The tight pants came off just as quickly, but everything was done with such grace that the redhead was speechless and a little wet. She was frightened by the fact that Mikoto was dressed in black lace, even though the woman's huge, practically bulged out of the she was wearing. So much cleavage was shown that she felt a little uncomfortable. Even from her position, Kushina could see that Mikoto's were so aroused that tried to make a hole in her. She looked down and saw a garter belt that fitted tightly around the silver fox's slender waist. 6 fluffy straps were tied to the belt, connecting to an amazing pair of thigh-length nylon. Very fashionable-looking black and white, covered her, completing the image of the hostess. She looks so elegant, wow. Mikoto sat on Naruto's lap again, this time her gorgeous, juicy, bubbly ass swelling on his hips as her lace, stretched to accommodate the change in position. Kushina's jaw dropped slightly when her son pulled his godmother's, off the back, exposing a deep crack in the woman's ass. His hands caressed both mystic spheres, lightly stroking them before kneading them like dough. Kushina squeezed her hips together as her son thrust his hand between her friend's crevice. He moved his hand back and forth, exploring the space. Mikoto's were an aphrodisiac to her because they confirmed that her son knew his way in this women's block. Their lips joined again, and Minato's wife found herself reaching for her. It was unfair. It wasn't fair that she spent years alone in the bedroom while her best friend lived with her precious son. It was unfair that Mikoto cheated on her husband. It was unjust that she longed for her son and wanted him to kiss her and not his godmother. Curse Minato for leaving his duties as a husband. If he had paid attention to her, she wouldn't be on board this emotional roller coaster right now. Naruto suddenly grabbed his huge, and then squeezed it between the spheres of his girlfriend's gorgeous ass. Kushina put her hand over her mouth, her purple eyes popping out as she saw the blonde's enraged, mushroom-shaped head resting in the center of Mikoto's back. He will break it, thought Kushina, seized with fear. In hell. She can't cope with Sochi-kun. The couple now whispered, and it was difficult for Kushina to listen to them from where she stood. Directing chakra into her ears, she eavesdropped on their conversation. Could you bring a can of whipped cream from the fridge, Mikoheim? Kushina stood in disbelief as her friend vanished into thin air before reappearing with a tall cylindrical jar of whipped cream in her hand. She didn't know why her son had asked for something like this, but she had a feeling that she would soon find out. Leaning on the back of her body, placing her knees on the carpet and opening slightly, Mikoto stretched her arms forward and arched her spine, slowly tilting her upper body down until her huge, were trapped under her body and her round ass protruded outward. The fullness is emphasized to the extreme. Feeling her self-confidence drop, Kushina curved her body to see how her derriere compared to her best friend. By the time she turned her attention to the couple again, she saw her son fall on top of the knees. Matriarch Uzumaki's eyes widened as whipped cream spurted out of the jar, filling the canyon between her friend's ass with delicious foam. Time stopped for her, and her child rushed forward, digging deep into the ass of her godmother. Loud squelching noises filled the living room as he inhaled dessert as if it was the only thing on the menu. She bit her lower lip, her hands trembling. Thick nectar began to ooze from her, sticking to the inside of her thighs, making it uncomfortable for her to fidget. Why was her husband such a timid snowflake? Minato refused to experiment with new positions because he was probably the biggest admirer of the missionary position in the world. Oh yes. It's horrible to spread your legs and wait a short minute for the Hokage to snort and puff before releasing an unimpressive load. Unfortunately, it had been years since she had last been hired for his only position due to his constant absence from home. But what is the probability that he uses whipped cream in his escapades? Absolute zero. The next 10 minutes disappeared as Naruto devoured his dessert. He framed Matriarch Uchiha's, washing her and with his saliva, eating her from her back like a hungry animal. Its tender walls collapsed around him, but he was able to subdue its defense mechanisms by directing chakra at his tongue. Unable to handle it any longer, Mikoto screamed into the heavens as she fell forward, splashing to the floor. The spasms in her legs were so severe that she made her twirl like a fish out of water. A grin appeared on the mustachioed ninja's lips as he heard a sigh in the distance. Burying his face in her ass, he ran his tongue to his heart's content. It took his beloved a moment to return to the world of the living. Amazing as always, Koi, Mikoto praised breathlessly, struggling to stand up. But now it's time for lunch. Give me a minute to rinse my ass. I feel sticky and unpleasant from whipped cream. Take your time, Heim is. All Naruto said as he took off his soaked shirt before reaching for the pants he threw away earlier. Taking his clothes along with his beloved's, he sent the shadow clone upstairs with the clothes in his hands so that they could get to her later. Heat passed through her veins like a drug injected into the bloodstream. Sweat rose from her forehead, running down her chin, dissolving into the hollow of her chest, until she felt the sweat under her hands soaking darkly into her clothes. Kushina's chest heaved painfully, her breathing interrupted, her body tingling as she ran her shiny purple balls up and down her son's monstrous. Years of pent-up lust were concentrated in a single desire to wrap his arms around this cervical killer. Skillful shook her to the core. The best oral service her husband gave her was a few quick movements of his tongue because that was all she could hold his little sausage. It was the kind of worship she was missing. Her son looked like a wizard eating. It was difficult to suppress these desires, especially since the blond man was moving and his huge was swaying violently, hitting his muscular thighs from side to side. She was fascinated by the precamptic oozing out of his urethra, not to mention the length and thickness of his. Her legs began to tremble, her hazy mind begging her to get off her ass and go and taste her son like a loving mother. She flinched at the vivid images her was creating for her. His mother hid behind a pillar, watching them. She used the henge to disguise herself, but he could see through the jutsu. For this seduction to work, he needed to prove to her that his father wasn't a man enough to handle her. Moreover, he will have to show her that he is the only man on this planet who can meet all her needs. This seduction continues for a little more than 6 years. Thanks to Jiraiya falsifying the prophecy of the great Toad Elder, Minato was convinced to spend all his time in the office and not think about home. Because of this, Kushina was more or less abandoned by her husband, and the only man she could depend on was her son. Whenever there was a leak or something broke, Naruto always took care of everything. He even took over the kitchen and started cooking all the food for them. By doing so, he caused an evolution in the relationship he had with his mother. As a result, she became more dependent on him than on her husband. The next step was to convince her to see him as a potential partner. This was done by coming up with a plan for her to see him. Not wanting to rush was a good thing, but last night he had realized that because she was, while shouting his name, the next step to seduction had to be done as quickly as possible. Slowly and steadily it is possible to win the race, but in the end he chose the option with the most risk and the biggest reward that made her watch him, her best friend, to death. A knock filled the living room as Mikoto returned from the podium in the stiletto restroom. It took her a little while to wash off the remnants of the whipped cream from her ass and inner thighs. Her ninja senses flared up when she caught Kushina's whereabouts and suppressed the urge to yell at her to stop spying on her and her lover, just to scare the hell out of her. She would be lying if she said she was comfortable having, in front of her best friend. But after thinking about it, she realized that this voyeuristic approach could help her please Naruto more. This made sense because whenever her husband watched her and Naruto have, she would have a stronger, than if it wasn't there. That doesn't mean she didn't squirt like when she and the blonde kicked Fugaku, Itachi, and Sasuke out of the Uchiha residence, so they can have, on the weekend. Speaking of Kushina, she breathed a sigh of relief. As she watched her best friend walk towards her son, swaying hypnotizingly in the hips she had carried at the birth of the child. Thank you, Kami. For a second, I thought Mikoto-chan had caught me. Squatting, the black-haired mother looked longingly at her son's best friend. So, Narukoi, about my lunch. That's right, Naruto said, grabbing the base of his huge rod and then slamming the tip of it into Sasuke's mother's forehead, making the sound of a thud. Enjoy, Mikoheim. Itadakimasu, the blushing Kunoichi muttered, snatching her lovers from his hands like a bully stealing candy from a child. Both of her hands wrapped around the edges of its thickness, her thumbs pressed down to keep it upright. She ran her tongue from the base to the bottom of the tip, while cooing. When it all became beautiful and shiny from her saliva, she began to jerk him off, and each blow showed her years of experience. Soon she let go of her hands, hugged him by the waist and plunged him into the depths of her alluring mouth. Drops of saliva and preliminary, flowed from the corners of Mikoto's luscious lips as she, the blonde. Her throat was squeezing his, her was burning, her head was spinning with the sweetly perverse pleasure of serving her best friend's son, while the redhead stood there, unable to move an inch away from her hiding place. This endless desire was reinforced by an inexplicable, intuitive conviction that what they were doing was right. The Hokage's wife needed to wake up and smell the roses. Or in this case, she needed to cheat on her husband by jumping on their son's huge. Opening her mouth as wide as possible, Kushina measured its diameter with her finger. This was all the proof she needed. It was not a one-time event. If she couldn't get anything thicker than the length of her index finger in her mouth, she had no way take your son's giant without choking or choking on your mouth. However, her friend purred like a kitten, squelching and, around Naruto's. The woman was a master at. She whimpered as she involuntarily hugged her hot, now desperately in need of release. While her childhood best friend was recklessly, herself in the mouth, Minato's wife reached into her ANBU training pants and started, her. As excited as she was, it only took her a few moving movements on her swollen bump to be thrown over the edge. She had to cover her mouth with her free hand as she reached, her hand thankfully drowning out her squeals of pleasure. At the same time, Mikoto was finishing her husband's master, her efforts culminating in a copious stream of hot, thick, creamy, which she accepted without hesitation. Kushina's knees buckled, her eyes fluttering as her son poured his release into her friend's mouth. A civilian would be lying on the floor and coughing up his, because of how much he had released. However, she was so used to his that she knew exactly how to swallow every drop of his, without taking a break. The pop echoed through the area as she pulled it out of her mouth. She, dreamily and began to, her fingers. As always delicious, koi. Responding with a gentle smile, Naruto threw the Uchiha matriarch off her feet into his strong, muscular arms, causing her to giggle like a girl. The blonde man went to the stairs without a word. Kushina fell to her knees, breathing heavily, thanking the heavens that she had not been caught. She was disappointed that her son decided to change his place of residence, especially when they were just moving into more territory. For the next 15 minutes, there was an agonizing silence in the living room, as the excited mother stared blankly at the ceiling. She had the choice to turn away when her son had, with a friend, but her mind took advantage of her loneliness. Not many get a second chance, and only fools repeat the same mistake. Be that as it may, she found herself stepping cautiously closer to the stairs. I shouldn't go up there. But I can't help myself. Forgive me, Minato, XXX, great, she's almost upstairs, thought the shadow clone Mikoto, who was sitting on the bed and watching the blonde shinobi caress herself. Shadow clones are great for. Naruto often created a clone whose sole purpose was to look at Mikoto's ass. It was amazing to get memories of him, the ripples running down her cheeks every time he performed a deep thrust, or seeing her ass squint as she approached. One of the things he didn't do was create a clone so that he could infiltrate Sasuke's mother twice. But because she wasn't comfortable with the idea, he didn't bring it up again. The strangest thing Mikoto has ever done with clones is to make a blonde man dance on a clone pole while I gave him a. The clone she had created right now was supposed to look after her best friend. Naruto hated wasting a perfectly good erection, so as soon as he burst into his room, he threw Fugaku's wife on his bed before lashing out at her like a predator. He ran his hands over her feminine thighs, fascinated by the sight of her smooth nectar, loose labia, and swollen. For a moment, his gaze darted from her sweet to her pink wrinkled, before he dove head first between her legs, about to kill. Fuck, exclaimed Mikoto, her body shuddering as her tongue, deeply. That's it, Narukoi. When his best friend's mother rested her hips on his devouring mouth, Naruto freaked out with her, ate her, and drank her juices with gusto. Inspired by her sweet taste, maddened by her guttural, he put his hands to her, and squeezed them tightly. She threw her head back, squeezing the sheets in the fists, shouting at the top of his lungs. He did so much with her. He teased her, snapped her, and then, thrusting deep into her with his tongue and then sensually caressing her folds. Fortunately, her shadow clone was making notes. After recovering from another, Mikoto threw herself on her lover, seeking comfort in his arms. She pressed her cheek against his shoulder, inhaling his masculine scent. No matter how exhausted she was, the embrace of her life's love seemed heavenly to her. Raising her head, she gave him an angelic smile that lit up the bedroom. Naruto gently pecked at the top of her head, hugged her waist, and his hands gently massaged her plump thighs. "She's almost here," the shadow clone Mikoto announced. "This is really great news," Naruto said, his excitement renewed. "I was worried for a second that Ka-chan wouldn't follow us upstairs, but it just shows that my plan is working." The shadow clone smirked at her son's best friend. "You're going to break her, Narukoi." "I'm so close that I can almost taste it," the blonde whispered greedily. The mention of how he stole his mother from his father overwhelmed his. Mikoto bit her lips, her hair obscuring her face. She decided not to go deep into her thoughts because she didn't want to derail the plan. Gathering her strength, she ran her hand along his strong back. "I feel that Ka-chan is about to enter his room. I think she remembers what I said to her yesterday," the blonde said before spanking his girlfriend's ass. "So, how about we continue to seduce my mother?" The voluptuous Kunoichi dispelled her clone with her Volpe grin. "Let's put on this show on the road." XXX Soichi-kun was right, this hole in my bedroom wall gives a good view of his bed, Kushina thought as she focused her purple orbs. "I wouldn't even know about it if he hadn't mentioned it to me yesterday before going to bed." Redhead didn't know that Naruto had drilled this hole by dipping his hand in the wind chakra. All this was done so that his planned seduction of the mother went smoothly. Chakra is useful for a variety of reasons besides performing jutsu. For example, by directing chakra into the eyes, a ninja can expand the range of his vision. This can help them bring remote locations closer. Pressing her cheek against the wall and pressing her eye against the hole, she saw her friend sitting astride her son, her ass shaking as she opened her cheeks. That's when her eyes focused on her son's hand teasing the woman's, before his finger closed and began poking her, as if trying to enter a password. Then, almost like a historical figure separating the seas, Naruto's finger parted the tiny folds of Mikoto's, and passed through them effortlessly. He just stuck his finger up her ass, thought the mother with bulging eyes. Soichi-kun just stuck his finger in his godmother's ass. Absent-mindedly squeezing her buttocks as the blonde man began to pound her friend's ass with his finger, Kushina was glad she had never been there. Why would anyone be so carried away by exploring such a dirty place? But despite her clear disapproval of stimulation, she found herself standing with a genuinely shocked expression on her face as Mikoto squirted a whole puddle of juice after an impromptu examination of the cavity. The way the woman was shaking was so exciting. She was even more amazed at her son, wondering how he had come to give pleasure to women so skillfully. Minato's wife felt a pain in her heart when she saw the two hugging each other. Why did she continue to invade their privacy? She must rush there and beat the hell out of Mikoto for giving up her role as her son's godmother. But why was she so excited? She whimpered as her son was, again, but it stopped abruptly. Judging by how much saliva covered the entire length, it was obvious that it was only for lubrication. She took a deep breath as she watched Mikoto sink onto the blonde's instrument. Directing a little more chakra into her eyes, she zoomed in to see the crystal-clear view of her son's massive instrument pushing past the beautiful pink folds of her friend's. Her jaw dropped from how Mikoto arched her body to cope with the intrusion. How did a woman take all this? And not cry for help? Of course, the loud, coming through the hole through which she was peeking only increased the excitement she was in. Her son grabbed Mikoto's buttocks and then spread them apart, allowing her to see how far the folds had spread. To accommodate a blonde. The ride was sensual, it was like a dance that required two partners of the same level. Naruto's appeared and disappeared in the magnificent spheres of his lover's carcass, each time in a smooth rhythm, each time with a specific purpose. His hands will stroke Mikoto's sides or go down her waist, massaging her ass. She had even seen him spank her a couple of times. On the other hand, Mikoto rubbed the thighs of her childbearers, mixing things up from time to time, jerking him on his lap, entertaining his. He was not an amateur at work. At that moment, Kushina realized that her friend was much more advanced than she was. It's true. It's damn hot, said the redhead, making her way through her pants. Reaching the folds of her almost unused, she parted them with her fingers. Oh. I'm so bad at spying on them, but it's so good. She had always wanted to have, in this position, but when she first had the chance to experience it, it was terrible. Minato only held one position, missionary, and even in that he couldn't last long enough to keep her warm. The cowgirl was too much of a stimulus for Minato, and he came in less than 50 seconds. After this lackluster, she never brought up the topic of trying new positions in front of him again. Then, when her son was 10 years old, Minato completely stopped studying with her. He always had an excuse, and it was always the same: I have an early meeting tomorrow. A few years of listening to this was all she could stand before she decided to stop harassing him for. Thus, for the past 6 years, has become her only way out. Breaking away. From depressive thoughts, she returned to spying on her friend and son. Her fingers closed around her jerk as she saw the ripples running down Mikoto's ass while that giant was digging in and out of her. To her shock, she saw her son's finger disappear into the woman's ass. Oh, I hate not knowing anything anymore. Why does Sochi-kun keep sticking Mikoto's finger up his ass, muttered Kushina, furiously rubbing her wet labia. It's the second time I've seen him do it. What is this stimulating, sobbed the peeping Toma, her hands trembling from the obvious power of her friend's thunderous. Maybe I should. Being silent, she looked down at her index finger. Biting her lower lip, she pulled her hand out of her before hesitantly wrapping it around her. She extended her stance, naturally spreading her buttocks. Her fingers slid through the crack of her ass until a finger felt the entrance to her cute little. After discussing this for the last time, she came to the conclusion that caution was thrown to the wind. So, for the first time in her life, she put her finger forward, cutting through the dark pinkish folds of the rosebud. Gasped Kushina. The sheer stupidity of her statement made her want to scold herself for being a fool. It was the dirtiest part of her body, and she moved a finger inside it. Why the hell isn't it going to be weird? To her surprise, her muscles relaxed for a moment after the first intrusion. Her finger felt comfortable around the shrinking walls, very different from her, but welcoming. She worked slowly with her finger, inserting and removing from the cavity. Oh, that's really nice, the mother. I never thought the inside of my rectum would be so hot. It's like an oven, Databane. Why she did this, she did not understand. She would have felt if someone had been nearby. Satisfied with this, she pulled down her pants, leaving them dangling around her ankles. The two large thick spheres of her buttocks shook with excitement. And gratitude for being freed from the tissue prison. Pressing her cheek against the wall, she looked through the hole and watched as her son's monstrous flew out of her friends. But instead of a finger, her son was now tugging at the woman. Even now, Mikoto Uchiha was screaming like an exaggerated adult movie star. Then, of course, came the big finale. She heard her son announce his, and then heard her friend announce it about 20 seconds later. A giant rod pulsed violently against the black-haired velvet walls before it sensually emerged from her folds. A thick white cream began dripping from Mikoto's, within seconds of Naruto coming out of her, and it didn't stop for a minute. It was stunned that so much was sent into her friends. Her husband could only produce a couple of splashes before blowing the air away. Her son, on the other hand, had just untied rope after rope but he was still hard as steel. Oh, how she had lost sight of it. Okay, Narukoi. I'm willing to create this genjutsu to blindfold us. I can't believe I lost those blindfolds, but luckily we have your skills in genjutsu. Let's, for an hour or two under this illusion. Kushina's body tingled when her son called her name. Thanks to the chakra she directed into her ears, she could hear them loud and clear. If the couple was going to be under this genjutsu, then she could potentially get away with watching them from a close distance. Swallowing the lump in her throat, she pulled up her pants before pushing off the wall. She slowly stepped out of her door and stopped right by her son's room. Her heart was pounding, mostly because she felt guilty about intruding on their privacy. Unfortunately, she didn't care about human morals and ethics, because all that mattered to her now was to soothe her burning. She knew she needed to be careful here. Although her friend had obviously created this illusion, there was a chance that they could still feel her movements. Maybe they don't see me, the kunoichi thought internally. Or maybe they can. I shouldn't take the risk, I'll get caught. In the end, lust won, and Minato's wife could no longer resist it. Sneaking through the open door was not difficult at all, the door was open wide enough for her to pass through without problems. The entrance to the room had probably taken 10 seconds, but the adrenaline running through her veins made her feel like hours had passed. So far everything is fine. Now she was in her son's room. Her eyes opened wide as a thick, all-consuming musky smell filled her nostrils, almost causing her to recoil from how strong it was. She could understand why this was so. Given how excruciatingly loud Mikoto screamed, it was obvious that Naruto was trying to pull her into a coma. The sounds of flesh joining rang in her eardrums, giving her a slight headache because she began to imagine herself in her friend's shoes. Maybe they don't see me after all, thought Kushina, crawling to the foot of her son's royal bed. In her opinion, he should have had the largest bed on the market. This huge bed went well with his huge. Kushina looked and saw that she had not been caught red-handed. Realizing that she was all right, she sat down a little higher and saw her son basking in the my best friend. No matter how she felt about Mikoto cheating on her husband, she couldn't deny that the two looked perfect together, as husband and wife. Naruto's massive, was buried inside Mikoto's, but he didn't, he enjoyed her warmth. His hand was on top of her, he massaged her huge. Mikoto ran the tip of her finger over the hand under her neck. Her gorgeous motherly thighs pressed against the blonde's. Then Kushina saw the two swaying their hips. They were not moving too fast or too slow. They moved at a pace that could only be described as love. Time stood still for Minato's wife, watching as her precious child squeezed her friends, with her palm, playing with her thumb on her. He kissed her neck. She, so charmingly that she got wet. His hand slowly went down to her navel, his two fingers grabbed her aroused and pulled on it, almost instantly bringing her to. The blonde stopped rocking his hips for a moment to let his beloved recover. I love you, Naruto whispered as he kissed his godmother's neck. Love you more, Mikoto, as she swayed her hips. Closing her eyes, Kushina ran her palm over her, taking her, between two fingers. The doubts she had about the two, just four, were thrown out the window because of this display of otherworldly affection. Her eyes filled with tears as she watched the two closed lips making love to each other. There was no urgency in their rhythm, it was smoother than fine silk. It wasn't. What she was seeing right now was genuine, romantic lovemaking. XXX, Ka-chan looks so, Naruto thought as he watched his mother, while he pounded his girlfriend. Naruto's usual style of, with his wife Fugaku was tough. That didn't mean he thought of her as a whole he should have filled in. Despite his domineering personality, he was a helpless romantic and had a soft spot for mothers and married women. However, Mikoto was special to him, and he really couldn't live without her. Their lovemaking was usually rough because it seemed most natural to them. With a tender love for her, he not only poured out his affection on her, but also showed his mother how romantic and sensitive he could be. Kushina-chan, it's only a matter of time, Mikoto thought, closing her eyes. Her delicious juices gushed out of the depths of her for what seemed to be the 100th time. Spoon position was one of her favorites because it allowed her lover to stimulate her and, kissing her, all the while pushing her in and out of her in long strokes. The matriarch Uzumaki was unaware that the couple she was spying on were playing her like an instrument. Mikoto used genjutsu, but the illusion was not to blindfold her and Naruto. No, the illusion only gave the impression that their eyes were closed, when in fact they could see everything crystal clearly. They knew she was watching them, and they made that excuse about genjutsu just to get her to sneak into her son's room. So, for the last hour, they have been watching Minato's wife have fun. It's time to take it to the next level. Would you like to play for a while, Narukoi? Asked Sasuke's mother, who had just recovered from her last. Her eyes sparkled with passion as she looked at her son's best friend. A devilish grin appeared on the ninja's mustachioed lips. Of course, Mikoheim. How about I play the role of your mother? Her flushed face showed shock. She couldn't believe that her friend had made such a request. Why? Asked Naruto, wanting to play along. "Why not?" said Mikoto with a vulgar grin. "You has told me countless times that Kushina-chan is one of the most beautiful women you've ever seen. I still remember the time when you looked at her kimono when she bent down to pick something up. Apple red was the complexion of Minato's wife, warmth flowing all over her body. She never thought her son would do something like this, but it turns out she was wrong. She had learned so much about him today, like how he liked to stick his fingers in women's asses. But no matter what was revealed to her, nothing could exceed his terrifyingly huge. This monster, whom he kept imprisoned in his pants, could turn even an atheist woman into a devoted follower of Kami-sama. I don't understand what's going on. The tomato tank must have had her grandmother's old, on it." Mikoto continued in a mocking, condescending tone. Even she was surprised by what she said, because it was not part of the plan. In no case should she have created a dialogue in which the lover would have to raise his mother in a manner. She shouldn't have mentioned that past incident. However, she was incredibly excited while playing her role and was carried away by the intensity of the moment. Kushina gritted her teeth, her eyebrows furrowed, her red locks began to rise in the form of 9 ponytails. On her hair was bad enough. What confused her was that she heard the following statement. She didn't wear grandma's. The pair she often wore was a little thicker than the rest in her collection, but she still thought they looked good to her. "You're wrong, Miko-hime," the blonde man retorted sternly. Ka-chan was wearing a tiny black, that was running around her ass. It was one of the things I've ever seen. A trickle of blood ran down Kushina's nose as she heard her son protecting her with such unbridled animal desire. Did he see her in those? It was the most, she had it was. Does this mean that he is attracted to her? The thought of him craving her made her feel better when she walked up to him while he was changing. Unfortunately, it also made her feel even more contradictory. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief when he saw his mother wiping her bloody nose and looking away, blushing charmingly. He objected to his lover's response because agreeing with what she said could potentially cause a negative reaction from his mother. He was glad it wasn't. In truth, he was also aroused by lying in bed with his lover while the second woman he had a crush on watched them like a hawk. But now that the cat is out of the bag, the couple decided to take seduction to the next level. "Anyway, Sochi-kun," Mikoto purred, hissing the S like a snake. "I heard you, my best friend. What do you say about yourself?" "Forgive me, Ka-chan," Naruto said in a low, deep voice. "I can't help myself. She has amazing. I love them. You used to love your Ka-sans, my dear son. You've been it for hours and drinking so much milk." Mikoto took her puppies and jumped up. Naruto lowered his head, took the in his mouth, and nibbled on the, causing his lover to. "Why did you stop letting me, your Ka-chan?" Only in this part of the role-playing game did Kushina plunge into lust. Watching her son copulate with a friend, she realized that he was no longer her boy. This was confirmed when she heard that he was tempted when she unknowingly showed him her cheeky ass. No, he wasn't her boy. He was a man now, a man who could rip the loneliness out of her if she asked him. Placing her hands on her chest, she squeezed them, wishing that he would do this to her son. Like the day before, in the shower, she went on a journey down memory lane again. As a child, he grabbed her, without warning, and did not separate, no matter how hard she tried. He would sneak into her bed to feed her. It took a lot of time and patience to get him to stop, because he always ended up snuggling up against her. They used to be innocent memories, but now them. Would he be interested in camping there again after so many years? "Give me your milk, Ka-chan. Now." Her son was showing aggression and this caused her to put 2 fingers in her. She started drilling them in and out, herself like a thirsty. "My son wants to drink my milk. Sochi-kun, please accept my milk." Her eyes rolled back to the back of her head. I'm XXX. Kushina lost count of how many positions her son took over her best friend. To the side, he is behind, he is on top, she is on top, on the floor, against the wall, in the bathroom. I never thought there could be so many opportunities. Today, her database of knowledge has undergone such a large-scale update that it can no longer withstand another dump of information. You're so damn cool, Mikoto-sensei. However, making love was probably the wrong term to use because her son was now taking her friend away like a demon in full swing. He began by spinning Mikoto as she rode him, and in doing so, he lay back down where his feet were under her knees and between her legs. He put his arm around her head, pushing her legs up until he took her into the grip of a full Nelson. Then he started her. From this angle, she could see the bulging outline of his huge, which formed and changed the poor Uchiha matriarchs. Small balls of saliva were ejected from her friend's mouth every time her son's, her hair was a mess. These long beautiful strands of black silks now floated erratically at every thrust. By this time, every part of her body was wet with sweat or fluids, which she often squirted out. The powerful sounds of her ass hitting his thighs made her nervous. All in all, Sasuke's mother looked like she was slowly dying, with the perfect expression of, I'm being, stupidly. This role-playing game was so intense that from one viewing it brought Kushina to 5 times in 11 minutes. Her son was a student in this scene, and her friend was a teacher. The plot was that due to not getting an A in the exam, Naruto decided to put his, down his teacher's throat and, her. But all he did was, the poor woman's, in the position of a complete Nelson. Until now, she did not even know that such a situation existed. Kushina couldn't understand how her son had turned into this kami who was able to break a veteran kunoichi like Mikoto. It's been 4 hours since he started having, with Fugaku's wife, and all this time he was like a rock. How the hell did Mikoto manage it? Once again, she found herself comparing her son to her husband. Once again, she found that Minato was no match for their son. Gum, whimpered the insane black. I'm too. Kushina squealed mentally, propping up her hips, whipping and flooding the floor in her son's bedroom. Her eyes began to close from the sheer number of she'd experienced so far. However, she couldn't stop touching herself. It was damn hot. I'm not done with you yet, sensei, snarled Naruto, deep inside his lover through a thunderbolt. You still haven't learned your lesson. Please. Please stop, Naruto-kun, exclaimed Mikoto as the blonde stabbed her right in the cervix. Please stop. You're tearing me apart. You're ripping your sensei's. Her lover was more than she could already bear, but the position in which she was there, it seemed that he had done another inch. It's too big. I don't care, roared Naruto, his eyes sparkling with lust. Pulling his, out of her grip, he regrouped, and then shoved all 14.5 inches of hot meat right into her ass in one fell swoop. My. Screamed Sasuke's mother at the top of her lungs, flinching uncontrollably at the sudden painful thrust. Tears flowed down her cheeks, straining her beautiful face. Sochi-kun, her in the ass. Kushina thought, gasping before opening her eyes wide. She was relieved when she realized that the couple hadn't hurt her. Oh Kami-sama, this is crazy. Kushina genuinely thought that Naruto would kill Mikoto because of how cruelly her. For her, it was not just, that destroys the mind, it is, that crushes the soul. What she didn't know was that her son was giving her friend during their weekend sessions even harder than that. The basement in the Uchiha complex was locked by Fuinjutsu, and it was closed to Fugaku, Sasuke, and Itachi. In that basement, real hardcore took place. Naruto took the role of alpha/house very seriously. Handcuffing Mikoto to a bed, table, wall, sink, or even tying her with a chakra wire while beating her became such a recurring fantasy for them that he handcuffed her and her several times throughout the week. Naruto even cuffed Fugaku's hands so that the man could not. While watching him, his wife's devotion. The Uchiha clan leader ended up writhing in a puddle of his, by the time the couple packed their bags. Of course, this happened in the early stages of her relationship with Mikoto, when he was still seducing her. This was when Naruto was sneaking through Uchiha territory, stealing kisses from Sasuke's mother when Fugaku wasn't looking. Innocent kisses gradually turned into kissing sessions. From there, it developed to the point where he ate Mikoto's and it was lunchtime, and her family was blissfully unaware of what was going on under the table. From the fact that he ate her, he moved on to the fact that he put his down her throat. He then handcuffed Fugaku to a closet drawer while he Mikoto for 14 hours straight. Brown-haired enjoyed being a cuckold because of his male Uchiha genes. However, Naruto wanted to prove that he had stolen the Uchiha's wife and that the man would never get her back. This was solely to exert his power over this person. But because Kushina was so inexperienced in, thanks to her pathetic husband, this style of rough, was beyond her wildest imagination. "You're such a lucky, Mikoto," the red-haired mom thought, staring blankly at her friend, who looked like she was being, to a primitive fetus state again. Mmgmmgi, miming. Kushina's fingers entered her wet again. Mikoto must go to the temples to build an altar in its place to worship Sochikuin every night. I would have made him my god too if he, me like that, XXX Naruto sighed as he pulled away from Sasuke's mother one last time, watching her cough up his hot. He liked to see her full of his, that's why he liked to end with a Mikoto lost consciousness, as she couldn't last a second longer. She took 2 chakra pills, hoping that it would help her focus on her work. However, even she had her limits. 4 rounds of, before breakfast, 2 more. After breakfast, and then finally a 6-hour race, all this by nightfall. A civilian woman would have to have stitches because of all this. Fortunately, she was a ninja, and her body could withstand beatings better than could ever happen to a civilian. Despite that, in the end, even after all the years they spent together, even with all her kunoichi training, she still couldn't handle him. A gentle smile appeared on the man's lips as he sat his girlfriend on his lap and began to stroke her beautiful hair. Despite the fact that she was all sweaty and her hair looked quite disheveled, she was still one of the most magnificent women he had ever seen in his life. He gently kissed her on the lips, finding it cute that she unconsciously kissed him back. If it weren't for his immortal love for his mother, he would have been content to take Mikoto to a secluded island and start a new life with her. "It's only a matter of time, Mikoheim," the blonde whispered, gently kissing the belly of his beloved. "As soon as I declare Ka-chan mine, I will finally be able to fulfill the promise I made to you on our first anniversary." A promise was made to impregnate Fugaku's wife. "Damn, Ka-chan was spying on us by the buckets," announced the shadow clone of Naruto, who had been summoned to mop the floor covered by his mother. "The plan is going quite smoothly." Dispersing his clone, Naruto stared at the unconscious godmother. "It's a good thing that Jiraiya-sensei and Fugaku-san took care of Tosan," the blonde man began in a deathly serious tone. "Team and Itachi also play their roles from the shadows. Now that I'm sure Ka-chan is hungry for me, I can really start seducing her. I won't rest until she survives and breathes in my. I won't stop until I tear her loyalty to Tosan out of her. I will not hesitate to force her to obey me. She's mine, all mine." Kushina escaped from the bedroom 10 minutes before the couple's 6-hour ended. Naruto sensed that. She was in the bathroom and thought she was taking a shower. Now that she was no longer watching him and his godmother having, he could confidently say that her presence had made the experience 10 times better. All the positions he took Mikoto, his mother continued to stare at them, as if her life depended on it. Today's goal was to make her to crave his. Mission accomplished. XXX cold water flowed down her beautiful face and down the valley of her huge. Her pink, were painfully protruding as she could vividly recall every second of the 6 long hours her son had copulated with her childhood friend. She tried her best to push her thoughts away, but it was useless. Her body spoke the opposite of her mind, she cried out to her son. She tried her best to stop the thoughts, but it was still useless. Watching these two have such overwhelming, awakened her deepest lust. Because of this, she found herself bleeding at the thought of indulging in hot, taboo romances with her son. She quickly turned off the shower, put on the same clothes she had before running out the door. What should I do from here? Minato's wife thought as she walked down the stairs. Those full 2 hours that she spent in the bathroom, wiping their bodies were made out of desperation. She hoped that a long shower would cleanse her of her sins. On the contrary, she only got worse. What she had done wasn't technically considered cheating, but she still felt dirty about the invasion of her son and her friend's privacy. At the time, she had a hormonal imbalance that prevented her from thinking correctly. Now that she was back to normal, she tried her best to leave what she saw behind. Unfortunately, this was easier said than done. I know that Sochi-kun has the right to love whoever he wants, but he shouldn't have, with married women. Mikoto-chan had to be responsible and prevent the escalation to such a state. But then, she interrupted her inner monologue, clenching her calves. But then she wouldn't be, like that. Her husband could not give her even a small part of the pleasure that Sochi-kun gave her today. She couldn't do it. She just couldn't get the monstrous out of her head, her son. Closing her eyes, she focused her chakra and reached toward the area above. To her relief, she felt that Mikoto and Naruto were still in the blonde's bedroom. She did not know how to confront either of them. How could she do this without looking like a bad guy who was spying on them? Why didn't Mikoto just file for divorce from Fugaku, instead of cheating on him with Naruto? She could understand the excitement of sneaking around, but that still didn't justify the woman's infidelity. But why would her son even think of fooling around with a married woman, let alone with his godmother? She thought he had more sense. Unfortunately, she had given him more respect than he deserved. "Hi, Ka-chan." Kushina turned around, her purple orbs expanding to the size of dinner plates. Multiple. Dull thuds sounded in her chest, and her heart pounded as if tomorrow would never come. She swayed slightly, feeling the strength leave her legs. Her chest began go up and down, making her huge jiggle. Her throbbed, her popping out of her hood as she remembered the skills of the kami standing in front of her. Swallowing the lump in her throat, she weakly tried to look into his eyes, but all she could do was look at his. He was wearing trousers. But all she wanted was to see him without them. "Hello, Sochi-kun," the Hokage's wife stammered. "What's wrong?" the blonde man asked, coming closer to his frozen mother. "Are you feeling well, Ka-chan?" Kushina wanted to take a step back, but she couldn't find the strength to do so. I'm just a little hot," the woman replied with all her courage. "What are you doing?" "I hope you don't have a fever," the blonde man said, his azure blue orbs fogging up with a predatory sheen. "As for me, I was just little thirsty. You see, I just had a good, sweaty workout." By training, he meant hours of, with Fugaku's wife. She knew it, but she didn't know that he knew she knew it. I see," muttered Kushina with a red tint running along the contours of her face. "Well, good night, Sochi-kun." Naruto grabbed his mother's hand and pulled her to him. She exhaled in surprise, and he saw the fear in her eyes as he hugged her. Strong, firm hands held her slender waist, his fingers wrapped around her side. Her massive, pressed against his, allowing her protruding, to touch him. He resisted the urge to rip off her shirt and start feasting on her just because he had a plan he had to follow. Looking down at her, he frowned as he saw that she had become even more vulnerable in his arms. By mastering the art of senjutsu, he learned how to clear the mind of anyone who came into physical contact with him while he channeled the energy of nature. As soon as he felt her begin to relax in his arms, he ran his hand through her hair and then gently kissed her beautiful face. His other hand caressed her lower back, closer to the top of her juicy ass. A trembling sigh escaped her as he continued to smack her forehead. "Good night, Ka-chan," the blonde whispered, turning his hands away from his mother. Kushina's breathing was labored, her heart beating faster than the blows inflicted on her friend by the blonde's hands. All she could think about was a hug. All she could think about how nice it was to be in his arms. It's so good that a real man hugs her. Her son hugged her several times, but it was the first time he had done so, when she fantasized about him. Not when they started dating, not when he asked her to marry him, not when they first made love. Her husband had never been able to force such emotions out of her, but their son did it with just one hug. She was in contradiction, still not understanding how she would be able to fall asleep tonight when all she could think of is Naruto having, with the woman she grew up with. It was an unimaginably powerful physical attraction. To dream of a man who could fill her in a way that her husband never could, and then to be able to make those dreams come true. Was she a bad wife because of her son's lust? Was it really so bad for her to start accepting these feelings? The only man besides her husband on whom she could depend was her son. After all, Naruto has been by her side infinitely more times than Minato has ever been by her side. She could even remember the times when she forgot that she was married to Minato. He was absent from her life. In any case, she will need another cold shower. That hug baffled her because it came out of nowhere. But the main problem was that she felt her son's giant cervical killer snuggle against her learned tummy. As he held her, a dark grin appeared on Naruto's lips when he saw his mother, stumbling, climbs the stairs, looking confused like a lost puppy. Today was a great achievement in his task, one day to put the woman who gave birth to him to bed. Sooner or later, he will find himself deep inside that Uzumaki. But for now, he needs to wake up Sasuke's mother and ask if she can handle a few more rounds of. His monstrous had just stirred in his pants. For the blonde mistress, this was a common thing. Thick, disheveled locks of red curls surrounded her on all sides. Her hidden face was ruined by the tears that poured out of her eyes in disorder. She hugged herself, rocking back and forth like a sick woman with an injury. Kushina Uzumaki felt lonely and had no one to comfort her. It had been several hours since her son had cornered her in the living room. When she bumped into him while he was changing, it was the biggest act she had done in years. Looking at his muscular build, not too bulky, but not flimsy like her husband either. Her son was a stallion, with a body made to breed women and a huge, showing who the real man in the house was. There was a line between man and woman, mother and son, but that line blurred when she decided not to look away. This hormonal imbalance played a major role in why she was so easily inclined to spy on him and her best friend having. Because she thought her, not her head, she didn't think about the consequences of invading their privacy. Her son is really made for breeding women. Seeing that huge, thick cervical killer crawl out of her best friend's tight, and watching all that leak out of her changed her life. Then, when he hugged her in the living room, it was as if he had been thrown into a burning furnace. His warm body pressed against hers, his strong hands held her possessively. She could still remember how close their faces were, inches apart, his hot breath escaping from his parted lips and touching hers. They were so close to kissing that she found herself, her lips. She was afraid that their next meeting might end with her begging him to, her, out. It was heartbreaking for her, but she craved her son's, like a thirsty. Shortly after he confronted her in the living room, Shunshin left her house to appear inside the Tower Hokage. Despite the fact that her husband was pathetic in bed, she believed that, at least, his hugs would help her overcome her emotional shocks. When her husband's secretary's chakra flared up, the frightened middle-aged woman was forced to reveal that Fugaku and Jiraiya had accompanied Minato to a meeting in the Land of Grass. The reason for the meeting was classified because it was a top-secret mission. Grief-stricken, the unfortunate redhead went home alone. Even the Hokage's secretary felt terrible for the woman. Not once in the 22 years she had been with her husband had she been unfaithful to him. Because of how strongly she felt about her marriage, she refused to break her wedding vows. On the other hand, she had never been tempted to have an affair with anyone. This time was different. The temptation was too strong. Whenever she felt lost, visiting her happy place could bring her out of a state of fright. An example of such a happy place was a memory of how Minato saved her from those Kyumo ninjas 10 months after she graduated from the ninja academy. However, this happy place became a forbidden place for her. Instead of her husband swooping in and outsmarting those kidnappers, she saw her son brutally torture those thugs before cold-bloodedly killing them. Instead of thanking her husband with a shy smile, she thanked her son, bowing to the thickness and enormous size of his member. She tried to block this particular part of her mind so as not to think about it again. Another happy place was the day of her wedding. Lilies and roses were given by her friend Izumi Yamanaka, Inoichi's wife. The ceremony was not overly extravagant, but it showed that two well-known ninjas were going to bind themselves in marriage. Although she was excited because it was her wedding day, she was not surprised to see that her husband was more nervous than she was. Even at the academy, Kushina thought of him as abnormal. A girl trying to pretend to be a boy. But having fallen in love with him, she accepted him as the man from whom she wanted to have children. She simply did not take into account the extreme level of loneliness she would have to endure because of him. Now this happy place was different. Although the setting was the same, and the guest list looked proper, she found that the groom held her more possessively than usual. The sun shone brightly on him, preventing her from clearly seeing his face. Yet the slightest glimpses of his roughly handsome face made her feel warmth and tingling inside. They exchanged vows, and as they were about to kiss, she realized that the man she had married was her son. Minato was there, but he had 2 black eyes and bruises all over his body. His hair was messy, and his clothes were torn. It was obvious that her son had beaten the crap out of his father, but she clearly did not care about the yellow flash in this dream. This version of her was wonderful approach dropping Minato at the altar to be with Naruto. She discovered that the mustachioed blonde was carrying her off into the sunset so that they could start a new life as husband and wife. The dream slowly moved to their honeymoon. The house they rented was destroyed. The pieces of wood were the remains of their matrimonial bed. Their king-size mattress turned into a deflated pile of gruel. The sheets were coated with gallons of their reproductive juice. The walls of their bedroom were decorated with various dents. The floor was littered with discarded clothes, broken lamps, strands of their hair, and even an empty bottle of. A few days ago, such a scene would have been called fake or staged. But after seeing what her son was really capable of, she could easily imagine him breaking everything in sight, his lover. But it wasn't her friend who was being, by her son. Her. He was, his mother. Suddenly, she was no longer in the bedroom when she and her son moved their wedding to the honeymoon a month to the kitchen. She found herself sitting on his lap as his monstrous ripped her very small. His rough, calloused hands were busy with her round ass, which he had apparently cruelly spanked to make it so red. Her face was identical to how stupid Mikoto looked when Naruto slapped her ass. Broken plates and shards of glass cluttered the area. The beautiful golden chandelier is now torn to pieces on the tiled floor. The breakfast table was destroyed. They even demolished the shell. A lot of, dreams began to torment her mind. Her eyes opened abruptly as she pulled herself together, only to realize that 2 of her fingers were pressed against the knuckles in her. She pulled her fingers out and saw that her hand was covered in thick female nectar. She hurriedly wiped her hand on the sheet, shedding tears for the umpteenth time. The temptations were getting stronger and stronger, but there was nothing she could do about it. She needed her husband, she needed him so painfully right now. Unfortunately for her, he never showed up there when she needed him most. Minato Namikaze wasn't an evil or vengeful person, but he was a yellow flash when it came to how quickly he teleported away from his duties as her husband. She shuddered at the cold air entering her room from the open window. It was quite chilly today, but she didn't care. She just didn't care. That night, Kushina Uzumaki cried before going to bed. XXX, the weather is so warm, Naruto said as he walked out of the Uchiha complex with a satisfied smile on his face. His huge balls were depleted when he had just completed a 17-hour mating session with Sasuke's mother. From yesterday evening until late in the morning, he continued to milk her with all his might. By the time they were finished, the sheets were stained beyond belief. The room smelled so hard that the aroma could be bottled and sell as an aphrodisiac. Summoning a shadow clone to change the sheets and order a new bed, he began to shower with the barely alive woman. Ever since he met his best friend's mother, no other woman has wet his. For him, a monogamous relationship would be a shock to his young self. Oh, those used to scream, begged him to stop, but he didn't listen to their screams. Jiraiya paid for the brothel for a whole year, then turned to him and told him that every girl who worked there had to do what he saw fit for the next 365 days. No one could interrupt him, and could refuse him. At the time, he was a boy with a third arm instead of so you can bet he was ripping his left and right. A year later, he left the mansion, knowing that he had killed these poor women for the sake of their husbands, suitors, and boyfriends. But now it's all in the past. With all these prostitutes helped him hone in on skills needed to seduce Mikoto. These skills now help him seduce his mother. In any case, his love for his wife Fugaku is genuine, and she means more to him than these flimsy, have ever done. Unlike the women he used as, he always listened to Mikoto when she begged him to stop her because she couldn't handle it anymore. Leaving the clone to cuddle her, he went to his home. It's time to execute the riskiest and most important part of his plan. 36 hours have passed since he threw a trap on his mother to seduce her to watch him and Mikoto have. Yesterday, she had avoided him like the plague, so he hadn't tried to strike up a conversation with her. The plan wasn't to push her too far, it was to make her as vulnerable as possible so that she would offer minimal resistance to his advancement. Closing the door behind him, he noticed the dimly lit living room and realized that his mother had not yet come downstairs. Reaching the upper floor, he felt that his mother was in her bedroom. After thinking over his plan one last time, he entered the kitchen and began preparing breakfast in bed for her. Today would be her favorite dish, scrambled eggs with bacon, sandwiched between 2 slices of bread, and a cup of pico orange tea. He also prepared a special treat for her. Pleased with the nutritious meal he had prepared, he lifted the tray in his hand. The door to his parents' bedroom creaked as he pulled the handle. Kushina was looking down at her lap, but Naruto did not necessarily take this as a red flag. However, her nervous and frightened reaction to him approaching her made him wary for a short while. Sochi-kun, the redhead whispered hesitantly, her eyes widening. What are you doing in my room? Naruto channeled his inner gentleman and sincerely smiled at his bewildered parent. It hurt him to see her red, swollen eyes telling him that yesterday she cried a lot. But he had to keep her defenses low. He needed to break her emotionally before he could break her physically. It was forced, but the redhead's lips twitched slightly. She could never turn away from a child's smile. Did you forget something? Asked the Hokage's son, raising an eyebrow. Shame on you, Ka-chan. Don't you remember what we should start every morning with? Alright, Kushina mumbled, biting her plump lips that could be kissed. Good morning, Sochi-kun. Good morning, Ka-chan, the blonde replied warmly. And now I want you to slip away. It's time for breakfast, and today I'll feed you. No buts, Naruto interrupted, frowning. You've been avoiding me, and I don't know why. This time you won't avoid me, Ka-chan. Minato's wife clutched the blanket. With trembling hands as she heard the creak of the bed spring when her son sat on the edge of her mattress. The sound made her toes curl, as it reminded her of the sounds her son's bed made when he, her friend. Yesterday she had tried to hide from him, but now he was in bed with her. To make matters worse, he was breaking a piece of toast in preparation to feed her as her husband would. A slight red hue lit up her cute cheeks as he winked at her playfully. Looking at it from a more logical point of view, she realized that she couldn't continue to act so strange with him. He had already picked up on her change in behavior, and she couldn't let him know that she was spying on him. Of course, it was only because she didn't know that he had set a trap for her. She took a deep breath, and her son looked at her shaking with pleasure. Calming her frantically pounding heart, she timidly opened her mouth. Ready to proceed as usual to avoid further suspicion. If she could survive this intimate breakfast with him, she could learn to distract herself from it altogether. Unfortunately, her body refused to reason. The corner of her eye rested on her into her son's, and she found herself staring at that giant bulge on his pants. Her pupils dilated as her gaze became too embarrassing for a married woman. She wiggled her ass, starting to heat up, and was bothered by the thought of him pulling down his pants and shoving his, down her throat. Her lips quivered as he nudged her to his shoulder, bringing her back to reality. Naruto wanted to chuckle as his mother puffed out her cheeks, munching on bacon and eggs like a chipmunk. She must have sensed his amusement because she lowered her head with a cute blush that just didn't want to leave her pretty face. Soon, fortunately for him, she began to eat with pleasure. Muttered Kushina, wiping her mouth with a napkin. It was really delicious, Sochi-kun. Thank you. Welcome, Ka-chan, the blonde replied gently. Oh, I almost forgot. I brought you dessert to taste with tea. Purple balls sparkled as Kushina thanked her son for his attentiveness. Regardless of how she felt about him, she knew that no one pampered her more than Naruto. Perhaps her dreams about him were just dreams. She just hoped that the situation would not escalate from here. Her mouth filled with saliva when she was given 2 blueberry pies. She looked at him with a magnificent smile. Her son had become a hero of the land of waves due to his valiant efforts to save his compatriots from the dictator ruling over them. The consequences were a goldmine for the economy, because all the neighboring countries tried to turn Wave from a fishing village into a major port city. This brought many business opportunities to the elemental nations from the western continents. Such enterprises included baking, technological products, sports goods, etc. Baking, especially blueberry pies, was Kushina's favorite. I got them during my last mission, Naruto began, looking into his mother's eyes. I also bought a whole box of these pies. I put the scroll in my room, but I'll give it to you as soon as you finish breakfast. Biting her lips, Minato's wife leaned down and gently kissed her son's mustached cheek. Her lips lingered for a moment as she debated whether he would be interested in a more intimate kiss. Her heart pounded wildly as she imagined pressing her lips against her son. She pushed away her thoughts, feeling disgusted with herself for having ruined such a perfect moment of family bonding. "Thank you," the emotionally uplifted redhead whispered. "Don't mention it," the blonde said sincerely, although the devilish glint in his azure blue eyes suggested otherwise. His hands grabbed the familiar cylindrical jar as he showed it to his parents. "And voila, here's the icing on the cake." The soft peaceful spheres grew wider and wider until she stared at her son with frightened eyes. She could never forget that jar of whipped cream. Her son had used that very jar to spray thick, delicious cream on her best friend before eating her right off her loose cheeks. The sudden memories became more vivid, forcing her to remember everything in detail. She buried her buttocks deep into the mattress, wiggling her hips as her got wet. Her features became even darker, her huge bouncing up and down due to her heavy breathing. "What's wrong, Ka-chan?" the blonde man asked anxiously, hiding his true emotions again. Naruto never implemented a plan without thinking it through at least 3 times. What he was doing to Kushina was not good because he was in love with her, but he needed to continue to strengthen and break her confidence so that he could weaken her defenses and make her vulnerable. His mother was a strong-willed kunoichi, and the usual seduction had no effect on her. All these years spent with her helped him understand what drives her and how her mind works. Thanks to his relationship with Mikoto, his mother's best friend, he was able to update his knowledge base of what he didn't know about the redhead, with the help of his lover. Minato may be Kushina's husband, but he didn't know her half as well as Naruto. Seeing that his mother was petrified, he lowered the nozzle to his hand. Concentric clouds of whipped cream splashed on his index finger, but the thickness of the cream prevented it from flowing down. "Here, Ka-chan," the blonde cooed, bringing his finger to his mother's face. "Try it." She was in such a contradiction. She was so wet. Kushina bit her lower lip, almost bleeding from how badly she was hit at seeing her son's finger covered in whipped cream. She couldn't refuse without arousing his suspicions. If she had told him that it was inappropriate, she would have no logical arguments to support her claim. Whenever Naruto cooked, he would always let her taste his finger. She used to do the same with him, but then it was just comfortable, family ties. If she agreed to the whipped cream off his finger right now, she would the first step to making your fantasies a reality. If she gave up the taste, her son would be in front of her and demand an explanation. He was so stubborn. He knew that she liked whipped cream, so she couldn't use the excuse that she didn't like it. The only possible way to refuse the offered finger is to show that she was spying on Naruto and Mikoto. She had no way out of it. Swallowing the lump in her throat, Uzumaki clenched her jaw before hesitantly parting her full lips, exposing pearly white lips. Her son's squinted eyes made her flinch and her jaw tight until he saw her tongue. Time stood still for her as his finger slowly entered her mouth. Realizing once again that there was no way out of this, she closed her eyes and allowed herself to leave. Naruto sighed dreamily as his mother gently scratched his fingertip with her teeth. Her tongue slowly slid around, delivering a wet, juicy greeting towards his finger. Zetaev breathing, he felt her tongue run over his finger, with a little more energy than he expected. For the first half of Thumb, there were no problems. Then, suddenly, memories of her son having, with Fugaku's wife flashed through her mind. She squeezed her ass, closing the bridge between her buttocks so he wouldn't flip her over and fill the slit of her with whipped cream. Until now, it had not even occurred to her that he was sticking his finger out of her mouth. She was shocked by his bold actions, but she was even more shocked when she realized that she was actually fighting his finger with her tongue. His eyes were closed and her eyes were fluttering. The whipped cream had long since been eaten, but she was still, his finger, soaping it with saliva, producing juice from her, and soaking her mattress. She gradually released his finger from her mouth, and what he saw made his monstrous stir in his pants. The tip of her tongue ran over her plump lips, her purple his eyes blinked at what he could describe as a pleasant surprise. He was captivated by the soft, satisfied smile on her face. As much as he and his wanted to repeat this sensual performance, he knew that his mother would understand what he was trying to do. He couldn't let that happen, could he? Okay, asked the blonde man in a low, hoarse voice. Kushina, her lips, still with her eyes closed. A red apple was the color of her face. Great, Naruto tweeted. Now let's have dessert and tea. 2 creams and 1 sugar. I followed the instructions for the tea, the blonde joked, earning his mother's unwitting giggle for this silly-ass wordplay. Hooray, Ka-chan. Although she still felt incredibly excited about what had recently happened between her and her son, she knew that she needed to hold out there a little longer. Raising her cup, she met his warm gaze. Hooray, Sochi-kun. They made small talk while they ate blueberry pie and drank tea. Naruto was excited, because his plan worked smoothly. Not only was his mother hooked all the time, he was also able to successfully predict her every move. The only thing that surprised him was the amazing technique she used to, his thumb. The thought of her doing it again, this time on his, overwhelmed his. Meanwhile, Kushina relaxed and had fun with her son. But just like before, when she regained a little of her confidence, he broke her and made her vulnerable again. So you tell me what happened, Ka-chan. Is it about Tosan? The blonde man asked, as his parents refused to answer him. I am sure that this is so. He's the cause of your pain, after all. Kushina threw up her head and stared at her son. Perhaps she had just imagined it, but she could have sworn she had noticed the disgust in his voice when he mentioned her husband. Don't say such things, said the red-haired woman, though not for reasons of defense, it was out of habit. Your father is very busy, and as Hokage, he has a lot of work. Is he too busy for you? Asked the mustached Jonin gently, his voice merely a whisper. I don't care that he missed a few of my birthdays because of his schedule. I don't care that he almost never comes home. What I really care about is you and the fact that he will never be there for you when you need him. Doesn't he understand how lonely you are without him? His mother flinched as he reached for her, but because she was holding a cup of tea, she couldn't push him away. Is he too busy for you? The blonde repeated, this time a little sharply, cupping her face with her hands. Hokage-sama is an idiot. Swallowing the lump in her throat, Kushina relaxed under her son's touch. She was compelled to do so not because he was dear to her, but because he was caressing her face with his magical fingers. Her shoulders sagged, her purple orbs trembled as she leaned towards him. For her, it was a moment like a fairy tale, when he looked into her eyes, offering her his affection, offering her a glimpse into the world of pleasure that awaits her if she offers herself to him. Naruto took a cup of tea from his mother and placed it on the nightstand. Returning to her, he grabbed her by the waist before pulling her towards him. Due to her emotional state, she could not resist dashing forward and smoothly landing on his lap. An invisible bolt of lightning struck him, causing electricity to flow through his veins as her big, fat, juicy ass pressed against his. It was the first time he had hugged her like a lover, and it was incredible. For the past 6 years, he has been pushing the good memories of his father out of his mother's mind, indirectly emphasizing how careless the man was as a father and husband. Now that his mother was in such a vulnerable state, he could scold Minato, speaking directly about the unforgivable misdeeds of this person. Flying up and grabbing her in his arms, he was able to pass a subliminal message to her, that he is more reliable and better at everything than the Hokage. No ninja training could help her. No words could escape her. Kushina shuddered as she snuggled up to her son, her huge and protruding, rubbing against his hard chest as each breath made her rise and fall. Her facial features darkened, taking on a texture similar to her hair when she realized that she was sitting on the very she had been dreaming of. Thoughts can make things real. She was thinking about her sons, and now she could feel it throbbing underneath her. Saliva dried in her mouth as she felt his huge throbbing between the two symmetrical spheres of her buttocks. Her ass clenched in fear, and she lifted herself a few inches off his lap. He didn't even fully straighten up, but she was so frightened by his size that she wanted to cover her. Oh, his big, fat, one-eyed beast could put demons to shame. However, nevertheless, her resolve was broken when she relaxed again in his arms. He held her so gently, so tenderly. Her heart raced as his eyes looked into her own, silently enveloping her with his love once more. His hands moved up and down her back, massaging her clothed flesh with fingertips infused with chakra. She broke out of quiet, she melted in his hands. She could not resist him, especially when he made her feel so loved. Her eyes lost all bright color as she realized the full extent of the impact of her husband's absence on her. Since he was never home, her self-confidence suffered greatly. When she was told he would come home for lunch, she put on the most provocative dress. It was out of hope for luck, only to hear that Hokage-sama would be at the office early tomorrow morning. She became so shy that she began to blame herself for her husband's lack of interest in her. These warm embraces helped her regain self-confidence. You raised me and showered me with unconditional love, the blonde continued, kissing the side of his mother's face. You were always patient with me. Even when I was stubborn, you never raised your voice at me or punished me. You were the perfect role model, you were the perfect parent. Kushina smiled at her son through tears. That's what mothers do, Sochi-kun. Not all mothers are like you, Ka-chan, the 18-year-old man objected. No mother could hold a candle to you. Even Mikoto-chan, was what Kushina wanted to say in reply, but she refrained because she did not want to destroy that small happiness with which she was blessed. You still shouldn't speak to your father with such resentment, Databane. He's just doing his best. Oh, really now? Asked the blonde with a raised eyebrow. Who taught me to read and write? Who brought me to the academy and then picked me up? Who taught me my first jutsu? But, damn it, we are talking about his neglect of me. We are talking about you. Did he ever appreciate everything you do for him? How many times did you have to throw away food because Hokage-sama didn't show up during breaks? How many anniversary outings did he ruin because he didn't adjust his schedule? How many times have I seen you cry because he neglects you? His mother trembled from having to remember all these painful memories. Do you want me to continue? Kushina shook her head, tears flowing down her face. How many times had she cried over the man she was married to? Adding this time to the list, she would have to say more times than her lonely heart could bear. How many times did she have to throw away food prepared for him? Countless. How many anniversary dinners did he miss? 7 and counting. Did he even appreciate her at all? She didn't even want to answer that question. So many anniversary and birthday gifts that she saw on the nightstand, all signed her husband. Did Minato really think that she wouldn't know that their son had bought all these gifts for her? Minato Namikaze was her life partner, but he simply could not replace their son. It was the kind of far-sighted seduction that Naruto had been performing on his mother for the past 6 years. Whenever he bought a chain or necklace for her, he forged his father's signature on the gift, but left the receipt in his trouser pocket. Then, when his mother was collecting his clothes for washing, she discovered that he was the one who bought the gift, not her husband. She leaned involuntarily as her son began to brush away her tears. We're going tonight, the blonde man said in a tone that left no room for argument. I'll be waiting for you downstairs at 7 p.m. sharp. Without giving her a chance to answer, he ruffled her long, luxurious red hair and then stroked her cheek. His lips lingered on her chubby cheek a little longer than the son's lips should be on his mother. He kissed her again, this time on her left cheek. The next victim of his lips was her forehead as he pecked her with as much love as he could get out of his mouth. His fingers gently tickled her back as he ran his palms along her sides. Her eyes were closed, but the expression on her face told him that she was fascinated by the love he had shown her. Lifting her a few inches from his lap, he laid her on comfortable sheets. Without saying a word, he grabbed the empty tray from the bed before finally leaving. Exhaling, she did not know that she had a breath. Minato's wife lowered her hand, placing it on her chest, on her heart. Her face was bright scarlet, her breathing was ragged. Their lips did not touch, but each of these kisses made her heart burst out of her chest. "Sochi-kun. What are you doing to me?" muttered the red-haired mother. "Don't you have Mikoto-chan right now? She's cheating on her husband to be with you. Then why was it? How, you?" Interrupting the dialogue, which she led by herself, she moved on to the party with her son rather than her husband. This wouldn't be the first time the two would walk around the village. Since Minato was almost never at home, she was often seen in some of Konoha's hotspots with her son. However, this will be the first time she will meet him, harboring feelings towards him. Will this date be considered cheating? As much as she wanted to remain faithful to her husband, she couldn't help but be attracted to the decidedly more dominant blonde. "I don't know what you want from me, Sochi-kun," whispered the mother, tugging at her blanket. "But the last thing I want to do is disappoint you like your father disappointed me." Sighing heavily, she climbed out of bed and frowned at her soiled sheets. It was already 7 p.m. Today, Naruto was ready to shake his mother's world. He was ready to seduce her little by little throughout the date. But he wasn't ready to see one smoking, almost unrecognizable woman, going down those steps. Her heart-shaped face turned red with excitement and excitement. Her lips were a beautiful cherry blossom, covered with lipstick and lip gloss, accentuating her purple eyes. Kushina Uzumaki was dressed in a black dress with thin straps. The clothes could only be described as tight, so the voluptuous figure that Kami-sama blessed her with was delightfully accentuated in this piece. Her huge almost popped out of the dress because of how much the fabric hugged her skin. A large amount of cleavage was exposed, but not so much that anyone could tell that she was wearing a uniform. His huge, thick stirred in his pants as he saw her gorgeous round ass begging to be spanked and her plump thighs swaying with every step she took up the stairs. The dress was fashionably short, but not so short that she could arrange a S-day by bending over. It didn't look like mini dresses that he saw on some of those. Her long red hair was styled in the same way, and it fell freely over her shoulders. The only change was that his mother made some cute curls at the ends of her hair. Her skin tone not only matched this hairstyle, but also gave her a very look. As far as he could tell, there was no makeup on her features, not that she was needed. You look so beautiful, Ka-chan," gasped Naruto, helping his mother take the last step down the stairs. Thank you, Sochi-kun," Kushina said timidly, biting her lips. "You look very beautiful." Naruto smirked as his mother blushed upon seeing him in a tight-fitting shirt that didn't hide his lean yet muscular build. Reaching out to pick up his jacket, he put it on, and his mother tried not to look into his. The pants he wore didn't look special, but he made them to order because he just couldn't fit into ready-made pants, considering how huge his was. "Thank you," the blonde replied. "But tell me this, why have you never worn this dress before?" "I bought it years ago, but I decided to wear it at night." "Don't you think I'm a little old for this dress?" "Do you think you're a little old for this dress?" the blonde man asked with fury burning inside his azure blue spheres. "I hate how Tasan made you so embarrassed that you doubt your beauty." Kushina could have twisted her neck as quickly as she turned her head to look at her son. He looked furious, as if he was ready to kill was his father. This reaction immediately told her that her son did not agree that she was too old to take off such a dress. She couldn't help but squeak as he tugged at her arm and began to lead her to the full-length mirror in the gallery below. "Take a good look, and then tell me that you see," Naruto said seriously, grabbing his mother's shoulders, looking into her eyes. The gaze sent shivers down her spine that she froze in place. She turned weakly to the mirror and looked at her stilettos. Even though she hated wearing these things, she couldn't deny the confidence she gained from the increased height. She had to admit that they were pretty cool. Her eyes swept over her taut legs until she stared at the fabric of her black dress. In the light falling on them, she could see the glossy shade of onyx on her supposedly black dress. She thought it looked beautiful. She objected to a little pirouette, just to see how well her ass was accentuated by the form-fitting fabric. What she didn't know was that her son was worshipping her with his eyes. She looked up and took a deep breath, almost sticking her huge out of the top of her dress. A soft smile appeared on her shiny lips. "I look good." "Okay," muttered the blonde man as he appeared behind his mother. "Okay." Looking in the mirror, he saw that she was staring at his reflection, soaking up the anger in his eyes. "You're just knocked out, Ka-chan. I could chat about how great you look right now, but no words can fully convey your beauty. You'd better hope I don't realize you're asking yourself that again." "I also hope not. A man dares to look at you the wrong tonight. I will not hesitate to kill anyone I believe is guilty of this crime. Only I have the right to look at my mother," Naruto added in his mind. Her son has always been the owner of her. Even as a child, he looked at men who looked at her. Seeing her little boy so eager to protect her was the cutest thing to do. It was hot as hell now. She could imagine him doing it. His strong hands broke the poor fool's neck, because he looked at her as if she were a piece of meat. The thought made her dizzy and wanted. Due to the absence of her husband, she desperately needed approval. It didn't matter that she was a powerful kunoichi. She was still human, she was still a woman with needs. All those compliments she wanted to hear from Minato, his approval she had so desperately sought, she had found it all with her son. "Thank you, Sochi-kun," the mother said in a more confident voice. "So where are we going?" "Don't talk about it, Ka-chan," the blonde replied sincerely. "As for where we're going, I'll keep it a secret for now." Kushina looked at her son with a big girlish pouting lip and crossed her arms over her chest, emphasizing the massive that Kami-sama blessed her with. She snorted as he laughed at her before shaking her head. He offered her his hand, and she joined it to hers. "Mine," Naruto thought greedily as he looked over his shoulder and saw a big fat ass mother stretching the fabric of her dress. "All mine." XXX Seduction does not make someone do something they do not want to do. Seduction encourages someone to do something they secretly already want to do. That's why seducing Kushina Uzumaki worked. "Ichiraku Reimaman," chirped the Magnificent. "This is just what I need, Databane." "We're just here to get takeout, Ka-chan," Naruto replied sternly. "And I've already placed the order, so you can't have your usual all-you-can-eat Uzumaki special." Kushina pouted like a spoiled princess who didn't get a pony for her birthday. Unfortunately for her, puppy dog eyes no jutsu did not work on her son. It was creepy, yet somehow he was immune to absolute jutsu. "Sometimes I wonder who the parent is between you two," Tucci joked, placing a rather large box on the counter. "Anyway, here's your ramen. I also added some extra napkins and sauces. And a couple of pairs of chopsticks just in case." "Excellent," Naruto said, sealing the box into a scroll and then sealing it on his wrist. Taking out his wallet, he put more than he needed for dinner. "Leave the change, old man. I'll see you later." "Good night." "Good night, old man," the redhead added, waving excitedly to her elderly friend before following her son to the bedside table where ramen was served. Naruto smoothly ran his hand over the perfectly symmetrical spheres of Kushina's ass, moving to hug her. Minato's wife dreamed of ramen and didn't pay attention, so her son dealt with several senses, taking full advantage of her frivolity. Tucci watched as the mother-son duo left their stand, but didn't notice that the blonde man was groping his mother. This was due to a red-eyed man using genjutsu on him. Tucci is a family other Kushina Oba-san and Hokage-san. It is impossible to predict how he will react to the fact that he will physically meet with his mother, thought Sasuke, turning off his dojutsu. "I feel that Nii-san is already at the next place, so I need to meet him there." So far, all is well, Dabe, XXX. They say curiosity killed the cat, but there is no more effective temptation than curiosity. Keeping his mother on edge, Naruto could keep the ball in his court all night. Every time she asked him a question, he gave her a mysterious answer, which heightened her curiosity. The next item on the agenda was to take Kushina to her favorite park. His shadow clone spread a blanket on the grass. On the blanket were various dishes and drinks. Kushina's face was stunned and excited because this would be her first picnic in almost 2 decades. The two started with the easiest item on the menu and then continued until Kushina had eaten ramen equal to her weight. Since there is no stronger aphrodisiac than conversation, Naruto continued to engage his mother in small talk to make sure he was on her mind all the time while they were together. Next on the bucket list was a simple walk around the village. So far, everything was going better than he had imagined in his head. His mother was completely fascinated by his gentlemanly side. When she felt a little cold, he took off his jacket and put it on. By seducing her, he was seducing her to direct all her lust to him and gradually transform her into real, sincere love. Now it was time to see if he was seducing her mind correctly. "Oh, look, we're close to home theme," Naruto said, pointing to the guarded area. "Do you want to stop by and say hello to Mikoto Oba-san? Really good." Kushina realized this only now, but her son was a great actor. Just 2 days ago, he had called his godmother, Mikoheim, her in a way her husband never could. On the other hand, most of the positions in which her best friend was, required Naruto's monstrous, rather than Fugaku's tiny pinky finger. The redhead decided that her son must have been hiding his relationship with a woman because he didn't want her to know about it. Unfortunately for the couple, she saw a live show where they were banging their boots, or so she thought. Anger began to rise from the depths of its core, igniting fire in its purple spheres. She did not want to see her friend now. But most of all, she didn't want her son to see his friend right now. She could imagine Mikoto smirking at her with that damn trademark Uchiha grin and, about how she could handle Naruto's giant. It was so easy to imagine such a scenario that she clenched her fists so tightly that she almost spilled blood. It was said that jealousy was just a lack of self-confidence, but she called it nonsense. After all the wet dreams she had of him, combined with her lust and growing attraction to him, she couldn't bear the thought of him being with anyone else but her. She stared at him, which caused him to look at her in embarrassment before grab his hand and pull him in the opposite direction. A dark smirk appeared on his lips as his mother led him out of sight of the Uchiha district. She didn't say a word about why she did it, but words were unnecessary. Kushina Uzumaki was nearly broken. He just needed to show a little more patience. XXX The couple now stood on an artificial stage that Naruto had built with the help of his shadow clones. The combination of materials was fused together to construct this stage, and Kami had been to create it. This stage was temporarily set up at the very far end of the 7th polygon. Itachi and Sasuke were both performing guard duty and stood close to the ground. Naruto made sure that no one would interrupt his date with his mother. Music roared from the portable audio system. It was a beautiful symphony, guitar and piano instrumentals with a hint of violin and orchestral vocals in the background. Naruto had just invited his mother to dance. At that, as a mature woman working on the dance floor, there was something that excited him. That was why he often forced Fugaku's wife to dance a private dance with him. But it was his mother, and he wanted to see her move this body as if it had to be moved. He wanted her to shake that ass like it was meant to shake it. While he wasn't Kami's gift to all women, when it came to the art of dance, he was by no means an amateur. Seduction for some is physical, and for others it is mental. But for him, seduction is a subtle dance and the main weapon of a man in winning female affection. He mocked Jiraiya when an old fart told him that he was taking him to a famous dance teacher. The meeting went well, but the dance turned out to be awkward. He was ass when it started. He was thankful that the wasn't on TV. Learning to dance from his hot instructor was quite difficult. However, it had a super cheat code known like a shadow clone jutsu. After spending months of training under her guidance, she was basically on all fours when he was able to understand that everything about a woman, her mind, her heart, her body, her soul, can be seduced through dancing if done right. With the exception of Sasuke's mother, he didn't lure any other woman to dance with him because he had to harbor genuine feelings for a woman for that seduction to work. If done right, he can direct his feelings to a woman, direct them directly to her heart, and seduce every part of her with a single dance. His feelings for his mother are pure, and she has a place in his heart that no one, not even Mikoto, can replace. Hence, it was logical for him to ask her to dance with him. No, Kushina said, placing her hands on her thighs of childbearing age. Let's do something else. It's not that she doesn't want to dance. We're dancing, and this is the end, Naruto stated in a deep, powerful voice, pressing her mother to the spot. You are not allowed to talk about this, Ka-chan. Now give me your hand. A shiver ran down Kushina's spine as she witnessed the assertive side of her son, the side that tolerated no one. She was reminded that the man standing before her was not her husband. He was not the kind of crazy man who would cower when she raised her voice. He was not a man she could command and expect to obey any whim. No, he was a man who knew how to, and assert his power. He was a man who had been seducing her for the past 6 years and gradually making her submit to him. Then, out of nowhere, his veteran expression morphed into a soft, loving gaze. She flushed a cherry red as he bent at the waist in a gentlemanlike fashion. Your hand, Ka-chan, repeated the blonde, a little gentler this time. Kushina let out a breath she didn't know she had as she offered her hand to her son. Before she knew it, he was taking her hand in his. She felt his lips brush against the back of her hand as he planted a soft kiss on her skin. He smooched her hand a second time before he let go of her hand and placed his hands around her waist. The dance hadn't even begun, yet she was already out of breath. Let go, whispered the blonde in a husky voice as he leaned into his mother's ear. Don't think. Just let the music guide you until you find your rhythm. Minato's wife closed her eyes, shuddering pleasurably from the tone in which her son was speaking to her. No matter how hard she wanted to escape this dance, she knew he wasn't going to let her go. Accepting her fate, she rested her head against the brick wall that was his chest. Her huge, pressed against his hard chest, her arms lightly linking around his neck. Naruto kept his hands on his mother's waist, reminding himself that it wasn't time for him to start reaching down and fondling her scrumptious ass just yet. He tightened his hold on her, just a tad, before starting to sway to the music. She awkwardly followed his lead, but was able to find her rhythm within a couple of minutes. The slow-paced instrumental helped her in that regard. She peeked her head up, trying to catch a glimpse of his face. It astounded her how a shinobi of his caliber could be so graceful in an activity that was poles apart from his profession. On the battlefield, he was a seasoned killer, yet right now he looked so majestic. He was holding her, gliding them around the stage. As his mother, she swelled with pride as he showed her his skills. Where did he learn how to dance like this? The academy didn't offer dance as an elective course, so he couldn't have studied the art there. In ninja villages like Konoha, dancing wasn't exactly a popular conversation starter. His hold on her got tightened on every turn, in turn squishing her, against his chest. As she moved together with him, she felt his leg brushing against hers. Good, said the blonde, once again into his mother's ear. Keep your mind focused on the music. It's about to pick up. Kushina let out a quivery sigh as she felt his hot breath spearing through her ear canal. His words kept repeating inside her head, but at no point did she stop swaying her motherly hips. The movements of the dance and being in such an intimate setting with him got her inner juices flowing. She was embarrassed, but tried not to let it obvious that she was getting turned on. Kushina squealed with admiration, spinning with her son. I never thought dancing could be so much fun. I'm glad you're having fun, Ka-chan, her son replied gently. We are about to approach the part where the pace increases dramatically. Stay focused. Kushina nodded, but the music changed too quickly for her to adjust. Her son grabbed her by the waist and pulled her to him, allowing her to feel his huge pressing against her belly. All of these urges gushed back as he massaged her belly with his, as if he were trying to communicate with her uterus. She became lethargic, almost tripping over her heel. His foot slid briefly between her legs, his top thigh brushing against the wet lips of her began to rise and slowly bulged out of the scabbard. Fortunately, she was wearing, otherwise she would have to End the date here and now. She nervously buried her head in his chest and unconsciously began massaging his chest with her massive. She could no longer pay attention to the melody when he danced with her under the moonlight. "You're getting sloppy," he teased the blonde, earning a sharp glance from his mother. "Move your hips." He tightened his grip on her waist and began to move it himself. Like this. His hand rested on her thigh, and only the fabric of her dress separated his skin from hers. The skin of his hand was so soft on her hand. It felt so right when her son hugged her so closely. He suddenly turned her, making the air leave her lungs as she gasped. She felt his gaze on her as she completed her turn under his hand. She felt him drinking in every curve of her body. Strong muscular arms wrapped around the creamy skin of her neck. She stifled as her son began tracing her lower back. She leaned in and rested her head on his shoulder. His masculine scent was like an aphrodisiac to her, and she found herself taking deep breaths. To her surprise, her son was breathing into her hair, catching the scent of fragrant shampoo, which she used to keep her red curls beautiful and shiny. "Amazing," Kushina whispered, holding her breath. "Where did you learn to dance like that, Sochi-kun?" "That's a long story," the blonde began. "I'll tell you another time. But for now, I want you to get ready, because the music is about to change dramatically." Oh, the music changed wonderfully. It wasn't fast, but the rhythm made no sense to her. She used to sway, and her son guided her when movement was expected. Now he had taken off the training wheels, and she was stumbling everywhere. In her frustration, she did not see or feel him hugging her. She was torn from her thoughts when his lips lightly touched her forehead. The music kept playing, but she was filled with silent dread. Their eyes locked as he pulled away from her, gauging her reaction. She was out of breath, but didn't pull away when he leaned in to peck her forehead a second time. It was electric, sparks raced through her with that simple act of affection. That forbidden lust she had for him was slowly being absorbed by her heart as a more powerful attraction towards him began forming. She looked deeply into his eyes, yearning to know what he was feeling. "Relax," whispered Naruto while holding his mother's waist. "We are in no rush, Ka-chan. Take it slow." It was time for the ultimate seduction to kick in. Kushina nodded, breathlessly, as she once again snaked her arms around her son's neck. She kept her gaze on him, studying his expression, all the while trying to control her growing feelings for him. Unable to resist the intimate moment, she lowered her head and rested it on his shoulder. Her huge, pressed up against him as he tightened their embrace, but this time she was welcoming the sensations it was bringing her. When Naruto's feelings for her began to move through the arteries leading to her heart, memories of her childhood came back to her in recollections. She used to be a fanatic about stories of princesses and was madly in love with the handsome prince. Growing up, she realized that story was fictional and that such a person did not exist. However, dancing with him made her feel the same as before, towards this perfect man from an imaginary world. She could remember the day of her wedding when Hiruzen Sarutobi, acting as minister, called her and her husband to dance to start the party. Oh, how she wanted to burn the memory of that damned dance. Minato was so afraid to take the initiative, and she didn't know how to convince him. Naruto, on the other hand, proved that he could handle her when she was in her tomboy mode. Loosening her and leading in this dance, she understood why she depended on him more than on his father. Maybe her son was her handsome prince. For a moment she pulled away from him to look into his eyes. There were temptations, but now even her heart and soul began to yearn for him. She called his attraction to him forbidden and taboo. Now she found the idea of their mating pure and sacred. All that kept her from making her wildest dreams come true was her stance on infidelity. But wasn't her son fascinated by her ass? She knew it was because he had mentioned it to Mikoto when he had, with her. So why hasn't he tried anything now? She was in the perfect position for him to deal with some feelings, and it would be good since they danced slowly. Does this mean that he is no longer interested in her? Was he only interested in Mikoto now? If I don't act now, I can lose Sochi-kun forever, Kushina thought with a sinking heart. Dancing with him showed me what his future will be like, and I want to be a part of it. I can't let him end the night that he would slip out of our house and continue to have, with Mikoto. Even if she's my best friend, I can't let her take my son away from me. I can't lose it, not his, no one but him. She could tolerate Minato turning her down over and over again. This man has been hurting her for years with his absence, and he rarely makes up for it. However, Naruto was more by her side than her husband ever was. His refusal would hurt her the most. She closed her eyes, wiggling her perky ass, unconsciously using her moving buttocks, inviting him to her. She made her choice. Cammy made her choice. I'm sorry, Minato. A flushed face, a nervous shuffling of legs, a bent right knee and, not a damn thing, Naruto thought, reading his mother's expression, noting her nervous movements, me sideways, she's, fidgeting was a variation of giving Kushina eyes. Or in other words, it was her a way of saying, go, me. Because of how long he'd been chasing his mother, he'd studied her every quirk, the way she thinks, moves, eats, breathes, you name it. While hiding in the invisibility cloak's jutsu and masking his presence, Naruto often took notice of when his mother dressed as a hot, for his father. Whenever she tried to convince Minato to have, with her, she would often do this fidget, which Naruto personally nicknamed, fidgeting. It took him 6 long years of seducing her for her to finally break. He wasn't going to waste a second more. Lowering his hands slightly, he ordered his palms to find the full bulge of the spheres of his mother's big round ass. He slowly took a handful, amazed at how heavy but soft they were. No matter how many times he worshipped Mikoto's ass, his mother's ass was in a class of its own. Such a perfect shape and elasticity, like a ripening fruit, gracefully curving from the waist to her feminine hips. Casting a glance at her beautiful face, he met no resistance from the outside, he really broke her. Sochi-kun, thought Kushina, feeling her son needing her ass, but did nothing to stop him. She was the one who suggested it to him in the first place. This was contrary to her views on marriage, but she could no longer deny her feelings for her son. I hope you know what you're getting into, said the blonde, stopping feeling for his mother and taking her flushed face in his hands. Do you know what I'm going to do to you, Ka-chan? I'm going to, you, Naruto replied in a smoldering hoarse voice. I'm going to, you so hard that you'll forget about that sand completely. That's what you want, isn't it? She tried to prevent her son from seeing the hot lust in her eyes when he said these words. She was more like an affectionate girl, but ever since she saw huge of her son, she dreamed of him giving her to her really roughly. This animal side of him really turned her on. The intimate dance she performed with him made her forget about the brutal Naruto gave her best friend. She had almost forgotten what kind of demon her son was in the bag. Look at me, Ka-chan, the blonde man demanded and looked into his mother's eyes as she looked up at him. You're going to cheat on Tosan with me. Electricity flowed through her veins, but she nodded, this time looking at him. She wasn't sure if she looked reluctant, shaking her head, or if she was full of enthusiasm. All she cared about now was to take her mind off her husband and give her son the pleasure she deserved. You don't have to worry about that person anymore, Naruto stated with utmost confidence in his voice. You're mine now, Ka-chan. Kushina looked at her son for a good minute before tears filled her eyes. This answer proved to her that he was not going to spend one night with her. He was genuinely interested in his connection with her. She agreed with her son that she was now his, but could not find the strength to express it in words because of the goosebumps. Pulling her towards him, he marked his territory. Minato had a chance with Kushina, and he ruined it with his hunger for the Hokage's place. Whether he felt that his decisions were for the better or for the worse, Minato made the bed, and now he would have to lie down in it. Naruto was about to do the opposite and lie down with his mother. Running his hands over his mother's broad thighs, he put his fingers under the hem of her dress and clenched his fists. At first, she shook her head, knowing what he was up to, but his lustful eyes made her hide her face in his chest. Beaking her to her flushed cheek, he began to pull the back of her dress higher and higher until her gorgeous bubble ass popped out. Ripples ran down their cheeks covered with loose flesh as they were pulled out of their hiding place. Mine, Naruto thought possessively with shiny azure balls, holding her mother's huge ass in her hands. Despite his passion for her, he was also deeply in love with her. Later, he will be strong with her. In the meantime, he wanted to shower her with a vanilla novel and worship the tale he had been chasing since childhood. Running his hands over the spheres of his mother's carcass, he filled his nervous system with chakra to enhance his sense of touch. He firmly believed that in order to truly worship a woman's ass, a man must start by familiarizing himself with texture, shape, curvature, and elasticity. The tip of his finger poked into his right cheek, and she entered the large round flesh. Waving his arms under her hips, he took as much ass as he could in his palms before letting go of her cheeks and then spanking them. The slap could be heard all over the training grounds, but it was quickly overshadowed by Kushina's squeals from the searing pain she felt from the slaps with such strong hands. Naruto, on the other hand, closed his eyes and focused his chakra. This allowed him to feel vibrations emanating from the bouncing, reddened cheeks he had just struck. Wanting to calm his tearful mother, he gave a deep massage to her sore ass. Now her legs were trembling, her hips were tightening. He could feel his mouth watering with the excitement he felt coming from her. However, he hadn't even had time to bow to her ass yet. Pushing his neck forward, he glanced over her shoulder to look at her discarded dress. An animal growl escaped from his mouth as he saw the tiny black, covering the crack in his mother's buttocks. It was the same he had seen her wearing when he had looked at her kimono years ago. His hands trembled, his huge hardened as he realized that his mother had only put on her, for their date. Throwing his head over her shoulder, he looked and saw that she was blushing like an apple because he had just made this discovery. His heart was beating wildly, his blood circulating through the arteries, seething with a deep, powerful hunger. Quickly grabbing her big fat ass, he kicked her into the air until she was forced to wrap her legs around his waist. Damn it, so hot, thought Kushina when she began to secrete fluid due to the departure of her son. The kneading has become rougher, but still sensual. Once he was satisfied with what he had done to her, he lowered her to the ground, turned her around, and then hugged her from behind. 14.5 inches of breaking steel stabbed between his mother's thighs as she carried the baby. His arms wrapped around her waist, his fingers caressing her learned tummy. He began to rub against her, resting his head on her shoulder, sniffing her shampooed hair with a sweet aroma for a long time. "Ka-chan," Naruto whispered in a deep, hoarse voice that sent ships down his mother's spine. "You smell so damn good." Kushina was in a daze. It was difficult for her not to, when the monstrous her son was moving back and forth on the bridge between her clad ass. Even through his clothes, she could feel him throbbing, trying to tear a hole in his pants. His powerful hand held her in place, leaving no way to escape. He snuggled up to her, and juice ran down her legs. Purple balls rolled to the back of her head as her son began to bite the creamy skin of her neck. She continued to move her hips sensually, but the pleasure she received did not even allow her to hear the music playing in the background. Never in her life had she experienced such unbridled passion. Never in her life had she thought that an affair could be so hot and filled with lust, yet make her feel warm and tingling inside. She seriously miscalculated that her son wanted her. Feeling her attraction to him grow rapidly, she began to rub her thighs harder and harder. He rolled off her dress, hugged her and began to beat her. Soon, the rhythm of his pelvic thrusts began to match her rhythm, and it seemed like they were each other in their clothes. "Oh, damn it. Oh, Kami, Sochi-kun. I, Kushina exhaled, panting, throwing back her head. Her delicious ass slammed viciously against his hard, her was protected from, only by the, she was wearing. A frantic wave of female juice gushed from the depths of her, as she shook and squirted, soaking her, and lathering the man-made seam with its nectar. The front of his pants was also soaked in his precum and its excrement. It was her first, when she had, with him physically, and it was the biggest, of her life. That was back in the days when they were dressed. Oh, how foolish it was to think that her husband could ever compare to their son. How will that tiny pencil ever compare to the monster she in her clothes? She could barely stand because of spasms in her legs. Those damn high heels didn't make her life any easier either. That was a good start, Naruto began with a bloodthirsty look in his eyes. Now let's continue. Her throat burst out of her chest as he thrust through her ass with a powerful thrust, causing her huge, to jiggle wildly. She could feel the head of his massive instrument pressing against her. It reminded her of the wet dreams she had when he stretched both her and with his monstrous. She was pulled out of her fantasies as he gripped her trained tummy tighter, forcing the air out of her lungs. The faster music that began to play only made him fall even harder on her, and she fell even harder on him. Okay, now they were, but they don't kiss, do they? Their bodies writhed with lust, and all abandonment vanished. Soon, Naruto slid his hands over his mother's huge. But having done this, he felt love for her, which instantly overpowered his lust. These were the puppies he had, to get his nutritious substances. How could he not be gentle with them after their long-awaited reunion? Her large, heavy, rose and fell with each breath. As he slid his hands, he felt her protruding, trying to pierce a hole in her, and climb out of her dress. I want you to, me again, Ka-chan, Naruto whispered, snuggling up against his mother's back. What do you think? Do you want me to milk you? Kushina, as the thought of her son, her nursing made her forbidden desires skyrocket. Sochi-kun. She was cut off when he sank his teeth into the skin of her neck and bit like a rabid animal. Satisfied with the hickey he left on his mother's neck, Naruto gathered as much of the flesh as he could into his hands. For a good 2 minutes, he sensually shook his two large, heavy, using his palms to memorize their shape and size, absent-mindedly comparing them to Mikoto. He concluded that the two women were almost identical by figure. Both had big fat asses and were big and juicy. They were the perfect, for a blonde lover. Your, Ka-chan, Naruto whispered, adjusting his mother's, through her dress. Take off, now. Kushina whimpered when her son spoke to her in a dark, strong voice, and she found herself obeying him. Now he stood in front of her, waiting for her to comply with his demand. Biting her lips, she reached behind her back and began fiddling with the clasp that held her together. Her huge bounced to show her gratitude, even though they were still tucked under her dress. Now her was in her hand, but her son came over and yanked it away. Naruto pressed his mother's to his face and took a deep breath, his nostrils inhaling the scent of the massive that his clothes had held captive all evening. His pants became incredibly tight at the thought of his mother's. Looking back at her, he saw that she was trembling in her heels, and felt her arousal skyrocket from what she had just seen him do. Throwing his on the floor, he hugged her from behind and put his hands on her chest again. The soft and gentle was pushed aside by the wild and unbridled as he became rougher to her. The pad was no longer there, so he couldn't really feel her jiggling. His azure blue eyes flashed with primal lust as he began to tear at her, like a hungry man jumping on a plate of food. She was screaming now, waves of pleasure flowing through her veins from his mad chest worship. Waves ran over her wide thighs as she moved them against his. Then, he suddenly let go of her, causing her to gasp. Sochi-kun, you. How, a beast. Grabbing her hips and spreading them apart, he forced her to squat down, in which her gorgeous bubble ass was pushed out and her arms dangled at her sides. He stroked through his pants, but a huge long begged to be released from prison. Seeing his mother in a doggy style standing position, he really wanted to, all the, out of her. However, he stuck to his plan and started pushing his pelvis forward, hitting her square between her buttocks. Her, and his, echoed around the training ground. Letting go of her hands, he pulled her with him until they stood upright, his chest colliding with her back. Hugging her, he directed the lightning chakra into his hands and made sure that she saw his fingertips crackle with electricity. A dark grin appeared on his lips, mainly because his mother was either too innocent to understand what he was up to or too happy to notice. His hands slowly touched her, and he took her, between two fingers. Then he pinched her, with his fingers covered with lightning chakra. Even if it was done through her dress, electricity could easily, through the clothes. It only took her a few seconds to her eyes closed. Screamed Minato's wife as her successive, burst out of her. She was already producing juices from dry friction and worship, but the pinching of her, by the lightning chakra was what made her free herself with all her might. "That's it," shouted Naruto with a lustful smile on his face. Kushina continued to whip and whip until her teeth began to chatter and her cells began to crumble. She would have fallen to her knees if her son had not held her tightly. Severe cramps in her legs deprived her of strength. Her breathing was difficult due to a faulty respiratory system. A powerful white light strained her eyes, preventing her from seeing or thinking straight. Sweat ran down her forehead and began to merge with the tears rolling down her cheeks. The lower half of the dress was completely stained. The tiny she was wearing was now sticky, and she was really uncomfortable as they started to drive over her ass. All her legs were soaked with juice, and the thighs stuck together with each contact. Her high heels and his shoes were also soaked in her creamy nectar. She even splashed on the artificial stage. This was insane, so damn crazy. Minato brought her to, only once during their marriage. Meanwhile, her son twice made her gush like a geyser without even touching her. Minato may be the head of the family, but Naruto was not only the real man in the house, but also its god. Turning around his stunned mother, Naruto looked deep into her shining eyes, looking for the answer he was looking for. This was the last stage he needed to go through before he could advance to the next level. She was still trying to find her voice, and the words seemed to freeze in her throat. In the end, she nodded sweetly and gave him her consent. His lips touched hers, and waves of pleasure ran through their bodies. Their lips parted, and they realized that they were judging each other's reaction. Naruto's reaction was simple, he felt. Kushina, on the other hand, was immensely happy but also a little conflicted. Happy in the sense that the pleasure she had received overpowered her guilt for cheating on her husband. However, there was still a part of her that was begging her to turn back, repent for her sins and be faithful to her husband. Sure, she was sinking further into infidelity, but it's not like she's having, right? Those full, pouty lips of his mother were begging for a more passionate kiss and he couldn't deny them of that. He crushed against them with his own famished lips. His hands swathed behind her head to ensure she wouldn't be able to wiggle her way out. Squeezing hard on the two jiggling spheres of her ass, he began kissing her harder. She gasped into his mouth, her knees buckling from the sheer intensity of their colliding lips. Taking advantage of her dazed state, he slipped his tongue in her mouth for a brief second, just long enough to make contact with hers. She looked shocked at what he had done, but at no point did she push him away. Their arms enclosed together as she began kissing him back. Chakra was then channeled into the muscles of his tongue as he wrestled with hers, almost instantly ending with her surrendering to him. He could feel the vibrations coming from her mouth as she began, louder and louder. "Oh Kami, Sochi-kun," panted Kushina as she tightly wrapped her arms around her son's neck. His kisses now wriggled from her mouth, longingly savoring her cheek and jaw. The ground on which she stood shook, at least for her, as he slammed his lips against hers again. Was this what a makeout session was like? This was so intense. Her back arched as she pulled him down to kiss her more passionately. "You are, Ka-chan," growled Naruto as he toyed with his mother's big, fat ass, all while engaging her in a dance of the tongue. A few minutes later, the mother and son separated to gather the necessary oxygen. Their faces were flushed, but they couldn't keep their lust-filled eyes off each other. Kushina suddenly tore away her gaze, picked up her discarded, and began straightening out her dress. She didn't say a word to her son as she began making her way out the training ground. "Hey," began Naruto, only to see his mother picking up the pace. "Hey wait, Ka-chan." The only reply he got was the clicking of his mother's heels as she stormed off. Just then, a tall black-haired man appeared in a swirl of leaves. "What will you do now, Naruto?" XXX Naruto was a lot of things, but he wasn't easy to scare. Well, he was scared right now. The dance with his mother had gone better than he could have ever imagined. He kept gliding with her on the stage, continuing to seduce her, until she gestured for him to feel her up. It was she who gave him the permission to, her and kiss her, at no point in time did he force himself on her. From manhandling her, to kissing her, to making her squirt like everything he did was according to plan, and his plans were foolproof. So, why did she run off like that? According to his calculations, after their makeout session, she should have asked him to take her home and continue the night there. Seeing no need for Sasuke or Itachi to keep performing their guard duty, he relieved them from their tasks and thanked them for playing their roles in all this. He also sent a shadow clone to the Uchiha district to inform Mikoto of this potential red alert. After thinking things over, he reached out for his mother's chakra and began following her with great apprehension. She was heading to their home, and each step he took chasing after her was like a knife being pushed deeper and deeper into his chest. He wasn't worried about her mentioning this to his father. He could deal with Minato, he just didn't want to lose his mother. Closing the fenced gate of his home behind him, he trekked along the rocky walkway leading to the door. There he saw his mother standing there waiting for him. Without saying a word, she opened the door and closed it behind him. Although he could have shunned Shin in their house, he did not want to upset his mother or make her distance herself from him. Nevertheless, he felt that she was nervous and scared, but at the same time calm. What surprised him was that he did not feel a trace of anger from her. If she wasn't angry, then what was happening to her? He took the last step and pressed the doorbell button, eagerly awaiting her to open the door. In a moment, the door creaked open. Kushina stood at the foot of the door with flushed cheeks, her heart racing at 1,000,000 miles per second. Guilt is a thin rope, and she was reminded of it after she stopped kissing her son. She soared and thought long about the consequences of violating wedding vows. At best, she might manage to spend a night of passion with her son and hopefully hide it from her husband. But if it comes to the worst-case scenario, she could potentially lose everything. In one night in the sheets, she stared at the man who was looking at her with his azure blue eyes. But before he could take another step toward her, she raised her hand and stopped him in his tracks. She wanted to hold on to that piece of motherhood she had developed over 18 years of his life. He was, first and foremost, her son. However, he was also the man she was slowly but surely falling in love with. This date made her realize that. Opening her mouth, she spoke 6 words that a woman usually says at the end of a date when she doesn't want the night to end. 6 words, one for each year he had spent seducing her. "Do you want to come in?" She looked at the man who was looking at her with his azure blue eyes. But before he could take another step toward her, she raised her hand and stopped him as if rooted to the spot. She wanted to hold on to that piece of motherhood that she had nurtured over 18 years of his life. He was, first and foremost, her son. However, he was also a man whom she was slowly but surely falling in love with. This date made her realize it. Opening her mouth, she spoke 6 words that a woman usually says at the end of a date when she does not want the night to end. 6 words, one for each of the 6 years he had spent seducing her. "Do you want to come in?" Naruto silently entered his house and closed the door behind him. His eyes did not leave his mother as he watched her shuffle her feet like a shy teenage girl. There was so much concern in him because she had run away before. "Sochi-kun, do you have regrets?" Naruto interrupted in a cold and stone-like voice. The tone in which the blonde spoke caused a shiver ran down Kushina's spine. Usually a foolish rural resident trying to attack her would encounter the wrath of Naruto Uzumaki, but right now she was facing it, and she did not like it at all. "Do I regret what?" "We did, Sochi-koi." Ifam asked, looking into her son's eyes. She did everything possible to give this honorable encounter as much attention as possible. She accepted him into her home not only as a son but also as a lover. It makes sense to start calling him that. "No," continued the redhead. "However, you must understand that today I betrayed your father for the first time." Kushina stepped forward to embrace her son, but he raised his hand and stopped her. Then he stepped away from her, which confused her and at the same time caused her pain. "Crawl." Kushina mumbled. "What do you mean, Sochi-koi?" Naruto just stared blankly at the woman who gave birth to him. However, inside, his heart jumped, beating stronger than what he usually delivers to Sasuke's mother during their rough sessions. His mother had just bestowed upon him the affectionate reverence reserved for a lover. But no matter how happy he felt on the inside, he needed to remain impassive on the outside. "I don't want you to tell me that. You're willing to cheat on me to San," Naruto began coldly, calmly, and collected. "I want you to show me." Come to me, and I'll take it as confirmation that you're no longer interested in having a relationship with him. If he had said this before seducing his mother, Kushina would have unleashed all hell on him. She wouldn't refuse him right now. He wanted to confirm this. His mother looked into his eyes for several minutes. He could feel countless emotions that emanated from her, but in the end, she nodded obediently before falling to her knees. He watched as she crawled towards him. Because of her massive, the bust of the dress stretched a lot. She stopped right at his feet and stared at him with large purple balls. In her eyes there was uncertainty and vulnerability, but judging by Kami, she looked like a cougar. "You're mine," Naruto said possessively, helping his mother to her feet. "And if you, another man behind Tasan's back, who could, better than your own son?" The air was forced out of her lungs as she arched her back and gasped into his mouth. His tongue quickly accepted hers. She started kissing him back, but he won her over in a matter of seconds. He reached for her baby thighs until he had mastered the spheres of her buttocks. Pulling his hands back, he continued to slap them on her loose buttocks, causing her muffled scream to burst out of her. Her throbbed as he became rougher with her. Her mind was filled with pleasure at the squelching sounds coming from his mouth with each long, stretched movement of his lips. She squeaked as he rhythmically stroked her ass, playing her like drums. Surprisingly, but she started shaking her mother's hips to help him compose more music. His lips were now on her face, kissing her skin. Closing her eyes, she handed over all control to him. His hot breath melted her neck. Wait, we need to talk," Kushina begged weakly, trying not to succumb to lust. They had a lot to discuss. She needs to talk to him about Mikoto. If she was going to become her son's mistress, she wanted him to stop seeing her best friend. She also needed to be outspoken about spying on there. Then, of course, she needs to talk to him about her husband. Should she file for divorce? Should it be open to problem-solving at all? She had so many questions in her head, and she wanted answers. "Not now," Naruto said, lifting his mother by the ass until she was hovering a few inches above the ground. "Jiraiya-sensei told me that this escort mission will take a full 6 days, so we have a home until next Wednesday. Give me 72 hours. Then we'll talk. In the meantime, I want you to take off your dress, but leave your on." Kushina was a little offended that Minato had stayed in the land of herbs for so long. This made her grateful that she had acted on her feelings for her son, and that he had responded to those feelings. Best of all, she wouldn't have to fear her husband's sudden appearance because he wouldn't be coming back for another 6 days. She could be with her lover and not worry about being caught. When she was lowered to the ground and saw her son squatting, Minato's wife realized that he wanted her to put on a show for him. She remembered how Mikoto undressed for Naruto, but wasn't sure if she could do it as gracefully as she did. Still, she tried to pull the straps of her dress off her shoulders as slowly as possible. She rocked her thighs of childbearing age, pulling the tight-fitting fabric from the skin. The dress fell on her heels, and she turned to throw the clothes out from under her feet. Now that his parents' black was in plain sight, Naruto could see white crusts all over his. It made sense because he had brought her to, before. Even the lower half of her dress was covered in remnants of juice. He was glad she hadn't taken off her high-heeled shoes. No matter how dirty they seemed near the heels, the shoes still gave her the look of a mistress. However, Naruto knew that his mother had a job ahead of her. Mikoto was able to get him to strip hard because of how she was doing it. However, his mother's real prowess was unfortunately held back by his father's small. He would have to train her, but he was confident that he could unleash her full potential. However, it was hard to resist as his mother's huge ass stuck out in front of him. As he squatted, her large, round cheeks were at eye level. He saw the delicacy in front of him, feeling and rocking it up and down in his shaking hands. His hands wrapped around the top of her, and she tucked her thumbs into her belt to start taking them off. Her ass bulged out from above, exposing part of her deep crack in her ass. With another jerk, it swelled up even more in front of him, and it swayed violently as he held on to her matron thighs. Saliva formed in the corner of his mouth as he watched her gorgeous fissure slowly and, appear in sight. Her big, loose ass jiggled as the top of her, rolled under her derriere's cup. He slapped it, causing the big, juicy balls to oscillate back and forth. "Oh, Kami. Sochikoi, that. Are you doing it to me?" The mother as her juices began their natural process of crying into her rolled up, as if she had leaked. "Please, Ka-Heim," Naruto whispered, furrowing his brows. "Don't interrupt me." A few years ago, Fugaku had the audacity interrupt Naruto while he was worshipping Mikoto's ass. The poor head of the clan still has scars that prove how viciously the blonde flogged him with a leather whip and a rusty katana. In fact, Naruto could become so immersed in worship that he often lost all sense of reality. He dreamed of giving his mother the honorary title of Heim, but he did not even suspect that he had just done it. Little did he know that his mother was looking over her shoulder and giving him a tearful smile, admiring the change in her name. This shows what a deep trance he is in right now. His lips touched the back of her thick mature feminine thigh as he caressed her soft flesh. Kissing gently, he felt her trimmed strand of pubic hair tickle his nose. He stifled a chuckle and relaxed, inhaling her essence, intoxicated by her femininity. From there, he bit his way to the deep valley of her gorgeous ass. He was drawn in by warmth. He was seduced by the pungent aroma emanating from two holes between his mother's cheeks. Kushina trembled as her son stuck out his tongue and began, doubling the pleasure as her and, were stimulated. Before she knew it, he was, carefully running his tongue, using it as a brush, from her lower back to her wet. There was no negligence in his movement. Her eyes rolled back as he ran his tongue along the ring. Naruto let out a deep, hungry growl as he spread his mother's gorgeous buttocks, his fingers completely exposing her rosebud in all its deep pink, smooth, rounded splendor. Part of the appeal of a woman's, to him is how cute it looks when he winks at him as he spreads her ass. This was especially true of his mother's tight little button. He directed chakra into his field of vision, just enough for him to burn this magical image into his. "You've got such a handsome, Ka-Heim," the blond man said in awe, wrinkling his nose and smelling a rosebud. "You're keeping yourself clean here, aren't you?" "Bb baka sochikoi, what kind of question is this?" exclaimed Kushina with a glowing red face. She tried to squeeze her, but her son continued to open the dirty hole with his fingers. She had never been so ashamed. "Then good. I'll find out myself," was all Naruto warned his mother before pressing his lips to her back entrance. He was as tender in this kiss as when he kissed her on the lips. No matter how hard she tried to get rid of her son, it was useless. He was physically stronger than her, and she couldn't do anything as he hugged her hips. His lips closed around her, as he made kissing movements over it before piercing her dirty hole with his gorgeous tongue. She fell forward in defeat, letting out an embarrassed scream and unconsciously squeezing her ass. Almost tore his tongue apart from how tightly her walls were tightening around him. His, reached her ears, but he persisted pinch her tongue until she gradually relaxes to the point of feeling like someone else's object is exploring her ass for the first time. Then he buried his tongue as deep as he could. Her back arched, her melodious, filling the hallway of their house. Since she was then, this level of stimulation was unrealistic for her. Naruto was in heaven, savoring the smell of his mother's ass. It was incredible to struggle with her walls as they bit his tongue. His nose was filled with her scent, and he enjoyed the mere smell of her feminine arousal. There used to be reluctance when he began to surround her, but from that moment on, everything was sunshine and rainbows. Fugaku, whimpered Kushina as her son began to kiss her ass deeply, for a long time in French, and she was ashamed to discover that she loved every second. 3 days ago, she would have turned green at the very thought of. The rectum did not look like it was unclean and unhygienic. It is safe to say that she was horrified when she saw her beloved son stick his finger in her best friend's ass. She was even more frightened when she found herself playing with her, while watching Naruto and Mikoto have. After witnessing this life-changing marriage session, Kushina began to dream more often about her son. Instead of these dreams consisting solely of, most of them now showed him doing her in the ass. She didn't know why she was so addicted to Is it because it was dirty? Was it the excitement that such a small hole had opened wide? Or was it something more? She was ripped out of her thoughts as her son spanked her tight buttocks. She screamed at the floor she was leaning on and lifted her ass as high as she could. His tongue swirled inside her walls, tasting her canal and teasing all the nerve endings scattered across her sweet little rosebud. Eyes Naruto bubbled with dark, powerful lust as he pulled his tongue out of his mother's back entrance. Spreading her cheeks wide, he watched her, open very slowly. First, a nice little button was opened. Then it spread even more until it became a little bigger, but not much. Wrapping his arms around her sides, he moved forward and began to, her ass with his tongue. Erg roared Kushina as her son continued to bang his face against her ass. You've really replenished here. Sochi koi. The slurping, wet sounds of Naruto eating his mother's ass joined the screams as she went crazy with pleasure. He made one deep thrust, so deep that he felt his saliva dry out from the heat emanating from the depths of her. His nose breathed into the crack of her ass, his eyes peering through her gorgeous buttocks and watching her shake her head furiously. He then directed the lightning chakra at his tongue. Kuamingagig! Shouted Kushina with such a loud scream that she broke the mirror hanging above the corridor. There is nothing better than a woman who could throw out her whole heart. A tsunami-like wave of juices surged from the deepest corners of her, following her, tightening around her son's tongue. She pressed her face to the floor, her cheeks pressed against the surface, and her legs began to tremble. The marble floor beneath her was now covered with a violent eruption of her feminine cream. Pulling his tongue out of his mother's ass, he took long, deep breaths. If he wasn't a ninja, he would have died of suffocation, considering how much time he spent exploring her walls. Speaking of his mother, she collapsed on her side, her big juicy ass forming a beautiful heart shape. She was lying in a puddle of her own juice. Her purple orbs were squeezed. For a full minute, she continued to tremble, but it took much longer for her legs to finally stop shaking. Sochikoi, my kami, you, oh, wow, Minato's wife muttered, trying not to fall asleep. Get up and come on, Kaheim, Naruto said, seating his mother upright and suppressing the urge to laugh at her sleepy face. I haven't even started to give you pleasure yet. Didn't I mention something about needing 72 hours? Her eyes widened in fear as her son's words finally entered her mind. She could not cope with him. He had brought her to, twice on the training ground about 20 minutes ago, and only now had he made her squirt again. How would she be able to survive 3 full days when he had broken her body? She tried to crawl away from her son, but he pulled her behind her back and slid his finger along her lubricated walls. Her sobs filled the bottom of their house as he began to insert and take his finger out of her ass as if he was her with a tiny, Minato's tiny. XXX Naruto was now sitting on with her son's fingers, and how hard he pressed on his fingers and pulled them out. But in Naruto's defense, being so rude to his mother was his way of ensuring that her was nice and stretched when he broke that ass with his monstrous. And no, more, please not, more, no. Please. Whimpered the Hokage's wife as she collapsed on her son's chest, shuddering violently at him. 3 hours. Her son has spent the last 3 hours, exploring her and bringing her to, over and over and over again. This chain of, gave rise to a river of juices flowing from the corridor to the living room. To be honest, it made sense to put up a yellow sign that said, caution, wet floor. He didn't even bother to take off her. He just continued to examine her cavity with his fingers and tongue. She could hardly feel her legs or hips. Her hurt painfully. She felt dizzy from the amount of fluid she released in such a short period of time. Let's talk about how much her begged for a break. I'm sorry, Kaheim, Naruto thought as he began to inject a chakra pill into his mother's mouth and revive her energy. But we're just getting started. Huge broke out of their confinement as Naruto unbuttoned his mother's. Now that he had carefully trained her muscles, it was time to milk her with all his might. Then, and only then, will he play with her. His huge twitched in his pants as 2 large deer marshmallows fell forward, barely sagging, and were covered in painfully aroused pink. Beautiful," said Naruto softly, kissing his mother's forehead, hugging her. Kushina bit her lip, her cheeks bathed in an elegant blush. "Thank you, Sochikoi." He lifted her, weighing them reverently. Nice and big, but so soft. Running his thumbs over her, he saw them twitch in response to his touch. True worship began when he buried his face between the mountains on her chest. He moved them up and down, side to side, against her mouth and against his. There were no shapes or configurations that he did not create. Then he began to kiss and slurp on her flesh with his swirling curving tongue, washing the bottom, sides, tops, and even her valley as if the crack was made of whipped cream. With a quick glance at his gorgeous mother, the blonde saw that her eyes were fluttering and realized that she was madly in love with worship. Lowering his mouth, he took in his mouth and squeezed it greedily, as if he wanted to take it home with him. Her other twitched, but he felt his loneliness. All Kushina could do was fill the living room with her screams while her son switched between her, teasing, pulling, and gently biting her. Suddenly, Naruto grabbed his mother's chest tightly, causing her to whimper. Will Tasang ever have a chance to, these girls again? And no, never. Kushina, throwing back her head. Now they're yours, all yours. Okay, Naruto said back before he slammed his face between his mother's huge and gasped in her valley, her sweet scent filling his nostrils. Nah, repeat. By the time he finished, her huge were covered in saliva. She even ruined his trousers, as he was covered in cream. He chuckled as she turned away from him, his mother was a charming. Turning her head, he pressed his lips to hers, holding her huge ass. She began to rock her mother's hips, unconsciously giving him a lap dance. Strands of saliva connected their mouths to their lips when they finally broke away from each other. Pecking her cheek, he used the power of his upper body to lift her up and lay her on his wet knees. Until he pulled down his pants, so his enraged monster throbbed and arched in his mother's stomach as she lay on top of him. The chakra was directed at his right bicep. The soft sound of a poof filled the room, and a jar of fresh blueberries appeared in his hand. By the time Minato's wife put 2 and 2 together, her son had pressed the fruit to her. Time stopped for her as he propped up her ass and parted the folds of her little. He rolled her buttocks over and over again, opening her wider so that he could rectally feed her blueberries. She tried her best to stop him, but the movement helped him as she unconsciously squeezed and unclenched her. In a minute, all that peeked out of her ass was a stalk of blueberries. Pull it out, Kushina whined delightfully, covering her atomic red face with her hands. It was the most unpleasant thing that had ever happened to her. Naruto laughed warmly at his innocent mother. He had a lot to teach her. When he was a child, she taught him to read and write. Now that he was an adult, he was going to teach her the great wonders of, in return. Bends, postures, he wanted to pass on so much knowledge to her. If only his father had not neglected his mother. If only he would fulfill his duties as a husband. Minato's mistakes cost him his wife. And now he will never get her back. Looking at his pretty mother, he smacked her cheek and nodded. Picking her up, he dragged her until she was on her knees on the pillow, her hands dangling over the sofa. Spreading her buttocks, he began to extract blueberries. For 30 seconds, he twisted her buttocks, massaging them to make her relax. She shuddered again as his lips closed on her, and she instinctively released the fruit into his waiting mouth. Muttered Naruto, savoring the blueberries, appreciating the distinctly pungent taste of his mother's canal mixed with the natural juice of the fetus. Kushina threw her head over her shoulder, blushing more than ever in her life. Her son just made her ass open up to her favorite fruit. Then he pulled it out and put it in his mouth. Now he smiled at her gloomily, as if what he was doing was the most normal thing in the world. He corrupted her, and she discovered that she loved every second of it. Suddenly, her mouth dropped as she saw her son waving his hand with new blueberries between his index finger and thumb. Every hair on her body stood on end as he began to open the familiar food, a can of whipped cream. A dark grin appeared on his lips as his mother tried to cover her ass with her hands. As I said, I haven't even begun to please you, Ka-Heim, XXX, is my office being renovated. The meeting at Grass Country went phenomenally well. This trade agreement will ensure the prosperity of Konoha agriculture for the next 50 years. He was surprised when Fugaku volunteered to accompany this mission. However, he was more than happy to accept the offer as Jiraiya was going to be his second escort. Fortunately, his former teacher hid his super tendencies throughout their staying in the country's agriculture. But as soon as they reached the hotel, a crow was already waiting for them in the room. Affirmative, Hokage-sama, Itachi replied with his crow summon. I clearly remember telling you about this last weekend. Have you already forgotten? The blonde muttered. Maybe I forgot. The crow stared blankly at the blonde man. The Hokage Tower will be closed until the repairs are completed. That's why I sent Mato-san here to deliver some documents that you will need to process over the next 2 days. Ah yes, now I remember, Minato nodded. The crow nodded to him before releasing the scroll, which he took in his hand. Thank you, Itachi. With pleasure, Hokage-sama, Itachi said. If you allow me. The crow dissipated, and Fugaku restrained a smirk. Good job, Sochi. Jiraiya was also surprised but didn't show it. The repair was just a ruse to keep Minato away from his office so that Naruto could initiate the final stage of his plan. It was time for him to play his role. Minato, Jiraiya said as seriously as he could. Why don't you just take your documents and finish them at home? I'm sure your wife will appreciate that you were finally there with her. Minato's features flushed deeply at the thought of making love with his wife. He hadn't been with her for a very, very long time. Now he had a chance to take her in the missionary position again. Why yes, muttered the yellow flash before taking off like a bullet and slamming the bathroom door behind him. Unfortunately for him, 2 of his comrades realized his difficult situation. Jiraiya shook his head. I almost feel sorry for him. Is that because he went to, or because Naruto-sama is going to cuckold him? Asked Fugaku with a grim smirk. Jiraiya smirked slightly, though there was genuinely pity in his eyes. I just hope he doesn't break. XXX Mikoto Uchiha tossed in her bed, tears streaming down her onyx eyes. Despite having submitted her lover green signal to fulfill his dreams and win over his mother, she was terrified at the thought of being thrown aside for Kushina. The last 5 years with Naruto were the best years of her life. He wasn't a perfect man because of his monstrous, or marvelous physique. No, it's because they are soulmates and can talk to each other about anything and everything. She told him her deepest and darkest secrets, none of which had ever reached her husband's ears. Hell, she even told him things she didn't even tell her best friend about. He treats her like a queen, always shows her love and tries his best to make her happy. These were not just extravagant purchases. It was the roses he put by her bed every morning, or the way he kissed her as soon as she woke up and just before she fell asleep. Little things matter, but he made so many of them for her that she couldn't count all of them. So she thought that she would return a favor to him and help him achieve his goal, to steal Kushina from Minato. That was theoretical. But this was reality. Rubbing her tearful eyes, she adjusted the edge of her huge shirt. To her, it was the most comfortable shirt in the world. Besides comfort, she liked how it fell just below her magnificent round butt. It gave her long slender legs enough room to breathe. But the most important reason she loved this shirt was that it belonged to her beloved. He had thrown it into the basket before jumping into the shower with her that morning. She could still smell his masculine scent on the clothing. The love of her life was with another woman, and it was eating her from the inside. Whether good or bad, that woman was her best friend, her surrogate sister, the girl she grew up with. If it had been another woman, not Kushina, she would have outright forbidden her beloved to think about leaving her in pursuit of a new tale. If there was anyone she could trust with her lover, it was her best friend. However, she still found it hard to imagine another woman sinking her claws into her man. Suddenly she heard the creak of the bedroom door and immediately turned to her side to avoid looking at it. She knew her beloved had just entered because he had installed a Fuinjutsu security system for their bedroom. If the door is closed, only a person whose blood is registered can open it. In addition, the carved seals on the floor, walls, ceiling, and windows prevent anyone from entering through Shunshin no Jutsu. Soon after she turned her husband into a cuckold, Naruto told him that he was no longer allowed to enter the main bedroom. Fugaku was not even allowed to see his wife having, with the man she was cheating on him with, unless they personally allowed him into the bedroom. In short, that damn door would not open unless Naruto or Mikoto pulled the handle. Naruto entered his precious friend's bedroom with a soft smile on his mustachioed face. Mikoto was lying on her stomach without covering. His heart beat faster when he saw her in her shirt. She always looked so, in his clothes. The clothes were gathered around her waist, leaving her ass covered in plain sight for him. Her buttocks were slightly spread, and since the light black was quite clearly visible, he could clearly see her crack in her ass and the cleft of her vulva. His monstrous stirred in his pants, looking at the ring of her pretty little, and the folds of her inner labia peeking out from under her thicker, rich pink outer labia. I see that someone wants to be, Naruto cooed as he sat down next to his lover and wrapped himself around her until they began to lie down. Mikoto responded to her lover with cute irritation. "What's wrong?" the blonde man asked with genuine concern in his voice. "It's about that I am connected to Kaheim." All IFOM could do was sniff around. She received news from the shadow clone of her beloved that Kushina had run out of the training ground. Some part of her was glad to hear this because she thought her friend would need time to process the situation. However, shortly thereafter, the new shadow clone told her that Kushina was broken enough and did not mind Minato cheating with Naruto. Hearing this new confession from her lover, she reminded her that she was no longer his only princess. She would have to face the reality that she must share him. "It's hypocritical of me to act like this now," Ifam whispered. "After all, I was the one who came up with letting Kushina-chan catch you and me having. I also, with you so you could defeat her. Her voice broke here. I just didn't think I would have to share you." Naruto frowned as he tilted Sasuke's mother's head and wiped away her tears. He slowly pulled down his pants, releasing his huge, buttoning her shirt and wrapping it around her stomach. He began to pull off her. As soon as they wrapped around her thighs, he slowly parted the two symmetrical spheres of her buttocks before squeezing his massive, between them. She moved the child's thighs, suffocating him with large, deliciously juicy buttocks. "I'm so sorry I made you go through this," the blonde man said. "Sharing is not fair to the women involved, but you two mean the world to me. I can't bear the thought of you and your husband. That's why I stole you from Fugaku-san. That's why my feelings for Kaheim, I'm going to tease to-san too." A devilish glint sparkled in his eyes at the mere thought of having, with his mother behind his father's back. "But I love you so much that it hurts. You have a part of my heart that Kaheim will never have. You're irreplaceable, Mikoheim." A soft smile appeared on the woman's lips. "You, playboy with a silver tongue. Well, I like to play, and you never complain about my tongue," Naruto cooed, gently moving his back and forth across the bridge between his woman's buttocks. "But I really love you, Mikoheim. It's heartbreaking to see you like this." Mikoto bowed her head, puffing out her flushed cheeks, and stared at her lover. It was unreal how he could turn her whole day around with just a few words. She had felt so empty before, but he had somehow managed to absorb all that pain and shower her with his comfort. Lifting her neck slightly, she touched him with her lips. "I love you, Narukoi," the woman said softly. Naruto smiled at his best friend's mother. "I love you too. As for Kaheim, I gave her an hour to rest. I've been playing with her ass and, since I got home." The black orbs expanded as Mikoto glanced at the nearest watch. 7. "No 8, muttered the beautiful Kunoichi. 8 hours just to worship ass and. Damn it, Naruto replied smugly. I even shoved blueberries up her ass and then ate them in front of her. The master bedroom shuddered with thunderous laughter as Mikoto held on to her ribs, clucking like a vile villain ready to ruin a hero's day. She had such a good idea of this scenario. The red-haired tomboy chattered about ramen, but immediately shut up when blueberries were shoved up her ass. Oh, the evil plans that were now hatched in her head. Kushina will never hear the end of this. Oh, Mikoheim completely forgot about the strawberry incident. A huge blush flooded her cheeks with the memory of this very memory. Back then, she really didn't want to let Naruto play with her ass because she was back then. Then one day he flipped her over and shoved a strawberry into her little hole. He did not stop there, no, sir. He continued to, and, her with his tongue until her walls were covered in a fruity sensation. Only then did he begin to, her clean. To this day, she can't look at the strawberries and not squeeze her. Bibaka, the mother grumbled, refusing to look her lover in the face. Naruto grinned at the adorable and held her close to him defensively. His eyes filled with love as he ran his right hand over the lips of her, as he continued to, the slit of her gorgeous ass. You just have to wait a little longer, Naruto said, biting the skin of his lover's neck. Once I finally end my relationship with the Kaheim, I will be in a position where I can fulfill the promise I made to you on our first anniversary. Mikoto bowed her head again, this time with a beautiful smile adorning her face. Tears flowed down her cheeks at the very thought of bearing a godson. Without saying a word, she turned around completely and pressed her lips to his, pulling him one of the cruelest kisses they'd ever shared. Their foreheads are pressed together, their eyes are closed, their genitals are embracing. He cared so much for her that he came here to comfort her, even when he had the perfect opportunity to snuggle up to his mother. If he was going to make such an effort, the least she could do was to follow his example. XXX Kushina Uzumaki was drowning as terrible waves of water attacked her from all sides. Severe thunderstorms thundered in the background. She tried to protect herself by creating an adamantine chain barrier, but she couldn't even gather enough chakra. The last time she felt so hopeless was when she was a little girl, when Uzushiogakure was defeated by enemy villages. Suddenly, her eyes opened wide and she woke up with a deafening sigh. Her huge bounced wildly as she took a deep breath to calm down. Despite the fact that she finally woke up, for some reason caused there was no strength left in her body. She was practically paralyzed on the bed. The last thing I remember was Sochikoi bathing me and then putting me to bed. Her thoughts were interrupted by the fact that her labia touched with a thick, wet brush. What happened was not a dream. These strong tidal waves were summoned by her mind to show her the full power of her last. Apparently, her son made her squishy like an overpaid, while she slept. She had to muster all her strength to cast a glance down. It was then that she saw his spiky blonde hair between her legs, which was thrown over his shoulders. His azure blue orbs shimmered with a devilish shimmer as he winked at her before hiding his face again in her jerk. His index finger swirled in small ovals around her labia, occasionally touching her sweet. His tongue was quite deep inside her, massaging the walls of her, and trying to extract more essence from her. During the next for a few minutes, the tip of his tongue began to grasp at a particularly sweet spot hidden deep in her. Just a few years ago, she discovered this pleasure while. However, her son somehow managed to find him without difficulty. He was really skillful. SS Sochikoi, whimpered Kushina, her head spinning. With pleasure. Why please, let me rest. No chance, Kaheim, Naruto said as he pulled his tongue out of his mother's aisle. I've waited years to taste your sweet. Besides, I've given you an hour to rest, which is more than enough. Now it's time for me to get back to work. Of course, he didn't mention that while Kushina was sleeping, he slipped out of the house to put Sasuke's mother to bed. Mikoto was still hesitant to share it, and he had been with her for the past 5 years. So why would it be okay for his mother to divide him right away? Only by playing slowly could he hope to one day reach an understanding between his two lovers. When he returned home, he went straight to his parents' bedroom. He had to fight the urge to pull down his pants and shove his right into his mother's when he saw how cute she looked, snoring in her sleep. However, the closer he got to her, the stronger the smell of her excitement became. She had a wet dream and muttered his name. Spreading her legs, he saw her beautiful pink labia, glistening with thick creamy nectar. Of course, he was going to eat that. Minato's wife was reminded once again that her husband was not part of the man that their son was. He spent almost 8 hours just exploring her ass and playing with her. She could still feel hurt from how hard them after squirting whipped cream on them. Even her, cringed at the memory of how much whipped cream he had sprayed right into her little hole. Purple orbs shimmered as her son devoured her, greedily. His tongue felt damn good inside, but the pleasure increased dramatically when he pressed her sensitive like a button. She could feel him directing his chakra, but she hadn't expected him to use it to lengthen his tongue. The increase in length allowed her son to reach depths that her husband could never explore. Her teasing filled the bedroom as she writhed on the sheets while her son began to her with his tongue. "Fool, I'm going to." Was all Naruto could mumble because he was too addicted to his mother's to pull it out now. Running his tongue up and down her, pressing his mouth and face against her as hard as he could, plunging his tongue deep into the sacred tunnel that led to her womb. The sublime, pulsating from the hood was squeezed by his thumb and pinched between two fingers. If Naruto were a civilian, his throat would be pulsate, and the lungs would be inflamed. Fortunately, he was not a civilian, he had dandy chakra that kept him from suffocating. People called her Lady Kushina and considered her a role model for young girls. It was a pity that they couldn't see her pushing her hips like and the non-lady letting out screams of ecstasy. It was a pity that they could not understand that she was cheating on their precious Hokage-sama. She, regularly, but her son somehow knew how to please her more than she did. Where did he acquire these skills? To think that her best friend had received such treatment. It's no wonder why Mikoto is so infatuated with Naruto. Her body tensed, her childbearing age hips bouncing with his movement, his hands clutching the pillow under her head shaking back and forth as she sought, from where he was working her body to her toes, fingertips, and head. For a good 2 minutes, Minato's wife, she continued to roll convulsively on the bed, rolling back and forth as if she had just been. Waves of thick cream poured out of her like a tsunami. Her continued to echo through the bedroom as she lay on her side, her legs shaking after. Her eyes sparkled with pleasure, everything else that was happening around her became a blur for her. She opened her eyes only to close them from desire. All she saw was a quick glance, but that look at her son's bare chest could light a fire in her loins. The sound of her clothes hitting the floor made her desires jump higher and higher, until she found herself staring at him with half-closed eyes. This man used to be a small child, whom she carried in the womb for 9 months. Now he had such a spectacularly toned body that women's mouths could foam with lust. She was no exception. His bulging chest was boiling with muscles. Its beaks had a lush but firm texture. Sochikoi are like that hot, Kushina thought in amazement, crawling up to her son. Her right hand slid over his chiseled chest as she began to caress the carved muscles gained after endless hours of training. She was excited by the feeling of his hard flesh under her trembling palms. Before she knew it, he removed her hands from his body before taking a few steps back. An ecstasy sprang deep in her mind as he kicked off his pants and his giant erupted in anger. He bounced back, hitting him in the stomach with a thud so loud that a shiver ran down her spine. Now he had gutted her up, and she felt the buzz of his musky smell. From here she could smell him. The giant head of the mushroom oozed thick cream, and behind it the massive girth of the dissolved into small blonde curls. A pair of huge, dangled under her pubic hair. It was crazy that even one of her son's eggs could outshine the size of her husband's sausage. Comparing the two was really similar to comparison of pebbles with a mountain. "Oh, Kami-sama," muttered Kushina, her eyes full of lust. Although she had already seen her sons twice, she had never seen him so close. Personally, it looked even more frightening, but it was this fear that excited her. "Am I more than Tasan?" asked Naruto as he walked up to his mother. Kushina swallowed as her son's terrifyingly huge spun around, hitting his hips as he took a few steps closer to her. Her toes curled as this one-eyed beast pointed at her. For the first time, she saw a large blue vein running along the underside of his massive trunk. It made her throb and her squeeze, her son was just throbbing with power. "Am I more than Tasan?" the blonde man repeated, looking at his mother. He didn't even need to ask this question, let alone repeat it. He knew exactly how small his father was. He just wanted his mother to say it. He wanted his mother to shame her husband out loud. Swallowing a lump in her throat, Minato's wife timidly whispered, "He's a baby compared to you." "Okay," Naruto said in a low, hoarse voice. "It's time for you to, me off, Kaheim." But, you," muttered Kushina, looking at her knees. "You're too big, Sochikoi. I can't put you in my mouth." "At least not now," the blonde corrected, grabbing both of his mother's hands and directing them to his. "But don't worry, I'll accompany you every step of the way. Let's start with you jerking me off." Giving a from his mother was one of his wildest dreams. Now it had to come true. Kushina sighed heavily when she didn't know what she had as her hands landed on her son's upper left and right inner thighs, respectively. From what she could understand, her fingers hadn't even touched his girth. Hence, it is absolutely necessary for her to use both hands to serve him. She glanced at him before looking at her wedding ring, trying to justify what she was going to do. Taking a deep breath, she reached out and ran her fingertip over the precumulus from his urethra before smearing it all over the head of the mushroom. Her hands were shaking, her palms were starting to sweat because this was the first time she had touched that didn't belong to her husband. Unlike Minato's soft erection, her son's was so damn hard that she could hammer nails with it. Unlike Minato's sausage, which she could easily wrap her arm around, she was forced to use both hands to meet Naruto by the girth. She looked at him again and saw him nodding to her, confirming that he liked her soft touch. Feeling at ease with his smile, she sent her fingers back for his pre-cream and smeared all that juice down the smooth underside of his. Satisfied that she had lubricated his a little, she began to stroke with her palm up and down from the junction of his balls to the protruding protrusion behind his head. She felt his throbbing in her palms and saw her head swell even more and her eye open and close with every pump she gave him. For her, it was a hypnotizing action. "Oh my gosh, yes," Naruto groaned, closing his eyes. "Keep stroking my, Kaheim." Her hands moved in a kind of steady rhythm, though she knew her movements were sloppy at best. It was difficult to use both hands at the same time, but fortunately, her kunoichi training paid off. She could feel his chakra reacting to her touch. From what she could feel, he liked her long punches more than the fast ones. Biting her lower lip, she squeezed her hips together. She was wet, and this was a consequence of her hands serving him. The rhythm eventually smoothed out as she moved her hands up and down. She also followed his instructions to occasionally use one of her hands to wrap around her fingers and thumb finger under the top of his, while the other hand remained motionless. However, it was so huge that she just couldn't get her fingers to touch the tip of her thumb. "You're doing well so far," Naruto said gently, patting his mother on the head. "Now take my balls in your hands and play with them." Kushina did as she was told, took both balls in her palms and jumped, amazed at how heavy they were. This made her wonder how much was stored in them. Memories of spying on her son and best friend came back to her in her memories. She flinched, remembering how much was oozing out of Mikoto's and glasses. Naruto did fill Sasuke's mother to the brim. She bit her lips, realizing that soon she too would be full of her son's. "Now," Naruto ordered, grabbing his and guiding it into his mother's mouth. "Open up, Kaheim." Taking one last deep breath, Minato's wife nodded to her son before "Open your lips as wide as possible." Unfortunately, it did not fit. She tried again, this time stretching her jaw to the point of pain, but it was still useless. As she had already told her son, he had one giant. However, she was not going to stop there. After all the pleasure he had given her so far, she had to return the favor. The second attempt began with her throwing his large balls into her mouth one by one, until both were covered in her saliva. She grinned at him, and he grinned at her. He clearly loved this stimulation, and she was happy to do it for him. From there, she ran her tongue along the length of his. She made back and forth movements, while coming up with ways to pull this massive head into herself. Unfortunately, this attempt was unsuccessful. Even at its widest point, it couldn't stretch her lips far enough to encompass his thick, mushroom-shaped head. Her jaw hurt from such hard work, so I decided to pull my tongue back to relax the head of his giant in my mouth. It was still not easy, although it was an improvement over last time. Her eyes flashed with lust as her nostrils caught his musky scent. She hurriedly grabbed his, with both hands and began to quickly stroke both fists, which earned her a few. Lowering her hands to the base, she opened her mouth as wide as possible and tried to pull herself into her oral caves. Furious that all her efforts were in vain, she wrapped her arms around his waist before head-butting sharply, forcing the rest of his into her mouth. But how is this mean? It was at this moment that she realized that she had screwed up. For a few seconds, a searing pain could be felt at the edges of her mouth as her lips began to tear apart to adjust to the beast she was stretching herself with. Blood began to ooze from her torn lip, and the fact that her mouth was so wide open only made things worse. Tears welled up in her eyes, when she shook her head, trying to push him out of her. "Oh," Naruto said in alarm, holding his mother's head and pulling his, out of her mouth. Quickly leaning over to her, he frowned as he saw the blood flowing from her lower lip. He quickly began to direct the healing chakra into his hand. The wound was minor, and he had no problem curing it. One of the prostitutes was a medic, and she taught him some basic healing techniques. By doing so, she saved the lives of her fellow, because the mustachioed blonde wouldn't stop until he had broken every, in this brothel. At the very least, his past victories were useful in the long run. Kissing his mother's forehead gently, Naruto hugged her. "I'm sorry, Ka-hime. I should have been more careful and not made you push so hard." "You have nothing to apologize for," Kushina snorted, gently moving her son's nose. "You didn't force me to do it. I shouldn't have been so, and I shouldn't have to act guided by such instincts. The fact remains, you are too big, Sochikoi." "I wish I wasn't that big right now," the blonde muttered. "Do you want to stay here then?" Exclaimed Kushina, looking at her son as if he were a fool. "Why does it make me try harder? I am not going to accept defeat, Databane. There's no way I'm going to lose to Mikoto," her mother added in her mind, remembering how her best friend might have swallowed Naruto deeply. She didn't know how the woman could do it, but she didn't care. She wanted her son to stop seeing her best friend, so she needed to learn how to please him more than any other woman on this planet. Naruto grinned lustfully as he slapped his mother's forehead with the head of his, making a small thud sound and causing her to squeak. "Then let's try again." Kushina looked at her son for a moment, before then to nod to him, deciding to obey his order. The purple orb squinted slightly before she saw only black. "We are now in Ichiraka Ramen and..." "Hey, wait. Is this a special Kushina Uzumaki?" The redhead was bouncing on her bed, the weapons of mass destruction on her chest trembling, and her, sticking out in different directions. It was a role-playing game, she knew it. However, it always worried her when the giant bowl of ramen named after her was lifted. "Open it wide," Naruto said, touching the head of his with his mother's lips. "And here is the Uzumaki train." It was a lot of fun doing this with his mother. She used to feed him with a spoon, making all sorts of funny hand gestures and speaking in a funny voice. Now, after all these years, he feeds her his. Before she knew it, Minato's wife shoved the massive head of her son's into her mouth, her hands completely closed around the base of his. She looked at him with wide eyes and realized what he had done. Her technique is not succeeded earlier because she forced herself to drag him inside her oral passage. However, the trick was to use chakra and not worry about how to adjust to it. Saliva began to accumulate inside her mouth to the point that it not only lubricated the head of his, but also began to flow out of the corner of her mouth. "Kami," Naruto growled, running a hand through his mother's hair. "You look, as hell with my in your mouth, Ka-hime." Kushina stared at her son with lust-filled eyes as his lit her wet caves with its intense heat. Feeling her love for him skyrocketing, she carefully pulled him out and leaned forward to kiss the head of his. This act earned her a gentle scalp massage from her son, which only increased her arousal. It was so natural for her to worship him like that. The next hour was unclear to her. "It took a while to pull it 4 inches inside of me, but even after all of these efforts, she could not give him a good because of how fat he was." Despite this, she continued to drool all over her length, like an excited dog, and pressed her mouth several times. What really amazed her was that she continued to her son for an hour, but he was still painfully hard and refused to. Blowing Minato was like taking candy from a child, which was a good metaphor since her husband had a small. It took less than 2 minutes for him to spew out a few drops of. Naruto's stamina was beyond anything she'd ever seen. Fear seized her as she imagined how much he hated her for not giving him the pleasure she deserved. She was afraid that he would return to Mikoto if she didn't pick up the pace. That's when she really stepped into her groove and started jerking him off furiously with her hands. Then, suddenly, she took everything she could in her mouth and started, like an impatient. It only became more motivated when he held her head and went a little deeper into her. In the end, she could only withstand 6 inches of his monstrous. However, the relentless build-up of those 6 inches still helped her win the prize she was fighting for. Roared Naruto, unleashing hell on his mother. He channeled the healing chakra to prevent, but now it was time for him to decorate it with his. He wanted this, to change his mother's life. And this changed Kushina's life. Kushina coughed up clumps of, as she couldn't handle the amount that was torpedoed down her throat. The Hokage's wife was now being beaten with ropes on ropes of powerful. The first is connected to her face, hooking a few strands of her hair along the way. Her chin, nose, and mouth were next, until even her, were covered in her son's musky. She watched with wide eyes as her son continued to spray her like a hose, and she just greeted it like rain in Sunagakure. In the end, the question of what Kushina Uzumaki would look like as a yeti was answered. So. A lot. Muttered Minato's wife, moving her sticky hands. I'm sorry about that, Naruto chuckled as he handed his mother a towel. I've been supported for the last day or so. But you look pretty smeared with my. Kushina blushed, dabbing the sticky skin with a towel. I still have so much to clean up, Databane. How about a shower, Sochikoi? I like the idea, Naruto said with a sly grin. Let's have fun in the shower, Kaheim. Kushina let out a school squeal as her son slapped her ass with his palm with such force that she jumped on her foot. The gorgeous spheres of her buttock swayed in fury as she put her feet back on the carpet. She looked at him with atomically red cheeks, although the cheeks on her face and buttocks were the same light cherry hue. She grumbled as he grinned slyly and led me to the bathroom. At this time, she began to remember what he had grumbled when she had stroked his earlier. Then she did not pay too much attention to his words, because she was so carried away by his pleasure. However, the mention of fun made her remember what he had said, and his words began to repeat over and over again in her head. I'm going to have so much fun making cuckold out of Toussaint, XXX. It's been 60 hours since Naruto started playing with his mother behind his father's back. In these 60 hours, Naruto was able to regain his mother's confidence. Of those 60 hours, he allowed her to sleep only 3 hours. A short break was provided for breaks for meals and toilets, but most of the time they spent pleasing her. However, they never ended their relationship. He wanted to develop her appetite by constantly bringing her to. Ultimately, this will help increase her endurance in bed. After all, he didn't want her to pass out every time he slapped her on his. He was even able to teach her to take more of his into her mouth. She was getting better, but there was still a lot of work ahead. Kushina Uzumaki was a different woman now, but no woman could stay the same after reaching just over 100, in just 60 hours. At first, she did not dare to cheat on her husband. Now, she couldn't dream of returning to this abnormal man when she had a stronger and stud by her side. Her son opened her eyes to the pleasure that she had been denied all her life. Now she was only worried about how she would break the news to her husband. Now the duo was sitting on the carpet in the living room and watching a romantic movie. Koyuki Kazuhana was one of Naruto's many friends, and she sent them an early release of her new film, The Lady in Red. This will be the first film in which she has starred outside of the Princess Gale series. Kushina hummed joyfully, sitting on her son's lap, strangling him a monstrous with big, fat, juicy buttocks. The one-eyed beast throbbed beneath her, wanting her to, on it again. But in order to be served, you will have to wait until late in the evening. She had already given him 2 today. If more, then her jaw will dislocate due to overtime. She sighed softly as she pressed against him, her mind at ease as his arms wrapped around her taut tummy. Purple balls swung wide open when Kushina heard her husband's voice from the hallway. She thought he wouldn't come back for another 2 days. Her heart was beating like no tomorrow at the thought of Minato catching her red-handed. She took a quick glance at her son, but he shook his head and held her tightly to him. He showed no signs of nervousness. It looked like he was ready for his father's sudden arrival. Okay, at least now we are fully dressed, thought Kushina, hurriedly looking around. On the other hand, we all wrapped under the blanket, so he can't say that I'm not wearing a, or. The problem is that my relationship with Sochikyo is not even hidden. I didn't expect Minato to come home so early. All of this was according to Naruto's plan. Earlier that morning, Naruto had been informed by Jiraiya through the toad summoning that they would return to Konoha around 11 p.m. He and his mother had been, for the last 50 hours, so it was a shock for Kushina when Naruto told her today to put on a shirt and pants. This was done so that his father could catch them snuggled together, watching a movie, without feeling anything inappropriate. Meanwhile, Minato hurried into the living room when the sounds of hit his eardrums. To his relief, he saw his wife and son, wrapped under the blanket, watching TV. Apparently, they were watching some romance movie. Most of all, his attention was drawn to how brightly his wife was glowing. His jaw dropped slightly because right now she looked like an angel. What he did not know was that this glow was a aftertaste. Returning to Konoha was eventful. After the Hokage finished signing the documents for the agreement between the Land of Grass and Konoha, he and his companions greeted the daimyo before heading to their home village. The daimyo asked them to stay for one more night, but Jiraiya wanted to leave as soon as possible to continue his research. Looking at his son, Minato saw a larger, healthier version of himself. 4 years ago, Naruto had the same scrawny build as he did. Now the young blonde was more muscular, but far from as unusually muscular as Raikage. It really suited him. But just seeing his grown-up son made him depressed. He knew he was not the worst father, but he also knew he would not be getting a Father of the Year award anytime soon. He had never taken Naruto to the academy or picked him up. So many birthdays he had missed because of unplanned meetings and gatherings. He missed so many breakfasts and dinners because he couldn't get rid of the paperwork. He was ashamed that he had several opportunities to make up for lost time with his son, but he always found a reason to stay in his office. However, to the Hokage, the village was more important than family. Everyone in the village could be sacrificed for the greater good, even his loved ones. Unfortunately, his wife and son were completely against his beliefs and simply couldn't see things from his point of view. He loved them both, but refused to play the role of a peaceful family man. His absence from home was necessary for the survival of Konoha. "Hello, Kushina-chan," Sochi, Minato said, standing next to the covered couple. "What are you two doing?" It took all his strength not to kiss his wife. He was sure that the redhead was very upset that he had gone to the Land of Grass and hadn't bothered to inform her. On the other hand, by remaining silent, he didn't allow his wife to gossip about this arrangement to her friends. He loved her, but he couldn't trust her with the village's secrets. In his opinion, it was for the best. "Hi, Minato." Kushina began, struggling to find her voice as her son rubbed the inner side of her thighs under the blanket. We're watching a romance movie that Koyuki-chan sent us," Naruto interrupted, not allowing his father to suspect anything. "The plot is engaging." Minato nodded, although he wasn't very interested in romance movies. His wife and son knew he wasn't particularly fond of films. "Do you mind if I join you too?" asked the blonde, scratching the back of his head. "I don't think there'll be enough space in this blanket for me, judging by how it looks." "Feel free to take the couch, to-san," Naruto said casually, slipping his thumbs under the hem of his mother's shirt. "Ka-chan and I are too comfortable where we should be moving right now." It hurt the blonde to go back to Ka-chan instead of Ka-heim, but for now, he would have to endure the emotional pain. Kushina swallowed the lump in her throat, her breathing became labored as her son's hands slid up the hem of her shirt. First he tickled her sides, moving his palms up and down with such dexterity that she began to feel goosebumps. His hands suddenly jumped to her chest, and she had to channel her inner kunoichi to hold back her emotions. But no amount of training could help her when her son hugged her huge and started massaging them. She had to bury her face in her left shoulder so that her husband would not see how her face was distorted with pleasure. Naruto was like a doctor when it came to the surgeries he performed on her. He, them, bit them, rocked them in his hands. This morning, he went even further, shoving his monstrous into the valley of her. Today her, so hard that she still felt the burning from the friction. She took a deep breath that she didn't know when he took her, between two fingers. He began to adjust them, while squeezing the sides of her, with his palms. Her back arched, her sparkling with juice as he caressed the orbs he fed when he was a baby. Fortunately, all this was done under the covers. They also pressed her hands to the blanket so that her husband would not notice any suspicious movements on their behalf. "Why yes, we're too comfortable," Kushina stuttered, struggling to suppress her. Minato couldn't help but be angry with his son for not looking inside. When he asked to join them, he was actually asking Naruto to sit elsewhere while he snuggled up to his wife. He wanted nothing more than to compensate her for leaving her full and dry by going to the land of herbs. Saying something now would only spoil their mood, especially since Kushina approved of what their son said. He sighed, leaned on the couch, and stretched his legs. Since they were all wrapped in a blanket, it had never occurred to him until now that his wife was actually sitting on their son's lap. He knew how close they were, but it was too close for mother and son. This was normal when Naruto was a little boy, but his wife shouldn't sit on a grown man's lap if she's not his. Later, he will have to talk to her about it in private. Shaking his head, the fourth Hokage turned his attention back to the TV, completely unaware that his wife was massaging her huge with their son. "Oh. I'm just soaked through," thought Kushina with narrowed eyes. Her son had stopped playing with her about 2 minutes ago and was now circling his palm around her. "It's only a matter of time before the Sochikoi brings me to, but I can't let Minato hear me." The red-haired kunoichi leaned slightly to the side to take a quick look at her son. He responded to her gaze with a devilish gleam in his azure blue orbs. Her eyes opened wide as he lightly kissed her on the lips. Her heart beat at 1,000,000 miles per second as she looked at her husband, who, fortunately, did not pay attention to this kiss. She was breathing heavily, leaning back to look at her son for such a risky act in the open air as this. No words were required from his name because it was obvious that he was planning to make her, along with her forgetful husband nearby. Suddenly, her son removed his hand from her, which caused her to, in a quiet groan of disappointment. It was then that he wrapped his arms around the waistband of her trousers. Both of his thumbs caught on the edges of her pants. Before she knew it, he was pulling her pants under the covers. "Could you stand up, Kachan?" asked Naruto, loud enough for his father to hear. "The blanket is huddled together." Kushina whimpered as lust began to overwhelm every bit of her willpower. It was so dangerous, but she couldn't deny that adrenaline was coursing through her veins. She nervously lifted her ass, and her son, wasting no time, undressed her. Ripples ran down her gorgeous bubbling ass while her pants were filmed under her derriere's cup. Now her clothes were dangling around her hips. She took a quick glance at her husband, who arched an eyebrow before turning to watch the movie. Little by little, Naruto continued to pull down his mother's pants, but the position they were in made it a little more difficult for him. Fortunately, she decided to lean forward, and it helped him pull the clothes over her lap. Kushina picked up where her son left off, pulling her pants all the way up until they slid across the carpet. Now she was, from the waist down. "Do you want me to stand up too, Ka-chan?" asked Naruto again in a loud, confident voice. "Hi," said Kushina, barely restraining her angry excitement. "That will help." 14.5 inches of solid steel rushed out of the prison as Naruto lifted his hips slightly and lowered his pants. He sat back up and began to tug at the belt until it dangled around the middle of his thighs. It was like joining two parts puzzles as his mother's big, thick, ass landed on his equally. He continued to spread his legs, allowing her to use her legs to keep pulling down his pants. As soon as they dangled around his ankles, he shook them off. Now both he and his mother were, to the waist. Minato looked at his wife and son in embarrassment, wondering why they were causing such a stir. They moved a little, and he could see them fidgeting under the covers. There was even a large bulge at the end of the blanket, which he thought was something like a pillow. Deciding not to bring up the issue, as they clearly looked much more comfortable now, he went back to watching the movie. He had no idea that the bulge was actually the duo's discarded pants. Naruto's heart pounded wildly with ungodly lust as he fingered his mother under the covers. There was no more resistance on her part, except for cramps in her legs. After all these years, one of his greatest fantasy has become a reality. Playing with my mother behind my father's back was a great achievement, but doing it when he was around was another thing entirely. His azure blue balls sparkled with hunger as his mother massaged his between the two huge spheres of her buttocks. It is impossible to describe in words how smug he felt as he looked at his forgetful father staring at the TV screen. Oh, how he wanted to rub it in the man's face. However, he had to be careful here. His mother was a real screamer in bed. His was still rattling because of the damage she had done to his eardrums because of how loud she could make her. A thick feminine cream began to ooze from Kushina's wet. No matter how wrong the situation was, she was getting her adrenaline-pumping pleasure from her son while her husband was sitting so close to them. Her eyes sparkled with delight as her son continued to squeeze fingers inside her before pulling them out. He was so close to bringing her to, that she could already feel the tension rising in the depths of her lower edge. Until now, she hadn't realized that she had neglected her son's terrifyingly huge vena ran through her to feel him throbbing on the inside of her right thigh, his mushroom-shaped head pressed against the bottom of her kneecap. She bit her lower lip, still stunned at how damn huge he was. No mortal man should be that big. Deciding to stimulate him a little, she began to stroke him with both hands while he continued to play with her. The air around them began to thicken with arousal, but fortunately, her husband did not notice it. This movie isn't too bad, but it's boring, Minato said, turning his head to look at his wife and son. There was suspicious movement under the blanket, but the Hokage couldn't see it underneath angle. However, Naruto's face was a little flushed, while Kushina's jaw was slightly drooping from the sweat running down her forehead, and her cheeks were covered in a strong blush. Although this raised a few questions for him, he decided to write it off as they were embarrassed to see the hot scene that had just happened in the movie. Heck, even he was setting up a children's tent when he saw a kunoichi on the screen. I think that's not bad, Naruto retorted, wiggling his middle and ring fingers inside his mother. Also, I want to remember everything when I meet Koyuki-chan next month. That reminded me, knowing that his mother was almost there, he finished it all off by sticking his fingers through his knuckles and using his thumb to forcibly arrest her. Will you come with me, Ka-chan? I'm, Kushina whimpered, spilling a wave of delicious cream, pouring over her son's monstrous, huge balls, inner thighs, kneecaps, his and her feet, and even the carpet in the living room. Her eyes rolled back to the back of her head, her mind ready to fail. She continued to whip, and every part of her body begged her to announce her delight with a deafening scream. She struggled and eventually overcame the spasms in her legs, but unfortunately, even with all her willpower, she couldn't hold back her. Swallowing a lump in her throat, she stared directly at the TV screen with her eyes closed, hoping that her husband would think it was sound from a movie. Fortunately, Minato couldn't hear his wife's, due to the loud samurai fight scene taking place in the film. The only thing that could distract his attention from the screen was a broken nose. He wrinkled his face, wondering about the origin of this smell and why he was so drawn to it. It was intoxicating. Since he had only been able to bring his wife to once during their marriage, he had no idea that it was the smell of Kushina's female arousal. His tiny moved like ramen noodles as he sniffed like a lost puppy. I'm going to finish this in the evening. See you in the morning. Good night. The Hokage announced with flushed cheeks before rushing to the bathroom to relieve himself. Naruto grinned cheerfully. Poor Toussaint. Kushina wanted to scold her son for teasing his father, but she simply couldn't do it. She was also amused that her husband had become aroused by the scent of her excitement. She could see why the smell was so strong. She had sprayed it on her son, on herself, and on the carpet below. However, it reminded her of what her son had reserved for her husband. Although she preferred to divorce her husband rather than drag him along, she also wanted to get back at him. This man had caused her pain for years by his absence. His love for the Hokage's seat had always outweighed his love for her. He had made her take on both mother and father roles for their son while he worked on paperwork in his office. No explanation came from him, she just had to understand that the village was more important than the family. Over 22 years she knowing him, he was slowly making her fall out of love with him. Now she was in love with another man. So you want to make your father a cuckold, Sochikoi? Kushina purred with a Wilhelmine spark in her violet eyes. Naruto said nothing at first, he just looked at his mother and studied the expression on her face. From genuine innocence breaking through her facial features to a promiscuous lady begging her to be freed. They say the wings of transformation are born from patience and struggle. His patience and struggle brought him a major victory today. His mother was undergoing a transformation right before his eyes. Because of his foolish father, his magnificent mother had turned from a confident, strong woman into a lonely, miserable, aroused housewife. However, by playing with her so religiously, he strengthened her self-confidence in hopes of reviving red-hot Heiberino. Yet, instead of this nickname being given to her because of her cruelty, he was going to give her this nickname for being damn hot. Redhead. He drooled at the thought of what kind of goddess she would be in the bag. Speaking to him in that beautiful, seductive voice, it becomes clear to him that she is finally regaining control of her. This could only be achieved by breaking her mind, which he had been doing for the last 60 hours. A dark grin appeared on his lips as he saw that she was now in agreement with his plan. Pulling the blanket off them, he glanced at his huge before looking at her again. "What do you think, Kaheim?" the blonde asked rhetorically. Kushina stared greedily at the terrifyingly huge beast pointing at her with thick cream oozing from its head. She ran her finger along his urethra and began to, on his finger, enjoying his taste. Falling to her knees, she still looked like a royal lady and pressed her lips to his. Her tongue circled the tip to stroke the remnants of the pre-camp. To her delight, he had a lot to offer her. Naruto groaned in delight as his mother eye began to, him. His eyes met hers as she looked at him with her cheeks puffed up to a ridiculous level due to the thickness of his massive. Raising his hands to her head, he curled a few strands of her hair with his fingers and began to plunge his deeper and deeper into her wet caves. The living room was now full of her muffled, and his grumbling. "Kushina-chan, open the door." Minato sighed, lowering his clenched fist. Last night, while his wife and son were watching a romantic movie by Koyuki Kazuhana, he apologized and, in the bathroom upstairs. However, after finishing his business, he found that the master bedroom was locked. His wife probably had something to do with it. She was an Uzumaki, a master of seals, a true master of seals, unlike what others called him. He was just a person who boasted about inventing the Hiraishin no Jutsu, when in fact he stole the Jutsu scroll from Tobarama Senju's storage in the Hokage's vault when he was a teenager. It wasn't just about getting the scroll. He needed someone to teach him. Hiruzen Sarutobi was furious when he learned of this betrayal, but dropped the subject when Jiraiya suggested taking Minato as a student to help him learn Hiraishin. So no. He was decent at Fuinjutsu but an absolute failure compared to a real master of the art, like Kushina. Somehow whatever it was, the seals installed outside his bedroom did not resemble anything he had ever seen. No matter what he did, he could not make that damn door open. He didn't want to bring up the issue with his wife, as she was watching a movie downstairs with their son. Another serious problem was that he hadn't slept since leaving the land of grass, and he had just finished, so he was struggling to stay awake. Therefore, he decided to spend the night in the guest bedroom. It was morning, and the master bedroom was still locked. "Hey, wait," said Minato, holding his chin. "Didn't I place the Hiraisen seal near the window of our bedroom for emergencies? I can't believe I forgot about it." He was not concerned that he could potentially ruin his wife's sleep. Even if she was a retired ninja, Kushina had to get up early. Who would make breakfast if she slacked off? Besides, it was his bedroom, and he had the right to come and to leave whenever he pleased. Closing his eyes, his memories to determine the place where he had placed the seal. It was a bit difficult to find the right memory, as he had never teleported to this exact seal before. After a few seconds, his eyes widened. A surge of energy passed through him as he disappeared in a yellow flash, but just as quickly he fell onto a junk heap. The Hokage was now waist-deep in wet, rancid garbage. "Damn it," roared the stinky man. "Kushina-chan told me that Sochi was going to repaint and reinforce the walls of our bedroom. He must have accidentally scraped the seal while working." Naruto was always a few steps ahead of his father. There was no repainting or reinforcing the walls. The only reason he told his mother that was so they had an excuse for why the main bedroom was locked. He carefully examined every inch of the room to make sure there was no Horizon seal in it that his father could use it to teleport inside. The seals he carved on the walls also prevented anyone from entering through Shunshin no Jutsu. The master bedroom now belonged to him and his mother. Furious, Minato Hiraishi returned to his house and rushed straight to the bathroom to take a long shower. Fortunately, he had a spare set of clothes sealed in a scroll. XXX While his father was wiping away the slime and dirt, Naruto was kissing his mother's chin, her jaw, but was actually nibbling on her earlobe. There was no room left as his lips crashed down on her neck, moving further and further down until he swallowed her huge. Cotton filled the master bedroom as the blonde man let go of his mother's, only to grab onto another. Her twitching labia glistened with sweet cream as he played with her juicy. Wanting to do more, the blonde ran his hand over his mother's body until his fingers touched her red pubic hair. He gently tugged at the lonely hair, making her nod her head. To make her really entertained, he began to twist his palm in circular motions, rubbing her painfully aroused. Then he knocked her down and began to touch her until she lay down on him in a very position. Her legs and feet were on either side of his upper chest and shoulders. His hands were busy with her gorgeous round ass, spreading two symmetrical spheres, exposing her to him. A lightning bolt struck every part of her body as he plunged his face deep into her crevice. In the blink of an eye, he traced the path from her, to her, down her, until he kissed her ass. The purple balls swelled as her son began to tease her with furious clicks, while digging his tongue into her. The cute ball tried to escape back into the hood, but his thumb pressed it like a button. Her eyes sparkled as she took her labia into his mouth, then pulled them out, only two. There are still a few of them. He drank up and down between her swollen, juicy lips. The dexterous appendage gradually delved deeper into her, exploring the sacred tunnel leading to her womb. She did not sit idly by, no, sir. Squirming and rubbing, she repeatedly pushed her childbearing thighs, burying her large, deliciously juicy buttocks in his face. Her hands wrapped trembling hands around the base of his monstrous, the vibrations passing through the sent spikes down her spine. Her cheeks were quite swollen as she placed him 9 inches inside her oral caves. This was 2 inches better compared to yesterday because she could now absorb more than 60% of his huge trunk. It required a lot of control from her, but now she was no longer choking on his. However, she knew that she had work ahead of her if she wanted to, him seriously while his tongue slid over her like a snake, aiming at her prey. Her legs cramped as she drooled over the fat beast, her drool flowing, to the base. Then, one of his fingers punched through the door of her ass. First there was a tremor, then a shock wave, and then a total all-consuming explosion in the "CCMMNGGG," exclaimed Kushina, her muffled cry causing the intruder to throb violently in his mouth. Female juices gushed from the depths of her, and her son, wasting no time, drank every drop. Electric shocks shot all over her body, but he luckily hugged her trembling thighs to keep her from falling. Of course, her son wasn't satisfied with her, even if it was intense. Burning bouts of pleasure swept through her nervous system as his tongue cut through her back entrance. Her eyes popped out for a second as she squeezed her, holding his tasting tool in the small, lush outlines of her dirty hole. It didn't last long, because he parted her cute folds to open his mouth as much as possible, and then stretched his tongue with chakra until he fully stretched to her ass. Her body trembled as he carefully pulled himself out before pushing himself again. He walked slowly at first, but after a few minutes, he slammed his face into her ass, and his hard tongue, her deeper with each thrust. The noise of his face against her ass drove her crazy, so much so that she almost forgot that his monstrous was in her mouth. Heavy, passionate breathing accompanied him by eating her ass, and she greedily, him. He then slammed his hands into her buttocks, sticking his tongue so deep that stars appeared in her field of vision. CMMNGGGGGG, was all that could be heard from Minato's wife as she rolled her hips over her son's face. Another wave of sweet cream gushed out from the depths of her. She felt his tongue slip out of her, just in time for him to drink the nectar her was brewing for him. It was difficult for her to breathe when his hit her throat. In the end, the need for oxygen was too great, and she was forced to let it go. Her son apparently didn't have the same problem, as he continued to eat her like a hungry animal. The purple orb sparkled with determination as she took it back in her mouth and began slapping her head up and down again. Until now, Kushina Uzumaki has never really cared much about numbers. But she absolutely adored 69. XXX, where were you two? Kushina narrowed her eyes, looking at her husband. Minato, what kind of, do you have? Minato flinched at his wife's angry expression. Okay, maybe starting a conversation that way wasn't a good idea. Even though the gaze was directed in his direction, his wife was shining positively today. What he didn't know was that she was glowing because their son had been eating her ass and, for the past 5 hours. Ka-chan and I went out in the morning to practice for a while. After that, we took the products from the market, Naruto said, poking his mother in the shoulder. Ka-chan did a good discount for us. Of course, it was a complete lie. From 2 a.m. until late morning, Naruto played with his mother behind his father's back. But since they knew Minato was downstairs, they decided to vanish from their house using Shunshin no Jutsu and reappear at the door again, to give the impression that they had gone out. Naruto sealed some groceries in a scroll to make this lie 100% plausible. It's not that important, Kushina whispered sweetly. Anyway, Sochi-kun and I are going to make a quick breakfast. Meanwhile, just relax and take care of your documents, Minato. Mother and son went to the kitchen, and Minato sighed to himself. Even after all these years, he would become a little wimp whenever his wife got angry at him. At least his son was there to save the day. Naruto could always calm Kushina down, no matter how angry she was. Shaking his head, he sat down and began filling out documents. Not even 10 minutes had passed when he heard his wife. She told him that breakfast was ready. Entering the kitchen, he saw that his wife and son were sitting side by side, waiting for him to sit down. He did so and thanked them when they offered him a plate. Breakfast was quiet, but the silence was broken when Minato opened his mouth. Why is our bedroom locked, Kushina-chan? Minato asked strictly. I wanted to ask you about this yesterday, but I didn't want to bother you while you were watching that movie with Sochi. Why can't I unlock it? Naruto decided to answer on behalf of his mother. It's my fault. I set up a new security system using Fuinjutsu, but forgot to add blood to the seal. It was the same lock system he had installed in his room and Mikoto's room in the Uchiha complex. Therefore, only he and Kushina could open the master bedroom. Minato couldn't get inside. It can wait, Kushina added coldly, understanding that her husband was about to argue. Finish your breakfast, Minato. Then we'll talk about this lock, she said as she turned her head and clapped beautiful eyelashes to her beloved son. A dark grin appeared on Naruto's lips as he handed his mother a plate of chicken sausages. Yesterday he had told her about this plan, and now she was going to implement it. Minato watched as Kushina took the barrel of meat between her pursed lips, it directly from her fingers into her mouth. At first, he shook his head cheerfully, because he sincerely thought that his wife was acting stupid by playing with her food. She came up with all sorts of fun techniques to feed Naruto when he was a baby. After these tender memories faded from his memory, he noticed something different about his wife as she brought another sausage to her mouth. Her purple orbs were half covered, fluttering as she blew on the sausages as if she was trying to cool them down. From this act alone, Minato knew that there was something else here, because these sausages were nowhere near as hot as her wife. Then her tongue appeared between her full juicy lips, sensually, the product before sliding it between her slightly parted lips. Damn. Kushina-chan, this is really amazing. Thought the leader of Konoha, adjusting his pants. Kushina's eyes sparkled with restrained amusement as the almighty Hokage-sama fidgeted in his chair. Like a lioness stalking her prey, her husband's nervous reaction amused her. However, she couldn't help but feel disappointment in him. She knew it would take much more effort on her part to elicit the same reaction from their son. Speaking of her son, he smirked at her, handing her a cup of chocolate syrup. Her cheeks flushed while her mind roamed with wicked excitement. Then she took a banana from the table and began peeling it. Setting the discarded peel on a plate, she smiled at her husband, who smiled back. It was then that she gently kissed the fruit, making sure to slightly bite her lips while doing so. Ignoring his shocked gaze, she tenderly watched as her son tilted the cup and let the thick liquid chocolate begin to ooze down the banana. "Thank you, Sochi-kun," whispered Kushina in a low voice worthy of a sorceress. "Welcome, Ka-chan," Naruto said with a smirk. "Enjoy." "How scary." PhDGE. Minato snapped out of his thoughts as his wife ran her tongue and, the heavy cream off the banana in small strokes, starting at the bottom of the fruit and working her way up the tip. Kushina-chan. This time, Kushina dipped the banana into the cup and looked at her husband with the utmost innocence, inserting it into her mouth. She closed her eyes and raked up the thick chocolate syrup with juicy lips. The rich, sweet taste of chocolate was intoxicating, and she wanted to purr with satisfaction. So rich, so creamy, it reminded her of her son's powerful. She had to suppress at the thought of his sweet juices dripping luxuriously down her throat. Laughing to herself, seeing that her husband was completely in her power, she ran her tongue over her lips to wipe off any remaining syrup. At first, the movement was a little awkward because it was the first time she had tried to eat a banana. However, her son's approving look helped her get into the habit. After soaking the banana once more with chocolate syrup, she ran her tongue along its sides before shoving it back into her mouth. Damn, Minato thought as he pitched the children's tent as he watched the scene unfold before his eyes. He breathed deeply, his heart skipped a few beats. His lips parted slowly, a single streak of saliva connecting them before clicking. Oh, of course, he knew that his wife was a goddess. Kushina had one gorgeous bubble ass and he saw it bulging, stretching the fabric of her kimono. As she walked away from him earlier. He was one of the luckiest men on the planet because he saw her. Unfortunately, he couldn't look at her big fat ass right now since she was sitting away from him. What he could see was a large number of cracks. Just a glance at those mountains on her chest could turn any sane man into a puddle of slime. It wasn't just about her figure. Her hair was beautiful and thick, red like a river of blood, flowing freely over her shoulders, and her cute bangs fell on her face in the shape of a heart. Even on a gloomy day of doom, she could light up the world with her beautiful purple spheres. The only problem was that people were afraid of her because of her legendary character. He was one of those people. She was damn, but for some reason, she was unaware of it. People from near and far would compliment her, but she received it without much enthusiasm. He didn't know that his absence was the direct cause of her doubts about her beauty. However, now for the first time, she flaunted her appeal, and her innocent face became mysterious and sultry. She was turning into a woman who understood her femininity, and at that moment he felt that she was too big a woman for him. Purred Kushina, pushing some more banana into her wet caves. The soft and tender fruit almost melted on her hot tongue. Almost all of it was in her mouth now, but it required almost no effort on her part. This banana was medium-sized, although it was still slightly larger than her husband's tiny urine. Nothing could compare to her son, nothing. In all the years that she was married, she never connected food with. However, she brightened up when her son shoved blueberries up her ass, after which he sprinkled them with whipped cream and ate them off her body. That night, her for food was born. Her mind wandered as she began to imagine her son stuffing that very banana into her ass or. Now he was pulling a banana out of her and making her watch him eat the baked fruit of the woman's juice. She squeezed her hips together and wasn't surprised when she felt fluid dripping down her legs. A surge of pride won Naruto's heart as he saw his mother hugging an awesomely, buried under her tomboy identity. She gave him an innocent smile that had a strong desire in it, silently informing him that she was mentally giving him a right now. He could imagine it too. His mother, on her knees, looked at him with sweet, puffed cheeks, inhaling every inch of his in her hot mouth. A rattling sound tore him out of his dream. Both Kushina and her son watched as the Hokage shook in his chair like a gust of wind hitting a paper bag. The metal legs made a loud scratching sound combined with the sound of his feet banging on the marble floor. An almost visible gust of air burst out of his mouth as he let out a trembling sigh, his face redder than a tomato. He couldn't stand watching his wife, a banana like a yellow flash flashed in his pants. It took Minato less than a minute to finish breakfast. He chewed and chewed, not caring about manners. Naruto and Kushina smirked to the agitated man, while they slowly washed down their food with a small amount of juice. Without saying a word, he got up from the chair, pressing a napkin to his, trying not to let his wife and son see that he had soiled his pants. Then he headed for the stairs. "That's the second strike, to San," Naruto said with a smirk. Kushina just laughed hysterically. Words cannot describe the pleasure she got from making her husband soil his pants. It was sweet revenge for the way he had made her miserable. Only because of this could she gain another piece of the confidence he had stolen from her over the years. She turned her head, lovingly looking at her son, the person responsible for the birth of this new Kushina Uzumaki. Leaning closer to him, she took his beautiful face in her hands. Unable to resist her impulses, she quickly grabbed his hand and pulled him out of the chair. The two of them instantly embraced each other in a hug that could only be called loving. Hugs. Her plump lips met his in a passionate kiss, and their mouths quickly opened as their tongues clashed in a battle for supremacy. Even with her impatient, feminine language showing an incredible game, she was easily won over by her son. Naruto was too skilled for her. As he shoved his tongue down her throat, she massaged his, with her huge, pressing her girls against him, using her erect, to make him. Her eyes fluttered as his hands slid over her kimono until he took possession of her big round ass. She stood on tiptoe, leaning closer to him, letting muffled, into his mouth as he sank his fingers deep into her buttocks. Feeling the heat become unbearable for her, she touched her leg to his, feeling his monstrous react to the beckoning touch of her mother's thigh. It took them 5 full minutes to put an end to their hot and heavy kisses. However, this was only because Minato now she will come down. They were still kissing each other, but now they just gently pecked on the lips. She began to play with his soft golden hair, and he ran his hand through her long red hair. Meeting his gaze, she looked deep into his azure blue eyes, offering him her immortal devotion. "I feel like I am free," Kushina began, experiencing a myriad of emotions. "You have freed me from this prison, Sochikoi. I felt such power just now, as if I could conquer the whole world. And I believe that you can," Naruto said sincerely. "I am so proud of you, Kaheim." The Uzumaki matriarch pecked her son on the lips. "Get him the hell out of our house," the woman whispered in a stone-cold voice. "I don't care how you do it. Just make sure he doesn't come back tonight." "Why?" asked the blonde, though his mother's expression told him everything he needed to know. "I agree with your plan to make your father a cuckold," the redhead replied. "Lady. This little temptation with food helped me get used to the idea of treating him like a cuckold husband. However, I don't want him to be around when you and I end our relationship. I don't want my first time with you to be in a dirty hotel room. I want us to be together in the room where you were conceived." She paused here, her voice softening. "It's time for you to make love to your mother, Sochikoi." Studying his mother, Naruto did not feel any doubt or guilt from her. Wrapping his arms around her thighs of childbearing age, he put his hands on her waist, his eyes staring into hers, and he gave her a charming smile. She came back the same, her eyes shining with immeasurable love, a love that transcended all laws and boundaries. She was ready for him, and he was damn sure that he was ready to demand her forever. "I see," Naruto said. "But the thing is, I don't think I can kick him out of the house for one night." Kushina snapped her teeth. Damn. You misunderstood me, Kaheim, Naruto continued, earning hope for his mother's eyes. I won't kick Tosan out of the house just for one night, because I won't be able to stand just one night with you. We'll make love right now. His eyes sparkled with passion as he grabbed a handful of her ass through his kimono. But then I'm going to, the hell out of you. A terrible heat pierced the lower part of the, rushing straight into her head. It was as if her son was cornering her and she had nowhere to run. Despite his recent dominance over her husband, Naruto was someone she could never. He was the alpha male in the family, the true head of their family. Her pink were the center of attention, her throbbing, her tightening as she dreamed of Naruto. Forcing her into. She would limp for days if he gave her the hard, she knew he could give her. He had the means to do it, he had both the size and the stamina for it. Cruel the Sasuke's mother received from him is still fresh in her mind. She was amazed how Mikoto didn't die from all those hours of, especially after that crazy role play of, between teacher and student. The sound of footsteps quickly snatched the couple from the embrace. Kushina sat back down in her chair while Naruto discreetly sent the shadow clone elsewhere to execute the next stage of his plan. Minato arrived shortly after, putting on new pants. He couldn't believe how he was watching his wife eat a banana. The fact that she put on this show when their son was nearby shocked his. Did she really do it? Or was what he saw a figment of his imagination? Anyway, it only made him for his wife's sake, he needed to have her tonight. Hey, Kushina-chan, Minato said with a dull grin. Do you want to go out tonight? Kushina knew about it and wanted to vomit at the very thought of to entertain my husband's tiny. I can't, the redhead replied, almost mocking him. We already have plans with Sochi-kun. We're going to leave right after breakfast. This excuse was absolute nonsense, but she needed to say something to get rid of her husband so she could roll on the sheets with their son. Anger gripped the Hokage when his wife flatly rejected him. It was not even a polite refusal, he could have sworn he could sense disgust in her voice. Yesterday, she refused to snuggle up to him while watching this movie because she was snuggling up to their son under the covers. Now she has left him again for Naruto. He was about to express his disappointment when the sensei's familiar voice reached his ears. Naruto nodded to his master, who responded to this gesture with his head before looking at Kushina. A person with his experience could tell whether a woman was satisfied or not, and Kami was Naruto satisfying his mother. Jiraiya held back tears of joy as he cautiously showed his young blonde thumbs up. Turning his attention to his former student, the hermit saw nothing but a man with a severe disease of blue balls. Minato, announced the author of. You are summoned to explain the Konoha and Grass Treaty to the clan leaders. It was a legitimate pretext, but the meeting wasn't going to hold another hour. With his attention directed at his former teacher, Minato ignored his son's, come here, gesture to his wife. He couldn't see that his son had just pulled off his trousers, and he couldn't see his blushing wife crawling obediently towards the mustachioed blonde. The highlight was that he sat at such an angle that it did not allow him to see behind the kitchen counter. He had no idea that Kushina was now on her knees, worshipping 14.5 inches of Naruto destroying steel. Jiraiya, on the other hand, had to suppress a perverse laugh. The lower half of Naruto was covered by a kitchen counter, but he could tell that Gaki had wet his with his mother. No, Jiraiya continued in a tone that left no room for argument. You have also been asked to move to the ANBU headquarters to complete the paperwork before the completion of the renovation of the Hokage Tower. I tried to convince your advisors, but they are categorically against you signing secret documents at home. It was not difficult to get advisors on board. Hearing their Hokage-sama signing documents at home, it took them 5 seconds to open their mouths. Though he was furious, Minato found himself approving of his advisor's request. Even if they were family, his wife and son could not be trusted with such delicate documents. Unfortunately, the thought of compensating Kushin for his absence prevented him from thinking correctly. I understand, Minato said, wiping his mouth with a napkin. I'll go get a spare set of my clothes upstairs, and then we'll go. He stopped here, realizing that his wife was no longer in the kitchen. Hey, where has Kushina-chan gone? She went upstairs to change while you were talking to Jiraiya-sensei, Naruto replied with a deep grin hidden under the pursed lips he showed his father. What he had just said was a complete lie. His mother was not upstairs, she was busy, his huge. The elder blonde's face frowned. How do I get spare clothes now? The man exclaimed. I can't even go into my bedroom because of that new security system you've installed, Sochi. Can't you lock the lock? That would be unwise, to-san, Naruto retorted sternly. Ka-chan can change upstairs, and I don't want to invade her privacy. You just need to pay tribute to the clothes you're wearing so far. Don't worry, I'll definitely send you some fresh clothes as soon as it comes down. Minato wanted to explain that he was the Hokage and that his word was law. However, he realized that he would just waste time arguing about semantics with his son. Naruto wasn't going to budge, that was clear. Fine, Minato gasped. Just don't forget to add my blood to the seal later. Naruto stared blankly at his father. I'll do it. Damn it, I'll do it. This bedroom now belongs to me and Kaheim, Naruto added in his mind. While the two men were talking, a pop was heard as Kushina pulled away from her son's giant. Hot saliva stretched between his, and her plump lips in many streaks. His wet, cervical killer shone brightly in the spotlights in the kitchen. Kissing her, she gradually reached for his huge balls and took one of them into her mouth. She began to stroke him with both hands, all the while rocking his balls in her mouth. Slowing her movements, she lowered her mouth back to his massive mushroom-shaped head. She, softly as he gave the injection, forcing even more into her wet caverns. He massaged her scalp, strands of her hair curling in his fingers as he, deeper into her, stretching her mouth in all directions. She could hear every word Minato and Jiraiya spoke. Though the occasional squelching of her open lips, slurping on her son's rod, distorted the clarity. There was a slight vomiting, as she was taking more into her throat than she could currently handle. Saliva flowed in large amounts over the rest of his, as she couldn't get rid of it completely like Mikoto could. She continued to juggle his huge balls in her hands, enjoying their weight as they bounced on her palms while she smeared her drool over his. Fortunately, her son turned on the water in the sink because she wouldn't let her husband hear her muffled. So far, so good, but now it's time to gain momentum, Naruto thought as he grabbed his mother's hair in a handful and began pulling it up and down, inserting and removing it from her mouth. He glanced at his teacher, gesticulating to get his father's attention. Since Jiraiya understood Naruto better than Minato ever did, he understood what the young blonde was up to. Pulling some nonsense out of his ass, he verbally engaged Minato while Naruto began to roughly push his hips into his mother's friendly face. His swollen balls slapped the chin of the magnificent lover as he looked at his father. A surge of dark pride took control of his nervous system. Here he was, his mother in the face, and his father was sitting like a jester, completely oblivious to it. After 5 minutes, he began to catch his breath. His mother was serious about working out with her mom and was on her way to becoming a brilliant. Girls of his age simply could not cope with him. Meanwhile, Kushina's nails dug into her son's thighs, and her hair was loose above her head as she, on his as if her life depended on it. He didn't make love to her mouth anymore, but her was burning with lust. Her, stuck out painfully, begging for their pinched. It turned her on even more than yesterday when her son was fingering her under the covers and her husband was lying on the sofa. This could be confirmed by the puddle of juice forming under it. Wanting to do more, she quickly untied her belt and took off her kimono. Massive jumped free, bouncing in gratitude as they were freed from their silk prison. She wasn't wearing because she and her son were in the early stages of their relationship when they couldn't keep their hands apart. Also, Naruto liked having instant access to her ass, so he was clearly against her wearing any. She wouldn't even bother with a kimono, but she didn't want to arouse her husband's suspicion by appearing, with their son. Rising to her knees, matriarch Uzumaki leaned forward, wrapping her huge around her son's monstrous. A few inches, and his mushroom-shaped head remained in her mouth. Her shuddered when she saw the animal lust seething in his azure blue eyes. The excitement increased, she began to jump up and down, shoving his between her heavy. Squeezing her together, she smeared the drool 5 inches she buried in her mouth, suffocating the rest between them. Mountains of her mother's flesh in the process. After 3 long minutes, his, clenched in her palm. She was relieved, as this act confirmed that he was preparing for. It was absurd how much time and effort it took to get him to, he had godless fortitude. She glanced at him quickly and saw that he was holding a plate to his face so that no one could see his eyes closing with pleasure. Muttered Naruto in his head, his knees weakening. Get ready, Ka-Heim. For me, Sochikoi, thought Kushina, passionately shimmering her purple orbs. Please, for your Ka-Heim. Soft sounds would have been heard in the kitchen if it had not been for the water splashing loudly in the sink. As her fell off her son's giant, one last hard, combined with a ferocious thrust caused it to burst out in her mouth. He swung his hips forward, slamming the back of her head against a drawer under the kitchen counter. Stars appeared in her field of vision from blows to the head, but she drove away the light particles because it was time for dessert. Unlike the last time she was unprepared, her precious son was kind enough to train her and help improve her skills. By directing chakra from her lungs all over her throat, she was able to adjust to most of its release without choking on her mouth or needing to catch her breath. A delicious escaped as her son filled her with such powerful, that she felt her stomach expand. All she could think about was the smell of his musk cream, some of which began to trickle down her cheeks in slimy strands as his, marked her. He looked down at her with eyes filled with lust, proud that she was able to absorb almost every drop of his release. She only increased his desire for her as she collected the remnants of his release and began to, them like a kitten. Meanwhile, Jiraiya smirked at his student before slapping Minato on the shoulder. Hey, it's time to go. I'm leaving, Sochi, the Hokage announced, rising from his chair. Kushina-chan still hasn't come downstairs, but that's a good thing because I don't have to hear her yelling at me because I don't want to stay at home. In any case, don't forget to send me 2 sets of clothes. We'll probably have to spend all night at ANBU headquarters due to the large amount of paperwork I need to do. Don't worry, Tosan, Naruto replied as his mother ran her tongue over his still hard. I've got you covered. Minato waved to his son before leaving to pick up his scrolls from the living room. Jiraiya grinned perversely, again showing his thumb to his student. As soon as they left the house, Naruto lifted his mother up and kissed her gently on the forehead. She responded to his gaze with a beautiful smile, although the desires of her handsome son were beating in her head. Of course, she had questions as to how he had managed to make Jiraiya appear so unexpectedly, but right now, she had other things to do. Before she knew it, her son took off his shirt and she found herself, her plump, juicy lips. Should we make love in our bedroom, Sochikoi? Asked Kushina in a soft, hypnotic voice, her heart pounding wildly at the thought of ending her relationship with her son. Naruto looked at his mother carefully and attentively, and then walked over to the kitchen table and sat down in an empty chair. Kushina hurriedly followed him in anxiety, wondering what he was doing. It was then that she saw him lean against a chair and make a gesture to her with his hand. She knew the gesture. Her son wanted her to dance for him. When she was spying on him and her best friend having, she could vividly remember Mikoto exercising her hips several times during labor in the form of a dance during a rut session. It was during their first real date when he took her hand and led her in this dance when she realized that dancing was his perversion. And it was true. Naruto loved to watch mature women flaunt their belongings. With a cute nod, she swayed her hip, shook her cub in a side position, and then turned around in front of her son. While it would have worked better with some music, it was obvious that he wanted it to spin in a non-existent rhythm. Turning her back to him, she began to roll her big, juicy, delightfully, ass to him. Her pretty legs tapped on the marble floor, creating a rhythm that she used to execute the movements she evoked in her head. His eyes were fixed on her, absorbing every one of her curve, watching her every move. She could feel his calculating gaze, and she was worried that he was completely immersed in the show she was putting on for him. Shaking her beautiful, full, motherly thighs, she continued to run her hands over her thighs, constantly leaning forward to tease him with the opening of her buttocks. Her loose cheeks trembled as she shook them. A minute later, she spanked her ass before fully bending over and spreading her ass, exposing the contents hidden between her buttocks. Her voluptuous, goddess-like, body worked overtime for him, exposing herself to him and him alone. Creamy nectar gathered around the pouch of her rich pink labia glistening with juice as she continued to dance for her son. Her husband had just left the premises, but she didn't care if he decided to go back. A part of her wanted him to see what he had lost by neglecting her. However, she agreed with her son's plan to milk of this cuckold until Minato was left broken. That had stolen her confidence and youth, not to mention broken her heart many times. He should be here like her husband, but he preferred paperwork to her. But no more than that. She was at the peak of activity, and now her son was going to give her the she deserved. "Stop," Naruto ordered, and his mother obediently complied. Getting up from his chair, he took a few steps towards her, his mustachioed features full of pride. From the moment he danced with his mother, he knew that she was by nature. All he did was give her a hint, but in the end she proved him right. His mother was hot, who was starting to figure out how to work with that fat ass of hers. Kushina squealed like a girl when her son threw her off her feet and brought her in a wedding dress. Looking at him with a charming blush, she pressed her cheek against his chest. "Let's make love, Kaheim," Naruto continued, gently kissing his mother on the forehead. She nodded confidently at him, wanting him to know exactly how ready she was. Warmth filled her heart as the man with whom she had been unfaithful to her husband led her upstairs. They were going to completely erase the line between mother and son, man and woman. XXX Mikoto Uchiha sat on the couch in the living room with a shadow clone of her beloved, processing the information he was presenting to her. She nodded as he detailed the day's events and how his original self had been almost ready to fight his mother. A slight frown darkened her face as she looked at her knees, still trying to reconcile the fact that she had actually had to share him. "Will you be okay?" asked the clone, rubbing Ifam's shoulder. "I'll be fine, Naroclone Koi," Mikoto whispered, quietly giggling as it slipped from her lips. A few years ago, she had decided to tease the blonde by giving his clones this nickname. And it had stuck. The clone's lips curled in soft smile. "It's nice to hear that, Mikoto-heim. Do you want me to stay overnight or should I go out for a bit?" "You can go out." "Good night," her mother replied in a vulnerable voice. Even though this shadow clone was her lover in every sense of the word, she loved Naruto too much to be satisfied with anything other than the original. Sometimes she allowed him to leave a clone so that he could hug her, but that was all she wanted. That's why she refused to let him, her twice with the clone. Naruto's shadow clone patted the woman on the shoulder and disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Meanwhile, Fugaku and his two sons entered with trays of pastries and treats. "Oh, what is all this?" cooed Mikoto, her frown turning upside down. "We're here to spend time with family, Ka-san," said Itachi, placing a jug of juice on the coffee table. "We brought all your favorite snacks. Nisan forgot to mention that tonight we are going to watch your favorite movie," brightly added Sasuke. "I know you miss Dobe very much, but just remember that we are all here for you." Tears welled up in Mikoto's eyes as she ruffled her son's hair, thanked them both, and beamed at them like a Christmas tree. She was not wrong when she said she couldn't even count the number of things Naruto had done for her. Life in the Uchiha residence had become infinitely better since he became the head of the household. Sasuke was no longer riled by anger, and Itachi was not an impassive ghost. Even her husband had become sociable, friendly, and better in every way. She just loved Naruto with all her heart, he was her true soulmate. "I've heard that the heart becomes more tender from a little absence, Mikoto," said Fugaku, sitting down next to his wife. "Just stay strong. Naruto-sama will be with you again soon." An elegant brow arched as the Uchiha matriarch sharply looked at her husband. "Are you trying to earn pastries, Fugaku? Narukoi and I haven't even had the chance yet to film us having." "And no, no," exclaimed Fugaku with a bright red blush and waved his hands negatively. "I just wanted to cheer you up for a family movie night." Itachi and Sasuke share their father's blush. Secretly, they hoped that their mother and her lover would make it to the filming of. Fugaku agreed to let them watch the tape with him, so the three genetically programmed Uchiha men were very excited. He, came Mikoto's melodious giggle, covering his mouth with the sleeve of his dress. "I'm just kidding, Fugaku. Thank you so much for planning. Narukoi visits me every night and spends an hour or two with me, but it's not the same as when he stayed until the next day. I was lonely without him, so that I could be warm and comfortable. Fugaku smiled at his wife, pleased that this gorgeous face lit up the room again. Mikoto was by far the coolest teacher ever. Her creamy skin complemented her body well. Straight black hair to the middle of the back, gorgeous black eyes and full plump lips. Even when she was in her 30s, she could shame teenagers. She was wearing a trendy pink silky top that brought her huge together, their thick flesh pressed against each other, creating the perfect amount of cleavage. Black skin accentuated her long, smooth legs. Even through that skirt, you could see that her mother's thighs were supporting a big juicy ass, frankly not from this world. Men foamed from her mouth, not only her graceful features and body when she announced her presence. It was in her walk, in the way she carried herself with the greatest confidence. She was a brilliant kunoichi with immense skills in ninja art. Even though she was one of the kindest of kind-hearted Uchihas, she also didn't tolerate anyone. There was no woman in the clan who would stand a chance against her. He was very proud that she was his wife, and I am sincerely happy to be her cuckold husband. After all, it belonged to his master. You just don't have enough to be, by a dobe, Kaa-san, Sasuke joked. And more. Oops. Language, Sochi. Reproached the, wagging her finger at her son. But. Yes, I miss Constant, with him. However, I miss it even more than I miss. Itachi nodded, poking Sasuke on the forehead. Stupid little brother. Sasuke crossed his arms over his chest and took offense at his older brother, earning their mother's warm laugh. A family of 4 giggled to themselves as they threw snacks. XXX, so, how do you want to do it? Kushina blushed as she intertwined her fingers together, almost earning her son's hugs for being such a charming mommy. How about getting to the top, suggested Naruto, arching an eyebrow. I wish my mom would ride me. It was a position she dreamed of getting into, but her pathetic husband wasn't a man enough to cope with it at the top. In truth, she was thrilled that her son had not planned to take her on as a missionary. Minato ruined her situation. Wandering in her mind, she remembered how majestic Sasuke's mother looked when she rode Naruto in the cowgirl position. Biting her lower lip, Minato's wife lowered her head, hoping that her son hadn't noticed how she was. Naruto grinned at his sweet mom and recoiled until he rested on the headboard. He watched as she timidly crawled up to him. Hugging her, he pressed her to his chest with a possessive hug. She relaxed almost instantly, her big fat ass puffing up against his thighs while the head of his monstrous, pressed against the valley of her huge cowgirl pose will give you more control over our movement, Naruto began seriously. What we're going to do is a variation of this pose that will allow us to squeeze our bodies together as you straddle my knees and control speed and rhythm. I love you, Kaheim, but I can't trust me with you right now. As she put her hand on her chest, she felt her heart pounding wildly with a loud, violent beat. Her eyes softened as she looked into the eyes of her lover. Why couldn't you have been born earlier, snorted Kushina, taking her son's face in her hands. I love you, Sochikoi, more than I ever loved your father. However, we both know that I will be in a world of pain when you, me. His mother's lip beak, the blonde nodded. I promise to ease your pain every step of the way with medicinal chakra. Kushina nodded in response and exhaled, which she did not suspect. Freed from his embrace, she slowly stood up until she squatted over her son. His insanely huge buried his nose in her inner thigh, and this sensation made her shudder. She worked on relaxing her abdominal muscles as she descended, while he combined his one-eyed beast with beautiful pink folds of her jerk. Thus Head tried to push through, but her tiny wouldn't let him enter. She closed her eyes, widened her stance, and spread her buttocks as wide as she could. A loud squelching sound echoed through the bedroom as the head of the struggled to squeeze through the gate of her. She stood there with tears in her eyes as the inner lining of her began to slice. Fortunately, he channeled the healing chakra and repaired any damage that had been done. For the next 2 minutes, she continued to rub her thighs until she finally pierced the mushroom-shaped head into her. She screamed, arching her back as pain pierced her mind, body, and soul. Her legs buckled and she collapsed on top of him, forcing his huge to her deeper. Her cute little, contracted from the sheer force inflicted on her walls as a result of the invasion. "You Kushina whimpered, her eyes closed, tears streaming down her face. "You divided in half, Sochikoi." She was only 4 inches away from him, but because of his girth, he stretched her so wide that it reminded her of when she gave birth to him. Then he did some damage, and he did it again 18 years later. She personally felt as if she was being crucified on his monstrous. The biggest problem was that he was conquering uncharted territories because it was as far as her husband's tiny had ever reached. It was as if she was giving up her, again. After some time, the pain began to subside, but it was replaced by a dull pain in the abdomen, which moved to the throat. Of course, she was in pain, but at least she wasn't hurt physically. If it weren't for the medicinal chakra strengthening her, her inner walls would begin to tear apart from several areas. Gathering her strength to open her purple orbs, the first thing she saw was her son looking at her anxiously. "It's heartbreaking to see you in such pain, Kahima," Naruto said, brushing away his mother's tears. "Why don't we stop here and pick it up later?" "No." Minato's wife replied weakly. "I want to keep going." Her determination was unwavering. She wouldn't give up here when her best friend was somehow able to not only place Naruto's monstrous, in her, but also in her ass. Kushina was determined to do the same. She won't lose to Mikoto. Naruto bit his lip, but nodded, as he realized that his mother could no longer be dissuaded from it. For him, too, it was not really a walk in the park. The walls of his mother's were breaking along its entire length, and this caused him great discomfort. It reminded him of how much he had struggled with Sasuke's mother for the first time. These 2 moms were lucky that he loved them so much. If they were the prostitutes he used to, he would have shoved every inch into their pussies in one fell swoop and let them deal with the consequences. Whimpering Kushina, another 2 inches into her son's huge. She began to blink, her eyes fluttering, her head spinning with slight pain and growing pleasure. She arched her back, casting a quick glance down. There was a visible bump where the head of his was inside her. It had been so long since he had begun to her that she thought that most of his length was inside her. The pain still lingered, but now her body was writhing with ecstasy. Wanting to gauge how much of his was still outside of her, she slipped her hand between their bodies. Her eyes widened with fear. She was only halfway there. "Keikami," whispered Kushina quietly. "Can you really squeeze all this into me, Sochikoi? I already feel so full, Databane." Naruto gritted his teeth at how hard his mother's was squeezing him. "You can't contain all this, Kahime. The worst is over. Just lower your hips and press down. I'll take care of the rest." Kushina hesitantly nodded, ignoring the alarms in her head. It took her time to gather her strength, Looking into her son's eyes, she fell sharply, grabbing 4 extra inches of him inside with her extremely tight grip. The bedroom shuddered with a ridiculously loud scream as pain erupted from Kushina's through her uterus, into her stomach, up her throat. Her eyes filled with tears that strained her beautiful face. A wave of feminine juices surged from the depths of her, as she, unexpectedly. Naruto, as his mother poured cream onto his. The discomfort he had felt before overcame the sensation of her warm juices. As she continued to squirt, he treated her with medicinal chakra and prevented her from passing out from the pain she was in. It took a minute, but finally she stopped trembling. Sometimes he wished he didn't have such a terrifyingly huge. All the time, the mother pleaded. "Push it all the way in," the orbs flickered in concern, but Naruto knew that his mother would not stop until every inch of his body was inside her. He took a deep breath and put his arm around her waist. Now that she had absorbed most of his length, she was hovering a few inches from his knees. Then he hit her sides, and the head of his monstrous hit hard against the door of her cervix. once been purple orbs turned white as snow as her eyes rolled to the back of her head. Her knuckles turned pale and her fingers began to twitch, which might give someone the impression that she was very frightened. Thanks to the healing chakra in her body, she felt no pain. However, all the nerve endings in her body began to tingle, wave after wave of liquid gushed out like a tsunami. Tears rolled down her cheeks again, but those tears were the result of being lifted from the ground. Incredibly strong, a shiver ran through her legs, reaching her entire spine as she was struck by jolts of pleasure. In her near-paralyzed state, she had no idea that she was squirting for the second time. She shook and shook until she stopped shaking. Kushina Uzumaki had just passed out from the sheer power of her immense. Naruto smiled gently at his unconscious mother and kissed her face. He was so proud of her that she was able to overcome the pain and take every inch of his into it. After a quick medical examination, he happily concluded that he had not injured her uterus. Now that he was deep inside her, he could continue to work on her endurance. Huge bounced up and down as Minato's wife woke up with a thunderous sigh, but hurried to let her breath align. Opening her trembling eyes, she smiled faintly at her son. "I did it, Sochikoi." "Of course, Kaheim," Naruto whispered, ruffling his mother's hair. "Now all you need to do is I need to do it, it's to adapt to my size. Just relax and put your legs around my waist. Then, I want you to pump your hips when I tell you." Kushina nodded, placing her hands on her son's shoulders and letting her big juicy press against his face. Long, slender legs wrapped around his waist as she sat on his lap. The one-eyed beast inside her was throbbing, and she could feel it arguing with her womb. His hands were busy with his mother's gorgeous round ass, he was being strangled by her huge, and his, was completely inside her. The smell of her hair and the sound of her sweet sighs as he slid his lips over her, teasing the swollen lumps. The whole thing was so overwhelming that Naruto felt as if he was in heaven. Raising one hand up, he grabbed one of her, and began to adjust her, while he, on the other. Only after he had had his fill of her did he lean over and press his lips against hers, pulling her into a deep sensual kiss. In the beginning, it was a competition to see who could outplay the other. Her tongue slid between his lips, but he parried it by running his tongue over hers. She tried to stealthily put her tongue in his mouth. However, he beat her by gently grabbing her tongue between his teeth and, on it. Thanks to his experience, he was able to win an easy victory over her. All she could do was sob, as he stuck his tongue down her throat. "Swing your hips, Kaheim." Despite the fun, Minato's wife was able to hear her son clearly and clearly. With a cute nod, she pursed her lips, pressing her lips against his, and pressed her tightly against his chest. She followed him, her arms wrapped around his neck, her wedding ring pressed against the back of his head. From there, she began to move her hips back and forth. She began to see two things as her neck ring throbbed around his. At first, the movement was uncomfortable, but Kushina gradually mastered the rhythm. Using its strong muscles, she began to push and grind. It was here that she truly realized the beauty of this position as their bodies swayed in unison like a slow, intricate dance. Her eyes filled with tears because of the amount of love she felt as she moved from his mouth to hers as he kissed her gently. Cramps began in my legs, but cramps of a good type. Fortunately, the painful stretching and widening of the walls of her, is over. She sighed blissfully as he pulled away from her lips, only to grab her. She let out a slight laugh to see how eagerly he, on her, reminding her of how he had, her when he was a baby. She kissed him gently on the top of his head, returning to rocking back and forth, squeezing the huge that turned the married woman into a real woman. It wasn't. It was lovemaking in all its glory. A small trickle of saliva hung between their lips for a moment, only to break and squirt on the lips of the Uzumaki matriarch. Neither of them needed to inform each other of the impending. This pose was so romantic that it connected them on a spiritual level. It seemed like an eternity they had been floating together on their cloud of love. Then Kushina came with a vengeance, but this time her release was met with the release of her son. Thick streams of exploded inside her with so much an intensity that she let out a deafening scream. Her eyes sparkled, and her mind became blank. All she could see was white as her son kept filling her with so much hot, that she felt like she was starting to have a fever. The blonde slowly pulled his, through the tender lining of his mother's gripping. Thick droplets of their combined fluids oozed from her, staining the sheets underneath. Looking into her son's eyes, the redhead saw no lust, only sincere love. The union of their bodies and souls was much more intimate because of their bond as mother and son. I could not even imagine that he could feel it. I can't even find the right word to describe it, Kushina snorted, caressing her son's face with such love that one of her touches melted it. You've shown me more love in this single round of, than Minato has shown me in all the years he's known me. You completely destroyed me for the sake of your father, Sochikoi. Never let me go. Do you understand? I'd rather die than see you with him again, Naruto replied confidently. I stole you honestly and openly. Tosan will never bring you back. I promise. The redhead nodded slightly as she shared a tender kiss with the man she was cheating on her husband with. Parting his parents' outer labia, Naruto guided his into her groove, a few wet movements, and then to the opening of her. His fingers slid over her juices as he prepared her for another deep. It was funny that in total 18 years ago, he had come out of that and now he was coming back into it after all these years. Soft sounds filled the bedroom, as his was still sticky with her juices, and the walls of her were sticky and lubricated. The she had uttered now turned into a sob of obscene satisfaction. With a few movements, the soft tissues of her fully welcomed him back inside. Kushina began to rise, her head now tilted down so she could look down between their bodies and watch the separation as she lifted her son's torso. She watched as she rose and separated from his huge, but the trickle of juice from her remained tied like a spider's web to his. She could feel his slide firmly from inside her, until all that was left inside her was a huge mushroom-shaped head. Then she lowered her torso on him again. You're is pretty damn good, Kaheim, Naruto muttered, massaging his mother's buttocks, pushing the last 2 inches of his inside her. You feel like a dream come true. Kushina whispered with narrowed eyes, her head spinning from the fact that she was spread out so wide. Was she in love with this position? Yes. It was such an intimate position that she was constantly confused. However, was she better than her best friend? Did Naruto think her was better than Mikoto's? She had so many questions, but she couldn't bear the thought of hearing something she didn't want to hear. After thinking about it, she decided to let her body convince him to leave Mikoto and stay with her. Here I am, Sochikoi. Without warning, the kunoichi began to slap herself on her son's huge. Her warm married held him tightly and she could feel him throbbing deep inside her. Her hands unclenched from his neck and she reached back and grabbed the head of the bed, using it as leverage to push his thrusting harder. "Fuckkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkkk," exclaimed Kushina. Naruto's eyes widened as his mother rode him with such force that the bed beneath them bounced. The creaking of the mattress springs joined the musical melody of their grumbling and her hands gripped his neck tightly again, her fingers tugging at his hair, her rubbing against him in a frenzy. Beautiful red hair shaded her face, preventing him from seeing her features distorted with extreme pleasure. Her movement was persistent, and he didn't have to spend much time figuring out what was going on in her head. You want to be, now, Kaheim, snarled Naruto, delivering one powerful thrust so powerful that it screeched to stop his mother's movements, so powerful that it turned her into a whimpering mess. Using this time wisely, he put his arm tightly around her waist and slid down until he lay on his back and she straddled his knees. Now they were in the cowgirl pose. Raising his legs, the blonde began to, his mother to death. Each impulse came from the heart, from its very core. With every slap he slapped her ass, a memory came up. Her proud look when he was awarded the Rookie of the Year award. Her warm smile when he first made her breakfast. The way she nursed him and showered him with love. Their fun hangouts in the village and their ramen eating contests in Ichiraku Ramen. Every memory of her was happy, and he planned to make her happy for the rest of her life. She was too big a woman for his father with a tiny. Kushina's head swayed back and forth, her eyes sparkling and filled with tears from the sheer force of her son's thrusts. Years of frustration were now boiling over, and it seemed as if her very soul was bursting out of her body. Her pore throbbed in pain as it pressed against his pubic hair every time he slapped her on his. Her long hair was flying back and forth as if she was waving a white flag to surrender, but he didn't want to. Her, pressed against his chest, and all he could smell was the musky smell of their combined fluid staining the sheets. Uzumaki's cushion brought a flood of unheard of distorted words. But her son was unhappy with the. No, he continued to destroy her pore with his monstrous. She fell forward, unable to stay upright at the height of liberation, but somehow crossed her arms over his neck and rested her chin on his shoulder. It was as if the world had collapsed on her as he continued to drill her, as if he was trying to dig a gold mine. Each of his thrusts struck her in places that had hitherto remained, before his father's touch. Less than 5 minutes later, Kushina was gasping again like an exhausted dog, breathing heavily as a wave of liberation began from somewhere around her, and exploded all over her body, reaching her head and toes. Her heart was beating so wildly in her chest that she thought that is on the verge of a heart attack. She was in a complete paradise, pleasure illuminating her entire body in a carnal hell of ecstasy. Now she was glistening with sweat, her lower jaw was dropping, and her throat ached with longing for water, but her son would not allow her to take a breather. She was so hard that her juices squirted around his, and ran down his thighs. Her made wet sounds every time he came out of it and again when he drove back. Her huge were bouncing hotly, her red hair sliding down her cheeks. An hour passed, and her mind transferred all the higher functions to its base instincts. Her body burned with pleasure, transporting her to a realm where only she and her son existed. She kept going in and out of her, which seemed like an eternity, her heart and soul consumed by love and lust, until the ecstasy of their passion made her insensitive. The moment she arched her back, he stuck his thumb up her ass, inflicting jackhammer into her exhausted. Shouted Kushina at the top of her lungs, her mind overflowing with immense pleasure. It was hard enough to see straight, her field of vision turning black with every second. But in the end, everything went dark. Kushina Uzumaki was officially forced to comply. XXX Minato Namikaze looked up from his papers with an expression of utter confusion on his face. "What's wrong, Minato?" asked Jiraiya, putting down his research notebook. As Naruto and Kushina are currently racing like rabbits, he has not had a chance to take a look at what is happening because of the seals that the blonde man has set up in their bedroom. So he decided to imagine, that happens during rewinding with his former student at ANBU headquarters. Jiraiya simply crossed his arms. "Then why such a long face?" "I don't know what it really is," Minato began with a sigh. "I suppose it has to do with Kushina-chan. I feel something in her, is not so?" "Maybe it's because you're away almost all year round," pointed out Jiraiya, getting a look from the blonde. "Hey, you asked, and I answered. So she doesn't seem different to you now?" "Yes. She seems more confident and happy than I've ever seen her." "And how bad is that?" asked Jiraiya, arching an eyebrow. Yes, forget that I mentioned it," Minato said while waving his hand to his former teacher. "I'm leaving." "A lot, but playing happy family is to be expected from a civilian, not a ninja. At least Sochi is always close to Kushina-chan. Of course, it's all about his wife and son acting too close for mother and son. She sat on his lap last night when she watched this movie." He tried to erase the memory from his mind, but for some reason it kept gnawing at him. Then there was the fact that he, in his pants while watching Kushina, eat fruit. Today she seemed so different. On the other hand, there was the obvious possibility that he had simply overthought. "You got it right. Gaki is always by her side," the toad sage replied, but did not mention that this statement was ambiguous. Glancing at his notebook labeled, Project Uzumaki, he could only imagine the kind of rough Naruto had had on his mother. Right now. "Oh, I almost forgot," Jiraiya continued, slapping 3 books on the table. "You haven't received any of my recent Makeout Paradise installations, so go ahead." Minato shook his head, not at all surprised. When his former teacher published a new book, he was given a copy, but he never read it. He did respect this man, but I swear to Kami, he was an old Looking at the 3 books, one of them stood out, and his attention was drawn to the title alone. Make Out Paradise, Diary of a Cuckold. XXX she couldn't tell how much time it was, and she couldn't count the number of positions in which she was. The Uzumaki matriarch was currently hovering in a pleasant abyss. Her whole body was numb from all the blows of her son. It wasn't just hard. No, most of their sessions consisted of deep, sensual lovemaking. His huge had completely broken in her, he was now a devoted follower of her son. Naruto smiled gently at his gorgeous mother and ran his hand through her wet, sweaty hair. Her lips curled into a sweet smile as she snuggled up to him on their bed. She was given an hour to rest, but he spent 9 long hours with her, having, non-stop. She had woken up 10 minutes ago and was now holding each other, cherishing intimacy. From the fact that she was lying on her side, she was under him, she was on top, on the floor, there were many positions in which he still took her. His mother had a top notch, and he just couldn't get enough of it. For the next 10 minutes or so, they kissed and hugged until Naruto felt it was time for him to return to the hole he had come out of. Picking it up squatting, he held her until she was on all fours. She leaned her head against the sheets, presenting him with her nice ass as an offering. The mustachioed adult, his lips, admiring the view. His mother's gorgeous bubble ass glittered in the light. Her cute little, gently wrinkled between her cheeks, and her wet labia peeked out from under her thick thighs. Eso chikoi. Can I rest a little longer? Kushina begged, looking over her shoulder. I'm in very, very much pain, Databane. One more round, Naruto retorted with lustful eyes as he placed his hands on his mother's plump thighs. Without waiting for an answer, he gently kissed her left cheek. Kushina threw back her head and sighed as her son pressed his lips to her loose cheeks for the second time. What had once been innocent kisses now turned to him, and caressing her big fat ass. He ran his hands down, running them over the cups of her buttocks, arching them until the palm of his right hand did not rub her. If that wasn't enough, the index finger of his left hand was completely submerged up to the joint in her sweet ass. Her huge swayed back and forth as he stimulated both of her entrances at the same time. With a growl befitting a predator, he pulled his finger out of his mother's, and continued to thrust his monstrous, between her deep crack in her ass. Squeezing her buttocks together, forcing them to fit snugly around his girth, he began to rock his hips back and forth, the cleft of her ass. His loose cheeks slapped his abs, making loud claps of his hands. Are you ready to accept it, Kaheim? Asked Naruto, ending his service. Hi. Replied the pretty blushing matriarch of Uzumaki. For her, it was a really naughty position. Roddy Kami was named after an animal. Nevertheless, standing on all fours, opening my ass in front of my beloved son, was incredibly exciting. Chuckling, the blond man spread his mother's buttocks, ordering her to spread her labia with 2 fingers. His touched the plump lips of her, but then he decided to drive past her entrance until he caressed the cute folds of her wrinkled. The room rumbled with warm laughter as his mother tried to squeeze her ass as hard as she could. Don't worry, Kaheim, Naruto said, stroking his mom's wide, round thighs. I'm not going to, you in the ass yet. In the meantime, spread your legs for me. Kushina nodded shyly, an atomic blush staining her radiant face. As exciting as, with her son was, he couldn't take away her, right now. Brought her pain unlike anything else. How would he feel if he shoved his monstrous into her extremely small? Shrinking at the thought, she absent-mindedly wondered how he was going to train her. Returning to her attention, she took a deep breath and gathered her strength. Without saying no more words, Naruto began to push his, into his mother's tight, with a series of thrusts with his hips. Kushina screamed as her son stabbed her right in the cervix, causing her to gush juices as her was still extremely sensitive after all those hours of digging her nails into the sheets. She tore the fabric while a shiver ran down her thick, matron thighs. Driven by pure lust, she pressed against his pelvis, determined to bring him to, as well. Ripples ran down her gorgeous buttocks as he slapped her from behind. She twisted her hips of childbearing age, her muscles tensing desperately to lock him in forever. The rhythm was slow and sensual, but she found herself struggling to hold on to her shaking hands. "Kami, we look so hot together," thought Kushina, glancing at the mirror attached to their chest of drawers. This angle gave her a clear idea of how her huge jiggle when her son hits her from behind. She moved her perfect hips and began to sway in his thrusts, driving him deeper into her. For the next 30 minutes, her son gave it to her beautifully and slowly, long and deep. His hand would sometimes reach out until he rubbed her, while she pushed her hips during childbirth. Other times, he would lean forward over her back and slide his hands under her to massage her massive, hanging. She even caught it by burying her face in her neck, leaving kisses on the creamy skin of her neck. Initially, she was in love with how romantic he was with her. She even had a few, and wet the sheets, her thighs, the balls, the squirting, were amazing. The more she looked in the mirror to their copulation, the more aware she became of how accentuated her facial features were. Her huge hung underneath her, begging to be squeezed, and he answered their prayers. Her ass was presented to him as offering. To be honest, it was strange to her that he treated her so tenderly. Eventually, she saw Naruto. Mikoto like an animal in this position, and she obediently takes the hits. Slowly and steadily winning the race, but unfortunately, Minato's wife wasn't in the mood for sensual lovemaking right now. All those hours of vanilla fulfilled her heart's desire. However, there was a deep itch in her, and it could only be scratched with hard blows. She longed for him to give his best for her, as he had done when she rode him in the cowgirl position. She didn't know that her son felt the same way. "Do you want me to, you, Kaheim?" cooed Naruto, slapping his mother's round, plump buttocks, causing her to squeal. Kushina lowered her head sweetly, her face glowing red at the thought of her son, who delivered her rudely. "Me." "What?" growled Naruto, slapping his mother again on the ass, this time with both hands. He spanked her a third time, this time hard, making her sob with pleasure and pain. "Say what you want." "Me," shouted Minato's wife. "Me, Sochikoi." "Very good," was all Naruto warned his beloved parent when he pulled 7 inches of his out of her before plunging every inch back into her in one fell swoop. Kushina threw up her head, her eyes popping out from the enormous force of his push. The child's gloves were taken off and she was lifted from the sheet every time he rammed her from behind. A wave of pain went through her as he started, her so hard that she felt like he was splitting her in two. His fingers dug deep into her thighs, so she knew he was leaving marks. Stars appeared in her field of vision as he slapped her shaking buttocks, making her cry with a stinging sensation. If only the villagers could see their precious mistress Kushina now. Throughout her childhood, she was famous for her stubborn behavior. Those who made fun of her hair always left bruises. Even her husband could not control her. However, she was naturally, to her son. Naruto was the only person in existence who could, and possess her like that. But that was what she wanted. She wanted him not to hold back anything. If she was going to steal it from her best friend, she had to make sure that she could handle it better than Mikoto ever could. His huge balls pushed off her throbbing, as he continued to pierce her deepest touches. Strong vibrations ran through her thighs. But she continued to rock her hips back and forth, meeting his thrusts. She felt him squeeze the tuft of her hair and twist it around his arm. Then he began to tug at her, throwing her head back, and she fell silent. Realizing that she had no chance against her son, she surrendered to him, letting him go your own way. A lightning strike struck her nerve endings as pressure began to build up inside her. At first, her began to tingle. The sensation then spread to the rest of her body. Even her head tingled. Her son continued to beat her like until the walls of her collapsed. "See," whimpered Minato's wife like a scalded dog, which was appropriate since she had just crashed in a. The thick, rich cream took a stroll through its sacred tunnel, drowning the massive intruder completely buried at its core. Her eyes slowly blurred as she fell forward, her beautiful face landed on the pillow that lay below her. Tears streamed down her cheeks as unstoppable waves. Pleasure swept through her. Naruto suppressed the urge to, inside his mother, but found it getting harder as her squeezed him with all its might. Her face was buried in the pillow, and she, like a ghost. Each of his thrusts with a jackhammer caused juices to squirt out of her. Wanting to correct his posture, he shook his hips violently, forcing the air out of her lungs. Her knees buckled completely, and he smoothly straddled her hips, remaining on the balls deep inside her. Once again, Naruto tugged at his mother's hair, tapping her as if he was trying to break it. Kushina screamed and screamed with a perfect, "I'm stupid," expression on her face, but instinctively pushed him with her hips. With one hand, he slapped her twitching buttocks. By this point, he could see the outline of his fingers on her previously creamy skin. A dark grin appeared on his lips from the fact that he was simply imagining his father's reaction to how his wife had been consigned to oblivion by their son. It was close to the moment when the blonde couldn't stop the impending, so he wanted to end this round with a bang. Directing his chakra to his kneecaps, he threw caution to the wind and hugged his inner beast, the destroyer of prostitutes. He let out a growl, dark dominance flashing in his eyes. Painful injections were delivered and his mother began to scream at the top of her lungs. He heard her crying, begging him to stop her, but he refused to give in. Her head was thrown back, her eyes were staring at the ceiling, but she couldn't see anything as her mind, body, and soul had been broken by her son as he took her like in the heat. The blonde lover unleashed hell on her mother. The cerulean blue orbs narrowed as Naruto studied how his beautiful parents' ass contracted and unclenched in response to his every thrust. Taking this as an invitation, he shoved 2 fingers up her ass and then shook his hips with all his might. The whole bedroom trembled. SSSUMNGYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYY, screamed Kushina with such an outrageous decibel level that she actually broke the mirror of the dresser. Shards of glass fell on the dresser as Minato's wife exploded like a rocket. Foam from the corners of the mouth flowed profusely saliva. She could barely breathe as her blood burned in there, lust, and the cleansed her of the guilt of cheating on her husband. It was as if she had been reborn, now and forever becoming her son's mistress. She was not, by a man. She was, by God. The whole room was now soaked in, but he continued to, his mother, like the animal after which this position was named. He was surprised that despite the fact that she was barely aware that she was trying to rock her hips back and forth. He worked 2 fingers in her, exploring her walls while maintaining a nice, rigid thrusting pattern. Pulling his fingers out, he spent all his might on her poor, sensitive. If he was going to reach, he wanted his mother to join in the action. And Kami she finished. At first, her legs began to push towards him, her whole body tensing with each excruciating deep thrust. Her arms straightened and her fingers twitched. Her head was pressed against the pillow, but her eyes rolled back and only the whites were visible. Her mouth opened wide, but the words didn't come out. Only a faint noise of intense, painful pleasure escaped from her throat. Her whole body was trembling, all her muscles were tense, hard, was becoming unbearable even for a veteran kunoichi like her. Her ass was clenched, a tiny little button winked at her son as he pounded her like possessed. Her back arched, and with that, she began to thrash, her legs flying up. Kushina Uzumaki came, but all are with her mother. A geyser of female juices gushed out of the depths of her, like a volcanic eruption. With each thrust, her fluids shot out of her offended. Dancing artfully in the air for just a moment before pouring on her, squirting on their thighs, calves, feet, but most of the ejection took refuge in the dirty sheets. Under them. That was why of Jiraiya's level called him the blonde mother lover. This was because Naruto he had a weakness for married women and mothers. In his opinion, the body of a mature woman surpassed the girls of his generation in all respects. He simply forced his mother to show her full potential by pulling the ultimate out of her, and that was still ongoing. The cramps of her were so strong that the blonde could not resist the urge to explode inside her. Finally, the time has come. I'm Kaeheim, roared Naruto as thick, creamy streaks erupted from his glands and pierced her, painting the walls of her. Searing waves of pleasure overwhelmed his mind, scattering his cells as his knees buckled. Another jet of baby dough flew up, then another, until he unleashed all the hell inside her. It was one of his biggest, to date. As the hot reproductive cream filled her uterus, the Uzumaki matriarch was carried away by an explosion of complete ecstasy. She still continued to leak while it was happening, so the stimulation was beyond her wildest imagination. Her loins were burning, and it felt as if she were dying from pleasure. Only because she was directing chakra into her nervous system was she still conscious. Her eyes were wide open, and her mouth was still agape, but she simply could not find the strength to speak, think, or even look straight. Her son said he was going to, all the, out of her, and, I swear to Kami, he kept his word. She was not but she could not bear the thought of her son being without a huge. The pleasure he gave her was so immense that she could no longer live without him. At the thought of returning to Minato, she wanted to gouge out her own eyes. That man no longer deserved to touch her. Of course, she was guilty of cheating on him, but that marital ship had sailed forever. Now she belonged to Naruto Uzumaki, the man who had defeated the red-hot habanero. Perhaps she was wrong to believe that the red thread of fate bound her and her husband together. Perhaps her husband's role in all of this was to help her give birth to her true soulmate, her greatest love. She was destined to be together with a blonde man, but this man was not her husband, it was her son. Unable to cope with such ungodly pleasure, she faithfully muttered her son's name as her completely defeated body slowly went limp. He fell on top of her, his lips touching her face, but she hadn't been any wiser since she had cut her out. Squeezing her purple orbs, the powerful kunoichi flew away into the realm of nothingness. This was the 12th time he had knocked his mother unconscious. And he was just starting with her. Pulling his monstrous out of his mother's tight little, he squatted down and lifted her hips. It was a sight. He is on his knees, his gorgeous parental ass held high, her cheeks parted. The plump, swollen labia were still slightly apart, because he really stretched her. Her cute little wrinkled, winked at him as if she was trying to seduce him into her ass. Creamy juices oozed from her, creating a mess on their already soaked sheets. He just liked to end everything with a nice, plentiful. The headboard was now detached from the bed and rested on the crumpled wall. Naruto, his mother so hard that neither she nor the furniture were strong enough to take it. The right lower leg of the frame was also destroyed, so the bed was basically tilted, ready to break. It is impossible to describe in words how dirty the sheets were. No amount of laundry detergent can wash out this. Even the mattress was uneven and worn. The phrase, breaking down in bed, has never seemed more appropriate. They say, is the best. The blonde lover mother put her mother to the test.